apologize for starting out a little slow here, so I am your warm-up act. I want to take you through, well, first of all, I just want to do some housekeeping. Again, just want to welcome you to the second day of OnMobile. On behalf of our other partner, OnMobile Global Limited, we welcome you. I want to remind everybody that our Twitter hashtag is OnMobile12. So hashtag OnMobile12. If you would like to post a photo that goes out on the Twitter feed, you can just write alwayson@airba.com, and that photo will end up broadcast over Twitter. Also want to mention that we are webcasting this event all over the planet. We had over 3,000 unique viewers yesterday from all over the world. And we are very grateful to work with splitcast.com. Now, we've scoured the universe for great technology partners, and Splitcast is a company that built their infrastructure from the ground up, so their distribution is really efficient, and it allows for a pristine video quality. And again, we've had over 3,000 people watch this show yesterday. So that's testimony to how good their technology is. So what I thought I'd do to warm us up this morning is to talk about what the always-on editors believe are the mega trends driving the Silicon Valley. And what I would posture is that when you think of your own businesses, or you think of where the future is going, that you take in consideration every one of these trends and think about how they might apply to your own business. Now, yesterday we talked about the socialization of everything online, and I actually put forward a thesis that showed you a graph that indicated that time spent on all portals is, as of last June, a year ago, has dipped below time spent on social media sites. And so, therefore, whatever you're doing, if you don't have some kind of social element to it, you're working against that trend. Now, I put up a quote here from John Doerr, and it's an interesting thing to note that back in 1999, when I was editor of Red Herring magazine, and I wrote what became a timely book called The Internet Bubble: What You Need to Know Before the Coming Shakeout, which came out in October of 1999, at which time NASDAQ was at a low was at 3,500. The preceding 6 months after my book was published, again, warning everybody to run for cover of sorts, we saw NASDAQ go to 5,500 before the whole thing blew up. Those were obviously very exciting times, and I've always been bullish on technology in general. I just think it was a period of time where valuations certainly got ahead of themselves. But what's interesting to note that when I published the book in 1999, there was only 165 million people on the internet. Okay? So if you think of it today, that number has gone to 3 billion. Okay, so I like the John Doerr quote, because I think that while we thought we were on top of the world in the 90s, we're really on the top of the world today. And in other words, these 6 trends are driving, not only our world, but the global economy. And if you have kids that are in college, or you have brothers and sisters, essentially, my view is this is very disruptive times, and for the most part, you need to get on the right side of these trends because there's going to be just a ton of disruption. The good news for our world is we're now in the driver's seat, and I think you can continue to expect, an accelerated number of companies that will be formed, that will come into play, and that our world will continue to be the driver of the overall global economy, unlike in the 90s when we thought we were reinventing the economy, but at that time I think we were really just a fraction of the momentum in the economy. So I think that's what John Doerr is saying. Now, what is the global marketplace that we're talking about? Essentially, the way we look at the world is that the private emerging companies are the center. They are the drivers of the economy. These are the companies that just mathematically will create the most wealth, the most new jobs, and the most opportunity for individuals. And in Silicon Valley, we have always understood and built an ecosystem around these companies. So whether you're a large company like SAP, HP, IBM, you always had to keep one eye out on the emerging company marketplace. And obviously there's a whole ecosystem of universities, service professionals, investors, and then the media world that makes up this market. But again, I always like to think of it as they all encircle these growth companies, because that's ultimately how we all make a living, is really focused on these companies. And so all of our events and our entire brand is about constantly looking through thousands of these companies that exist, and always picking out through our top 100 campaigns, which are the shining stars emerging out of these sectors. I would say, and I did grow up here in Silicon Valley, that while this is a global marketplace, which I'll demonstrate in a few minutes here, Silicon Valley continues, as my very good friend Sajid Jahil, who was the chief marketing officer for HP, that took them in 2005 to 2010 back into the #1 PC business on the planet. He left, and they've been struggling for a lot of bungled reasons, whether they were going to be in the business or not. But as Sajid says, we still are. He used to say we were the Athens of the information age, but then Greek isn't that popular today. So he changed by saying Florence, which is fine with me because I like the Grecian islands, but I also like Italy as well. So this is the chart that I showed you about, that I mentioned. Again, I mentioned yesterday as an example that the New York Times, there was a recent study that demonstrated that if you look at the New York Times ad revenues today, in real dollar terms, they are where they were in 1950. Okay? So no matter which way you look at it, the socially driven online businesses are subsuming, even Yahoo, AOL, which were vestiges of the first internet boom, haven't kept up to date, okay? Haven't truly become highly socialized, and therefore are part of the blue bar, which is in decline. I also mentioned yesterday that even Mark Zuckerberg noted to us a couple of years ago that there's going to be an opportunity in the next 5 years to take an industry and rethink it in a social way. So, at that time, everybody was thinking, okay, Facebook is the social network, game over, let's move on to the next sector of startups that we might be able to make money in. Interestingly, Mark Zuckerberg didn't agree with that conventional wisdom, and could see from his seat, could anticipate the broader socialization of the internet, and in fact, part part of, I think, Facebook's problem right now is that they use the power of social networking to capture a lot of their market share. And there's questions now on whether they have any more user growth in front of them, or has it significantly slowed. And then you're now seeing the Pinterests and other social networks coming on stream and starting to capture, women audience or a younger audience. And so Facebook, obviously with 1 billion users, has a great future. But all this is to say is that if you're in the media business, you can adopt what I boiled down to the 5 qualities. Okay, and these 5 qualities are what I believe make up a social media site. And if you look at them, whether it's TechCrunch or New York Times or Wall Street Journal, none of those brands provide really any of these 5 qualities. So again, these are the kind of qualities that media companies will have to possess online, or they'll end up looking like the New York Times. Globalization of Silicon Valley. We've talked about globalization for a long time. When I was a kid and at the beginning of Silicon Valley Bank, interestingly, in 1983 timeframe, America was just facing up with the fact that we had to start selling overseas. So we were dealing with foreign exchange and international letters of credit. I mean, we really weren't that astute in doing business overseas, because we lived through this golden era where we could all build big companies just selling to ourselves. Well, then the Japanese came in, and so it became a much more competitive marketplace, to the point where Andy Grove, one of the longtime CEOs of Intel, noted that by the time you're doing 100 million in sales, over half of that will come from international revenue base. I pulled it out and read to China and India, because I think it's interesting to note that in India, only 8% internet penetration, but with smartphones and all the other ubiquity of the internet, that number is going to grow tremendously. So I think it's safe to continue to expect that a lot of growth is going to happen for even our companies outside the United States. A poetic picture that proves this fact dramatically is just to look at some of the major brands in our world and look at what percentage, which is in blue, that their user bases come from outside the United States. So again, as we look at companies we invest in or companies that we're running, we have to understand that this is the new reality. The good news is because of the internet, you don't have to leave town to become global, right? Again, this is, here we are at OnMobile. Mobile is one of, obviously, the top 10 trends. There's a lot of different statistics I can show you. This one, I think, is the most dramatic, which basically says there's 5.6 billion mobile phones out there, but only 835 million smartphones. So when that 835 is going to go to 5 billion, and that's where you're going to see the Indias and the Chinas and the Brazils of the world, really come online and create a lot of economic opportunity for everybody in that game. My good friend Bill Gurley made a note that I guess there's 850,000 Android activations a day. Okay, so the world is just running in this direction. We all witnessed Apple become the most valuable company in the world, really driven ultimately by the iPhone and now the iPad. So I'm talking to the choir here, I know. Okay, another phenomenon out there is in big data, cloud, and SaaS. Okay, so as Andreas Weigard, who's the director of Stanford Social Labs, He was formerly the chief scientist for Amazon. So he's an expert in social data, and he notes that every year we create more data than we've created in all previous years combined. Okay, so what that means is just data is just being uploaded. All I have to do is look at my own personal story in terms of I use Apple Cloud, and basically have Apple TV, have all the Macs, have iPhones, iPads around the house, and it's a beautiful thing because everything gets automatically uploaded and we're no longer worried about our videos and our kids' pictures and all that kind of stuff. But if I just look at myself, the amount of data my family is uploading to the cloud just this year versus last year, it's exponentially higher. And then when I look at our own business, you know, we're either on Google Docs, we're on Salesforce, we're on Marketo, we're on iFollow. I mean, we completely run our business in the cloud. And this, again, snapshot today, snapshot 5 years ago, it's a completely different paradigm for young companies such as ourselves. And so, you know, again, this is a great trend that if you're mindful and you're part of this, then you know you're in good shape. You know, entertainment. I think you know I could go on and on about this, but in this media, just publishing. You know, I've already shown why I believe it's being radically disrupted, right? To the point where you're either old media or maybe social media. If you're old media, you're just going to trend down, okay? I think same way in the entertainment world, okay? So Bob Iger, when he took over CEO of Disney, gosh, several 5-7 years ago, whatever it was, he made a statement that everything we produce is internet ready right from the starting gate. Okay? He had the benefit of having Steve Jobs sitting on his board, so he had a window into that, but I think he committed Disney to being internet ready, okay, very quickly in the process, and therefore Disney has performed a lot better than most of the entertainment companies, okay? So it shows you that if you can be a big company and be forward thinking and stay ahead of the curve, but it took a very early understanding, appreciation, and commitment to where we are today, but understanding that I was inevitably going where it is today back then. So I think he's one of the great larger company CEOs. The question comes into play as to, okay, how do we all make money at what we do? Now, I would argue, and I showed you yesterday, the new always-on network that we're building, which is going to be completely cutting edge on the social media front. That's going to connect the global Silicon Valley together and maintain those 5 qualities where you can search and find each other all over the planet. It'll be social data rich. The more you invest in our site, the more we're going to tell you about companies that you should meet, the more we're going to lead you to investors that you should know, the more we're going to lead you to data, like also things you should read. The more we understand about you, we'll present to you in analytic apps a lot of rich data that is highly personalized to you. If you can do that, which we will do, we do have Andreas Weigart as one of our chief advisors here. If you do that, then I believe that we can bring the subscription dollar back to the media business, something that we lost in the first phase of the internet because we all got used to getting everything for free. So news, standard news is a commodity that you can get everywhere. But if we're serving up analytics that are personalized to you, pointing you to things and people and companies and investors, as an example, we believe that you will want to ultimately pay to have deeper and deeper looks for that. So I think also when you look at the mobile game market, okay, and I don't know if I have the statistics on the last page, but you know, the most successful models in the game area have been using the freemium model, and I think 37% of the game companies now generate subscription revenue, e-commerce revenue based upon upgrades from the freemium model, and the average dollar that the successful 37% are getting per month is like $12 a month. I mean, that's a lot of money, think about it, per customer, right? So that means that some kid is paying them, 12 times 12, $144 a year, which in the media business is quite a substantial e-commerce subscription. But obviously, the other angle that we all look at is advertising. I find this slide extremely encouraging because basically what it's noting is there are gaps in mobile. So in red is the percentage of time we spend viewing content in these different categories. So what this Mary Meeker slide showed was that, as of maybe 6 months ago, or actually it looks like 2010, so that was a while ago, it was only 8% of our time was on mobile. Today, does anybody know what the number is? It's probably 15% or more. But it's at 30? 32? 13. Oh, 13? Okay, so 13. And I'm sure that the amount spent on mobile advertising is a small fraction of that 13%. Internet usage, again, is 25% at this time, and so there's still, the media buyers, which are in blue, we're still not putting dollars against where the eyeballs were. And so to fill those gaps, where you see, obviously, print is being overbought, TV is about on par, radio, interestingly, is being underbought. But there's a lot of billions of dollars of economic opportunity closing the gap between where the eyeballs are and where the media buy is coming into play. Venture capital is obviously central to the global Silicon Valley and creating these companies and driving economic growth. We just went through this kind of bizarre Facebook IPO situation because I think building up to the Facebook IPO, there was a general feeling like, okay, Facebook is going to go public. It will be by far the largest IPO, i.e., raise the most amount of capital in an IPO ever in history, and that, as we've experienced in the past, Facebook stock will then double, and then all the venture capitalists, all the entrepreneurs, a bunch of people make a lot of money, and we'll all get excited, and the party will continue. Okay, well, the fact of the matter is, and I did talk to Mike Milken a couple of days after the Facebook IPO, and a lot of people were like bummed out, like, oh man, what happened? The stock went down. And just from his very brilliant perspective, he goes, oh my God, but the fact of the matter is $30 billion of stock was bought in that one day. So that is just like historically a completely unprecedented amount of money that was invested in a company on one day that came out of our world. So in his mind, that's a huge verification of our world, right? Because it shows you there's a lot of attention and demand. Now, Facebook could have raised rather than 15 million, it could have gone for 7.5 billion, and we would have seen the doubling of their stock. But you can't have it both ways. And the reality of the situation is that Facebook has essentially been a public company for 3 or 4 years, okay? Because you have company's second market, which allows companies to trade stock on the second market. And the fact of the matter is that they did a really good job because they found the price that Facebook was valued before the IPO. So that's why we didn't see any bump in the price. But I think the lesson there is not that Facebook is a bad company, that the IPO market isn't working for our world, because neither of those, I believe, are really true. What it really says is that because we have a changing funding environment, okay, that these stocks are being vetted, these popular stocks are going to be vetted prior to their IPOs, and so you're going to see a shift, and you're already seeing that. Norm Vogel's son of IVP was here all yesterday. He's one of our close friends. And at IVP, they put money at very late stages of the market. And so there's a lot of money that's going into the late stages. And companies are obviously inspired to not go public, to put it out as long as they can, because if they have liquidity for their employee stock in the secondary markets, and they're having people like IVP and Goldman Sachs and others willing to invest large amounts of money while you're still private, then that's changing the dynamics of the IPO market. So it's just something to understand. Okay. Now we have the Jobs Act, which is going to come into play. There's not a lot of things that I agree with the president, but that was definitely going to help because it's loosening a lot of the requirements and settling a lot of the issues that were negative issues that were created by Sarbanes-Oxley. The other thing that's happening is we're seeing, 100 incubators have been created over the last couple of years. We're seeing a huge influx of super angel money, and I personally, as an editor, see that as a very bubbly part of the market. Okay, I'm very skeptical. When I met Mark Zuckerberg, he was smart enough to know that he had to come to the Athens of the Information Age, or the Florence of the Information Age, and rent a house in Palo Alto to get in the game, right? Because this is the center of the universe, and that game played well for him. He achieved. It was a smart move because once he got here, he met one of his heroes, which is Sean Parker, who was one of the co-founders of Napster, who came on and helped him. Probably the biggest thing that Sean Parker did for Mark Zuckerberg is he taught him how to control the voting stock. Okay, so Mark Zuckerberg, because of Sean Parker, because Sean Parker was kicked out of Plaxo, which had been his last company before he met Zuckerberg, by Sequoia Capital, and he got kicked out because he had normal, entrepreneurial terms, and he just lost his power position. Well, he licked his wounds and taught Mark Zuckerberg how to protect himself, from ever that happening to him. So that's why Mark Zuckerberg, even today as a public company, still controls his whole company. Mark also met Peter Thiel, who gave him his first $500,000 in venture capital. And so, the right thing for him to do. But the question is would Mark Zuckerberg, join an incubator? Okay, are the next great, what percentage of all the great companies are going to come out of these incubators? And I always get skeptical when you think that you can manufacture companies and manufacture entrepreneurial opportunities. We always hear about Y Combinator and Dropbox and then what's it called, Airbnb. But again, this part of the market there's a lot of hype. I think Facebook IPO humbled the pricing at the early stage. But what we see is one of the biggest problems is there's a plethora of companies that have received angel funding but are having a challenging time raising their Series A because there was such a glut of angel-funded companies. Also, as noted, there's a globalization of the IPO markets. So again, as social media spreads out, ties the global world closer and closer together, as countries like India and China and Brazil gain more power and presence in our world, you're going to see a lot of other alternatives to NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange. And obviously NASDAQ didn't do themselves any favor by kind of having the glitches that they did with the Facebook IPO. So those are my trend remarks this morning. Is there anybody want to have a question or add anything to the discussion before we move on to the next session? You guys waiting it? Okay, well it's good. Good to be here with you, and we have a great full schedule for you ahead. And so, as we like to do, at the end of the day, go always on aspires to be the champion of entrepreneurs. And so, the next session will be hosted by Brian McBride of Bridge Bank, who will host the next series of CEO showcases. So with that, I'd like to welcome Kevin McBride.
Morning, everybody. My name is Kevin McBride from Bridge Bank. I just wanted to share something that the engineers behind the stage said to me a moment ago. They said, Matt, since Barack Obama stood on the stage about a month and a half ago as a more powerful, handsome, inspirational man, spoken at the Fox Theater as Tony. So, great job, Tony. I don't know if many of you know much about Bridge. We are a commercial bank. We don't do retail banking. We're about $1 billion bank. We are really focused on the tech sector. We are somewhat agnostic to the investors. We really focus on the companies, the ideas, and the leaders themselves. And I have the honor today of presenting 5 companies to you. All with great ideas and great leadership. So we will start with Be Mobilized. Be Mobilized has a product which I actually used this morning in demo mode to mobilize Bridge Bank's website. And simply put in the URL, and within 20 seconds, it showed me a very well laid out and efficient form of our website on a mobile device. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ben, and he can tell you more about the company.
Hello. Thank you. So let's do a switch to the laptops. 1 second. In the meantime, I can tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Ben Shashley. I'm the CEO of Be Mobilized. I've been with Be Mobilized for approximately 7 months. Previously to Be Mobilized, I was one of the founding members of Clickable. And previously to that, I used to teach analytics in social science at University of Illinois at Chicago. So as Kevin said, Be Mobilized is actually a SaaS that, let me just see. Just give me 1 second. Are you talking? Cool, thank you, thank you. Right, so as Kevin said, Be Mobilized is a technology that allows global small and medium-sized businesses to gain mobile presence. And what do we mean by that? We mean by that actually 2 different buckets. Number 1 is to convert their already existing websites into the mobile-friendly websites, and also to kind of capture the mobile advertising demand that currently exists. So in order to show you the best introduction about B-Mobile, I'm going to play a video for you guys. The class approximately 2 minutes, and I think it's going to give you a pretty good introduction of what we do.
Mobilize is the easiest way to create a mobile version of your existing website. Our fully automatic solution helps businesses build their online presence quickly and cost-effectively. Our most impressive tool is the Mobilizer. Just type in your existing website URL and we'll mobilize it automatically in just a few seconds. Once you've mobilized your site, you can use our online customization suite to change the design, navigation, and content of your new mobile website. We also offer more than 30 custom features, including maps, click-to-call buttons, contact forms, videos, and share bars. Your new site will be hosted by our mobile engine, which optimizes your mobilized site for use on all major devices, including iPhone, Android, BlackBerry, and Windows Mobile, as well as tablets. Your mobile optimized site will load up to 10 times faster than your desktop website. Finally, B-Mobilized offers redirection, so users will automatically see the mobile version of your site when using a mobile device. With B-Mobilized, anyone can create a mobile website in seconds. Apart from the do-it-yourself solution, B-Mobilized offers a wide range of services including personalized training, advanced analytics, e-commerce, and mobile advertising solutions. B-Mobilized was founded in Norway in 2005 and is now based in New York. We have been delivering custom mobile solutions since 2007 and launched our do-it-yourself solution in 2009. B-Mobilized has won several awards for its automatic solutions, including the Red Herring Europe, Top 100 Europe, and Global Top 100 in 2010. Our team consists of some of the best and most experienced people in the mobile website development industry. Most of our staff is located in New York, but we also have engineers and developers throughout Europe. We also have a strong patent portfolio with more than 10 patents pending and 2 granted. Ready to mobilize your own website? Just go to bmobilize.com. Mobilize your business instantly.
Okay, so as you guys see, a little bit different than what you guys have been discussing at this conference. We're particularly focused almost 100% on small and medium-sized businesses. We really do not care too much about the Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000 customers, just because they will always have enough resources to employ a web developer who is going to actually transition them into the mobile space. What we want to offer is actually offer small and medium-sized businesses to capitalize on the big, huge mobile demand that exists right now. As you guys know, there are approximately 5.5 billion mobile subscriptions currently on the market. Approximately, what they say that, you know, the number of mobile devices in the human population are going to kind of even out by 2015. What does this mean for the online advertising and for the mobile advertising? If you guys think about it, approximately by 2015, we're expecting to see approximately 20.6 billion in mobile advertising spend. And what we expect in terms of what is going to be the return on this advertising, we expect actually to see over 120 billion the purchases made only on the mobile devices. So why is it important to have a mobile website? There are actually many different reasons. Number one is the whole logic of how you interact with the information on the desktop website versus the mobile website. First of all, it's a much bigger screen on the desktop website. Second of all, you have a keyboard, etc., etc. But they're only, and then on the mobile side, you have a significantly smaller screen, it's scrolling, zooming, it's touch points, etc., etc. On top of that, just the human behavior, human interaction when they're using mobile devices versus desktop devices is very, very different. And this is confirmed with the data that we have. So for example, whenever you go on Google and you search for some type of a service, and you click on that link, and you go and you visit their website, usually if you're visiting the desktop website, only 10% of those intent-based clicks end up in some type of action on the desktop website. Whereas on the mobile website, whenever somebody performs a search, approximately 90% of visitors that come to your mobile website actually perform some kind of action. And what we figured out is actually that 61% of the people who are looking for the local information actually use click to call, or they actually share your brand on Facebook, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, they click to map to find your logic and all of those different things. So why do you need to have a mobile website? You need to have a mobile website, and how is it different? It needs to be much simpler, than the original website. The size needs to be much smaller, meaning that it needs to load much faster. In terms of whenever you're accessing the data via 3G and 4G. It needs to be error-free. You need to convert that flash. It doesn't work on iOS. And if iOS is actually, it's being used by 30% of the US population, that means if you have flash on your regular website, that website is not going to load properly on the iOS device. Then again, I'm coming back to all of these things that I said. In terms of the action items, you need to have mobile-specific features such as click to call, click to map, click to share, and all of these different things. So there are approximately over, via being business, there is over 50 million SMBs with websites in Europe and US alone. Approximately less than 10% of the SMBs have a mobile-friendly website. And then, if you even think about it, only 6% of all of the SMBs are actively using mobile advertising. So this means that this mobile industry is extremely, extremely young. And technology and Silicon Valley and Silicon Alley in New York, we're actually here to transition these small and medium-sized businesses into the mobile channel. So we have 4 different pillars of our technology. One is systems, one is the automatic content identifier. An automatic content identifier is a patented technology that actually has over 300 algorithms that go and crawl your original website, and we figure out what is your primary menus, what are your secondary menus, what is your primary content, what is your secondary content. We figure out all of the media points that you have, and we actually take that and convert it into the mobile-friendly environment. So that's ACI. In terms of once you have done the automatic conversion, you actually come and start utilizing the customization suite. If you're not fully satisfied with the automatic conversion, you can log in into the customization suite as it was shown in the video, and you can do your own adjustments however you want. If you want to change the colors of the menus, if you want to add different content, different media, etc., you can also use the customization suite. On top of that, customization suite allows you to add these mobile-specific features which are actually calls to actions, such as click to call, click to send an email, click to SMS, click to share, click to map, and all of these different things. So we have approximately 30 different features in our customization suite, which are all of these connect points, e-commerce, creating the QR codes, inserting the new videos, is it YouTube videos, is it Vimeo videos, whatever you want. At that point of the time, once you have converted your website and you have done the adjustments of the customization suite, we have a super friendly mobile engine that takes your old code that has been transitioned and converted into the mobile friendly environment and automatically creates an HTML5 code that can be displayed across 14,000 combinations of browsers, operating systems, and hardware. And as Tony pointed out previously, you guys need to keep in mind, we are very biased over here in the United States just because we think everybody has a smartphone. The world does not have a smartphone. So you have to have a very friendly code so you can serve it across all of these different things. And one key thing, we're totally based in cloud. All of our technology is in cloud. That means that we can launch hundreds of thousands of mobile websites in one day. Everything is built on Salesforce. Everything is built on Amazon Cloud, which gives us a huge flexibility in terms of launching a lot of websites. So in terms of the business model, here it is. If you want to create a mobile website and you employ a web developer, it's usually going to cost you $1,000, $2,000. These are our prices. You offer $5, you have $5 a month package, $9 a month package, and then if you want to do some customization, we can do that for you, and it's only $199. So this is totally a scale game. That is why our technology is built on cloud. That is why our technology is extremely flexible and scalable. How do we sell it? We sell the product to 2 different channels. One is the partnership channel, meaning that we're already working with people who are already having relationships with small and medium-sized businesses and offering them digital services. And then we also have direct sales that are actually coming in via search engine management or SEO or any other types of ads. So, and I have only a couple more seconds. So one thing, what is in our future? Pretty soon, in our future right now is we're building the best tools to manage mobile store on the market. The next thing that we're moving into, and we're already moving into that, is actually mobile advertising. As I told you, we have capability of analyzing your website and creating the primary menu, secondary menu, threshold menus, the same with the content. We can make semantic relationships of what are you actually selling on your website, and we can immediately give you recommendations on which keywords you should be using as meta tags, which keywords you should be using in your SEM campaigns. But on top of that, if I'm figuring out all of your menu, I know exactly which services and products you have, I can align that to my demographic data that I have, and I can immediately tell you should be using Facebook, you should be targeting these interests, these are the things that you need to do, etc., etc. So that's our next stage. And then step 3 is, of course, creating the holy grail, where we are going to have a cent invested in the advertising and how much revenue did that drive, and we can connect all of those dot points, and we can actually give you analytics reports that you can actually use to optimize your campaigns and optimize your website. So that's it. I don't know if you have any questions, please feel free to come to me after the session.
All right, the next company presenting is Brainshark. It is a company that is focused on providing broadcasting mainly PowerPoint presentations, voice-enhanced presentations, and is optimized for the iPad. So for anybody who's tried to view a PowerPoint presentation on the iPad, even after converting it into Keynote, I think you'll appreciate the quality of the product. Joe is CEO and founder, founded a company, Relational Courseware, prior to Brainshark that was sold to Gartner. So this is his next endeavor.
Good morning. The remote has 2 buttons, forward and back, which is perfect for me. I'm Joe Gustafson. I'm with Brainshark. Thanks for listening to our story. Just a little bit about us, and then I'd like to talk about the future. So Brainshark is an is a cloud-based online and mobile video presentation platform. So what we do is we help our customers communicate better to their important audiences. Now these can be inside their company as well as outside. It can be used for marketing, selling, training, channels, communications, all kinds of things like that. We're based in Boston. We have 230 employees. We have 2,000 enterprise customers, paying customers, including a third of the Fortune 100. This year we'll do $50 million in sales, not bad for a SaaS company. And we're growing at more than 30% per year. So pretty good model, good business. But that's not what I'd like to talk about today. What I'd like to talk about is the future. And what I mean by that is we've got these great, new, innovative, disruptive technologies around mobility and also cloud services. And there's a lot of really interesting things happening to that. Now we see a lot of it happening with the consumer market. A lot of cool things are happening with consumers. What I'd like to talk about is how it's going to impact the business, right? So we all know about the phenomenal growth rates of tablets and smartphones. And these are finding their way into businesses. When you look at the impact of these things on businesses, it can really be wide-ranging. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to talk about the meeting, the business meeting, the face-to-face meeting. And you may not know, but there are 11 million meetings in the US every day, face-to-face. That's 3 billion a year. And we spend $230 billion a year to support these meetings through things like travel and related things like that. Now, what I find is fascinating is that $230 billion has been flat over the last 10 years. Now, despite technologies like web conferencing and video conferencing, which you would think would have a real impact on it, it's stayed flat. And what that tells us is there is this baseline requirement that we have to just go out and meet people face-to-face and build relationships. Okay, makes sense. So the next thing we did is we asked ourselves, well, all right, if all this money and all this time is being spent on it, and we've got these new mobile devices happening, what kinds of tools and apps and software is available to support that? Well, when you're talking about the meeting, there's really not that much out there to help support it. if you look at the trip, the business trip, there's actually quite a few. You can use Expedia to book your travel, Yelp to do entertainment. You can get access to your CRM records on the road. You can even do your expenses with products like Concur. But these are all centered around the business trip. There's really nothing out there to help support the business meeting, and yet we're spending $230 billion a year and all this time and energy to support that. So we looked at that and said, wow, you know, you've got this great amount of technology hitting the road with devices like smartphones and tablets. You've got cloud services. And really what it does is it allows us to take a look at this problem and reimagine it. You know, borrowing a term from Mary Meeker is reimagine how we do that. And we see a lot of reimagining going on with consumer apps, but not quite so many yet in business. I think this is a prime target for that. So let's talk a little bit about it. So let's first start with an anatomy of a meeting, right? What goes on in a business meeting? Well, there's always the same three things. You prepare for a meeting, so you get smart and get ready for it. Then you actually go and present and participate at it. And then the third is you follow up. And we all know this because we all do it. Prepare, present, follow up. And there's this circle of communication and collaboration that goes on all the way through this whole thing as well. So why don't we just take a moment and say, all right, let's do a before and an after. So how do we do these meetings today? And how might we reimagine them using these new mobile devices and cloud services? So let's do prepare, present, follow up. Let's assume I'm a sales rep and I need to get ready for a sales call. Well, if you know salespeople, you know that they are notorious just-in-time learners. So we know that they're spent time, training them because we spend lots of money on classes, weeks and months in advance. But what happens is they forget, or they don't pay attention, or whatever. And then right before the sales call, they're scrambling and they're like, uh-oh, I've got to figure out what this product is because my prospect wants to talk about it. So they're scrambling around, looking for documents, looking for all kinds of things, and oftentimes they're not nearly as prepared as they should be. So how would we reimagine that? Well, the sales rep, and by the way, these just-in-time sales rep learners, they all learn in the same places, right? They learn in their car, they learn in the airport, or they learn in a lobby, right? Just in time, right before the meeting. So if we reimagine that, and we say, okay, I'm a sales rep, I drive up to my prospect's building, I get there 15 minutes early, I go into the parking lot, and I pull out my iPad. And I do a search through my company databases, and I'm looking for some content around this new product. And I've got video content. I've got this video information, small snippets of information about what the product is, what the value proposition is, how to compete, how to sell it, what the pricing is. I may even have some video testimonials from one of my customers that I can look at. All right, great. In 15 or 20 minutes, I've got just what I need. It's high impact, it's high retention, boom, I'm ready to go. I go into the conference room. What do? Well, I take my Windows laptop, I plug it in to the projector, I open it up, turn it on, wait 10 minutes. Now I'm ready to go. Everyone's seated around the conference table, the lights go down. What do? I stand here and I present and I talk. And what happens is the attention level starts high with good intentions and it starts to wane. It's a dark room, maybe gets a little bit warmer, right? And what happens is people start shifting from my content to their content. Because what do? They pull out their smartphone and they start doing email. Uh-oh, I've got a problem now. So how do we make it more engaging, right? So now maybe I walk into that same conference room and I plug in my iPad to the projector, and sure, I can play that up on the wall. But what I can also do is I can say, well, you know what, I see a number of you have iPads and iPhones. I'm going to beam out a Bluetooth invitation so you can share my content. So I do that, you accept it, and now what's happening is that you're working on your device with my content, so I have you fully engaged. You can maybe take a stylus and start writing notes on top of that slide about what's going on, just like you might do with paper notes. I could send out a poll or a survey. Well, what do you think about this? And we'll get some real-time data. And this can be with small groups as well. I can even drag in that video presentation of that testimonial of my customer to make a particular point. So what I've done is I've taken a meeting where I'm just, talking almost a blah, blah, blah one way, and I've turned that into a highly interactive, engaged meeting. All right, the meeting goes great. What happens at the end of every meeting? Can you send me those slides? Sure, I'd be happy to do that when I get back to the office. That might be in 2 days. So what's happened is that you've taken this high level of excitement, and then what happens is it starts to wane. So instead, you might say, well, look, I'm going to press this button. I'm going to send you a package of information that we just talked about. It's the slides, it's maybe some backup content, it's the notes that you personally took on your particular slide, and that goes to you immediately. So not only do you shorten that buzz gap, or close that buzz gap, and keep the process moving, but what else is happening is when you start to look at that and share it, I get information on that, I get analytics. This is just a very small example of the ways that we can reimagine that meeting, and it can be very, very exciting. So we've already embarked on building out that vision. I'll very quickly tell you about what that is. So we looked at the biggest problem that mobile professionals have, especially salespeople, when they're presenting content, right? The number one application used for an iPad for a salesperson, make presentations. The problem is, has anyone ever tried to play a PowerPoint on an iPad? It doesn't work. The graphics fall apart, the animations are a mess. It really can be just a total disaster. It's a real headache, it's a real problem. So we built a product, introduced it last year, used our core technology to do this, put a lot of effort into it, and we introduced SlideShark. SlideShark is phenomenal. What it does is it takes your PowerPoint, you upload it to our servers, you send it back down in a moment to your iPad. Now, disconnect it if you like. You play that iPad, that PowerPoint exactly as it was meant to be seen. Wonderful hand gestures back and forth. There's wonderful presentation tools that we built around this thing, and we solved that problem. It's a big, big problem, and the market loves it. It's been out there about 6 months. We're getting more than 2 downloads per minute. We've had 600,000 downloads. It's consistently in the top 10 or 20 of the top chart productivity tools in the App Store, and it's free. And everybody loves it. But our customers are businesses. What they care about is they care about making sure the right content gets out to the right people at the right time, that it's secure, scalable, reliable, and they want to get analytic information on it too. So we built a multi-user version called Team Edition, and that's what it does. It solves the problem for the enterprise about getting out secure content to the right people and getting the analytics. So wrapping things up, we believe that there is this phenomenal opportunity to take that $230 billion of money that's spent, all those hours and days, those 3 billion meetings, and make them much, much more productive for both the people on the road and the people back in the office. So the people on the road, what they care about is being able to get smart faster, do a better job presenting, make those meetings more interactive. And the people back home, what they care about is information, analytics. Wouldn't it be nice to know what's going on with all those conversations in the field? Because they don't know anything about that today. So they get the analytics, and all that data gets integrated into their corporate systems, CRM, learning management, content management systems. So there's a phenomenal opportunity to reimagine that. Let me close with this one thing. If you do one thing today, go out to the App Store and download SlideShark. If you travel and you present and you use PowerPoint, it will change your life, I guarantee it. Thank you very much.
All right, next company, Admaris, is represented here by Simon Wallace. Simon has promised to get us back on track time-wise, so we appreciate that. All this great media content, localization and so forth doesn't make sense if you can't monetize it. That's the language perspective. And this is where Admaris is focused. They are one of the fastest growing processors of mobile payments. So, Simon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simon Law. I'm founder and CTO of Admaris. And today we're going to talk about M-commerce. I have very short 3 slides to the point. So let's start off with talking a little bit about us. So our company started in Toronto, and we also have an office here in San Francisco. Our management team consists of security, cryptology, and also people in the payments industry. We have patents on our encryption and our authentication, and our core focus right now is partnering with mobile billing and infrastructure players, as well as content and mobile ecosystems. We're a fully PCI compliant payment processor, and our focus really is to revolutionize how people do mobile commerce. So let's talk about what the problem we're trying to solve here. So really the problem right now is that the current solutions for m-commerce really comes back from what was derived from e-commerce. So you look at a traditional website, and basically what they do is they optimize it to fit in an iPhone screen or a mobile website. The problem is that that was originally designed for a keyboard and mouse, and the problem is it's just shrunk down. So what we do is we have to rethink the way we do m-commerce. And really, there are three things that we need to solve. I think two of them are, I consider non-functional requirements, and one is functional requirements. I think really, if you look at it, number three is the most important. It's the simplicity of doing an m-commerce transaction, because the interface is different, and also the context of the transaction is different. You really need to convert the sale right away with the mobile device. Conversion is very important. You know, there was a statistics out there that says that if a sale isn't converted on a mobile device in 3 seconds, conversion rates drop drastically. So if you look at the existing paradigm, people need to enter in their username, passwords, credit card information, and go through three pages. Conversion rates are extremely low. So that's really important. Also, authentication and security is also very important. So convenience usually means there's going to be less security. So how do we balance between security and convenience? So those are kind of the three reasons, kind of the requirements that we came up to solve. So we've developed a solution that solves all three of these issues. What we do is we have a way of identifying the person's mobile device, and thus eliminating the use of usernames and passwords. We call this our one-touch technology, and this allows conversion rates to be really high, and at the same time be able to solve the security issue at the same time, because we have something that the person has, and also we going to ask them for what I call a short shared secret that they know. So something they have and something they know. If you look at the existing solutions that are out there, like carrier billing, they solve the problem of authentication through the network layer. The problem with that is that a lot of mobile devices don't just use data, and they're always roaming on Wi-Fi connections, so authentication is also a problem. So this is how we actually solve this problem. This is I consider one of the easiest ways of doing m-commerce. There's actually no registration or sign-up on our system. All the user has to do initially on the first interaction is enter their credit card, CVV expiry, and their zip code, and proceed with doing their initial transaction. What we do then is we take identity of the device, and at subsequent transaction, all the user has to do is just enter in their CVV code or zip code, and they'll be able to process transaction. So it's really simple for a merchant to actually use our solution. All they have to do, in essence, is put our one-touch button onto their mobile website, and we do everything for the merchant. So if you look at the value proposition, for the consumer, it's actually really simple. All the user has to do is literally click on the one-touch button, enter their CVV or zip code, and the transaction complete. So for the merchant, I think really is about the conversion rate. So take an example of a daily deal where they're sending you an email on, today's greatest deal. The problem is you're looking at that deal in your email and they're not converting that into a sale. So what the merchant can do is put our button into that email and be able to convert that into a sale. So you see it's kind of a win-win situation for both the consumer and also for the merchant to be able to convert those into sales. And I think if you look at this, it's extremely simple. There's really no registration for the user. Subsequent transaction is extremely easy. So from that time going forward, that device, you get a one-touch type experience. And that's basically it for my presentation. Thank you.
All right, our next company presenting, Retelligence, was founded by Jeremy. Jeremy has started probably a dozen different software subsidiaries of various enterprise software companies, and he recognized the need for localizing retail inventory information. So with our phones, we can scan a barcode, we can scan a QR code, and we see something, and it might show us inventory on eBay or Craigslist. What their product does is dive into inventory data of actual local retailers, so you can see what is in the stores around you. So with that, Jeremy.
Thanks. Hi everybody, how are you? My name is Jeremy Geiger, and basically I'm the CEO of Retelligence. Retelligence is a big data platform that powers location-based marketing solutions for some of the world's largest retailers and brands. Drilling down into a little bit more detail, we do three main things. First of all, we convert people who have a high intent to buy a product or a brand into local buyers, help them find it locally. Two, we add point of purchase information to any form of digital advertising. Because if you're a brand, why wouldn't you want to help somebody guide them to the nearest store that has the product if they want to buy that product? And three, we offer shopper marketing analytics that goes across all of the shopper applications, carriers, handsets, etc. We'll explain more detail later. So obviously, shopping has changed a lot. Consumers increasingly using location-based marketing solutions. And one really, really interesting thing to think about is that sometimes people search for a store name like Best Buy, but oftentimes people will actually search for a brand or a product. Somebody's searching for the new iPhone 5 when it comes out. And unfortunately, local retailers just simply are invisible when those types of searches take place. And so that's the problem that we're solving. We're helping to match consumers looking for products and brands with local stores that have them. So the statistics are that about 50% of shoppers use their mobile phones to find products, to find stores. And the great news is that retailers have woken up to this. Retailers realize it's important to be in mobile, and gosh, they'd love to get that consumer in the door without having to offer a 60% off daily deal. So we can do that. This is the core concept of our platform. A retailer plugs into us and basically can be visible in the extremely fragmented market of mobile apps, mobile coupons, mobile ad solutions. We've been phenomenally successful. In the last 18 months, we're up to over 100,000 stores in the US. We have over 10 million products, over 1,000 registered app developers. In fact, it's close to about 10 million requests a month. So there's 10 million consumers that rely on us every month to actually find stores nearby that have the products they want. From a product perspective, there's four major components. First, we have retail link. So my background is enterprise software. My COO is a partner at Accenture. We understand this world really well. So we have a solution that allows any retailer to get on board very quickly. Two, on the right-hand side, we have AppNet. That's a community of thousands of third-party app developers that use us as content. So it allows consumers to actually pull and search for information about stores nearby with products. On the right-hand side, AdPop. That's an advertising solution, a push-oriented solution that's pushing advertising for products and brands, but is also embedding the availability of those products and brands nearby. And thirdly, we have Retail IQ, which is our analytics engine on top, which is overall looking at shopper behavior. The AppNet community is extremely diverse. If you've ever used a product search application, a barcode scanning app, a mall app with a product search function, you've probably been using Retelligence. But we also have Facebook apps, websites, etc. that use us as well. Here's an example of a use case in terms of a GPS device, where rather than typing in an address or a store name, you type in a product, find a store, and navigate to the store. Last month, Telenav, one of the biggest mapping and navigation companies, invested in Retelligence. And let's talk about mobile monetization. The key point here is that mobile advertising that has some local dimension to it has between 2 to 4 times the engagement rate, the click-through rate. And so how does a national brand actually make an ad locally relevant? So if you're a brand, let's say you're Sony, you just launched a new game, how do you make that ad relevant? Well, we think we're a simple plug-and-play solution that you can make that ad relevant, and furthermore, drive people to a very high-value call to action, which is go to the store and buy the product. So having a direct material impact on sales. This is an example of our AdPop product. What are the results? Well, what we found is that click-through rates are high, above average, but what's really interesting is that secondary action is extremely high. And what does that mean? So in this case, this is an ad for some tequila, Tres Agaves, somebody clicked through, and they clicked to actually see a map of the store nearby carrying that. Now think about that for a second. If somebody clicked on that, that means they want that product, and they don't know where they can buy it. So they probably would not have bought it at all. But the fact that they clicked through, found the store in real time with inventory availability, means that they now have that sale. And that's the power of using Retelligence in an advertising context. Some really cool and creative things you can do. On the right-hand side, this is actually a digital sign with a GPS. This bus is navigating around town and dynamically changing the message on the bus, saying, hey, 7-Eleven behind you has this product in stock. So there's a lot of cool things you can do. As I said, Retail IQ sits on top. Basically, we have real-time insights into shopper behavior across, as I said, all apps, all carriers, all handsets. And also, what's interesting about our data is it's intent-driven. So it's not looking back in time at point-of-sale data. It's actually looking forward in time about people's intents to purchase products. Lastly, about our company, we launched the company in 2009. As I said, I've lived in about 12 countries, or as was mentioned, moved to the Valley in 2009 to start this company. We won many awards and got lots of press. We really have the perfect team. We have a former head of major account sales for Yelp, now works for us. We have the former head of product management of Yahoo Local, that's a $100 million property, works for us. We have people from retail and enterprise integration like myself and our COO. We built a really strong partner network in the last few years. We've continued to win lots of awards. We have a great group of advisors, including the global head of analytics for Walmart is one of our advisors, and a great group of investors as well. So forget the questions. I didn't think it's suitable, but if there's people in the audience that are retailers or brands, we'd love to talk to you about how you can get more engagement from your advertising dollars. Obviously, if there are any developers that would like to add point-of-purchase information to your solution, contact us, and we'll probably be raising around sometime in Q4. Thank you.
last company presenting is LifeStreet, and they provide mobile apps for, amongst other Zynga. So they're the folks that I think are really to be credited for keeping our Friends with Friends free. And with that, I'd like David to explain.
Morning. Good morning. See if we can figure this out. Good morning. Good morning. All right, very good. So what if there were a company who had paid out over $100 million in advertising revenue to app publishers, and Facebook app publishers, mobile app publishers, and nobody had ever heard of them? What if there were a company that had driven over 200 million customer acquisitions for app developers, mobile and Facebook app developers, and nobody really knew who this company was? Well, I'd like to introduce you to LifeStreet Media. We are this company. I just read the first sentence from this article from a few weeks ago in Pando Daily, describing how we had just done a $66 million investment round. And it's sort of funny, the reporter had described a company like this would have a tough time staying under the radar. And so now we're out from under the radar, sort of just out from under stealth mode. Having said that, this is a roadmap for how I hope we'll spend the next 8 minutes talking a little bit about the market that we serve, a little bit about LifeStreet Media, and a little bit about why it is that we're winning. But the punchline is, if you think Facebook is a big deal, if you think that mobile is a big deal, and if you think that apps are a big deal, then in-app advertising is a big deal. And LifeStreet is the leader in in-app advertising. Mobile apps are a big deal. There are over 1 million mobile apps, and folks are already describing how global in-app advertising will be a multi-billion-dollar industry. And social apps are a big deal. There are over 9 million social apps and websites integrated with Facebook. As I said, LifeStreet Media is the leader in in-app advertising. So if you are an app developer, and you are bringing into existence an app, whether that app is a Facebook app or a mobile app that's going to be in front of the eyeballs of consumers, and you have an opportunity to show advertising, you want to turn that ad space into money. In fact, you want to turn that ad space into the most money that you can turn it into. Right? And on the flip side, if you are, for example, an app developer, and you have a business model where you make money in a different way, selling virtual goods, for example, you want to build your audience. You want to be at the top of the hit parade, at the top of the app store, the most popular list. And for you, LifeStreet Media is a customer acquisition machine. In fact, as I said, we've driven over 200 million customer acquisition events for some of the largest companies out there. So in the Facebook app world, LifeStreet Media is the #1 in-app advertising solution. For iOS and Android apps, we are experiencing exceptional growth. We are acquiring vast quantities of new customers for our partners. We reach a monthly audience in excess of 350 million users. All of this is propelled by a technology platform that we've been building since late 2005 called RevJet. I will tell you more about it, but it is changing the optimization landscape, and this technology allows us to turn any digital user experience into more money than other folks can. We've invested over $25 billion and over 175 man-years of research and development into this platform. The company itself is very profitable. In fact, we became profitable on less than $1.8 million of capital. This will be our 6th consecutive year of growing profits. And as I said, we've just announced the $66 million investment from Nautic Partners. By way of background, we are closely associated with the whole app ecosystem movement. We think apps are a big deal. We launched LifeStreet ads inside the Facebook app ecosystem back in 2009. Now, at that time, the market leaders were Google raised over $125 million in capital. And social media and other venture-backed companies. LifeStreet surpassed all of them within 6 months, become the #1 player on Facebook, and we're anticipating similar success in mobile. 70+% of the largest Facebook app developers are partners of LifeStreet, whether they are publishers of ours, whether they are advertisers of ours, or in some cases both. We have hundreds of direct advertisers, some very large folks, some very small folks, and then thousands more through the LifeStreet Exchange, which is a way that folks can access LifeStreet inventory indirectly, which is the data. But why it is that we're winning? Folks ask, how is it that you entered this fray, for example, in Facebook and now in mobile, against some of the world's biggest companies, against some very well-funded competitors? Why is LifeStreet winning? Well, the answer is this RevJet revenue maximization platform. And without taking you through the speeds and feeds of the platform itself, what it is a revenue maximization platform. It sits on top of a technology that we've invented called universal object serving. Universal object serving is, think of it as a second cousin to ad serving. It's a technology like ad serving that allows us to do iterative high velocity testing on many and eventually any digital revenue driver. Something that's instantiated digitally that affects your revenue ought to be tested, and it ought to be tested all of the time. Testing historically in this world has been episodic. It's been an event. Testing has been panel-based. It's been sample-based. I'm going to take 5% of my traffic and I'm going to conduct a test. And don't touch anything, you'll mess up my test. With RevJet, testing is perpetual. Testing is a way of life. It's not episodic. And there are many tests going on at the very same time in this ever non-ending march, never-ending quest to maximize revenue. It's not 5% of our traffic that's being used for testing. It's 500%. What I mean by that is each impression can and often is participating in multiple tests at the same time, all against the objective of maximizing revenue for you, the app developer, who want to turn that ad inventory into money. I'll share with you a couple of quick examples. One, creative optimization. So the details of an ad matter quite a lot. The only difference between these two ads is the color of the button. One's green, one's purple. That shouldn't matter. Well, guess what? It turns out that one produces 27% more revenue. That's worth knowing. So good creative is a science. It's not an art. It's impossible to just guess. You have to test everything really, really fast. One example on behalf of Zynga. This is an example of a series of tests where we did over 38 rounds of testing involving dozens and dozens of ads, where we generated a 484% increase in the revenue that was produced per 1,000 impressions using RevJet technology. One more example. This is an ad that was given to us by Zynga, a Castleville ad. And here's an example where in just hours or days we produced variations which created 72% more revenue. Look at the ads. They don't look that different. Who would know that one of these produces 72% more revenue than the other? Having said all this, this technology, and we're just now wrapping up, this technology does not just apply to visual revenue drivers. It also applies to logical revenue drivers. So for example, targeting algorithms. Which campaign should I show? I have an opportunity to show an ad right now. It's above the fold. It's to a user in Redwood City. It's on app 123, and it's 10:30 in the morning. Which campaign should I show? Well, that's easy. I'll just look at my data, and I'll choose the campaign that produces the most revenue. Well, query me this. Which data? Should we look at the last 24 hours of data, or the last 12 hours of data, or the last 7 days of data? Should we look at just California data? Should we look at the continental United States? Should we look at all day long of data? Or should we look at just maybe morning data? Maybe people behave differently here at 11 o'clock in the morning than they do at 11 o'clock at night. Well, you'd want to be able to test these different algorithms. There is no right algorithm. RevJet, in the same way that it allows us with universal object serving to test various creative ideas. We can test algorithms. We can create algorithms 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, push them into the real world and see which generates more revenue. And if algorithm 7 is producing more revenue, ramp it up and create algorithms 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 and test again. Rinse and repeat. Iterative high velocity testing. I'll say it one last time. Iterative high velocity testing of many and eventually any digitally instantiated revenue driver. This is how we maximize revenue. LifeStreet Media is an exciting company. We're doing some cool things. We're in some significant markets. I thank you for your time.
Which are for aspiring, some top 100 association cases, but they're also for the aspiring top 100 companies. But I think, you know, it's the goal of all companies and all investors to grow to meaningful companies and become leaders in your category and to make money for your employees, make good on your upside promises, and also make good on the promises to your investors, your venture capitalists. And so when you look at the mobile market, there's been one, for sure, great public company, which is Glue Mobile, which is a tremendously cool company, and led by a very, very smart and progressive CEO, Nicola Massey. And so he was gracious enough to join us for OnMobile. And also, we're pleased that Mark Stevens, who's a partner and co-chair of the private equity group at Fenwick & West, which is, of course, one of the top law firms for the global Silicon Valley. And Mark, in particular, is probably, in my opinion, one of the top 5 attorneys in our business. And he has particular expertise in digital media and entertainment. So I can't think of a better 2 people to put together than Mark Stevens, Fenwick & West, and Nicola Massey, the president and CEO of Glue Mobile. So give it up for Mark and Nicola.
Nicola, I think of Glue as being one of the companies that's been, people have different views of it depending on when they encountered it over the years. So, and it's, if it's not the largest, certainly it's one of the largest mobile gaming companies in the world. But to just hear the, what is Glue now? And give us some context for the conversation.
Yeah, so Glue's been going about a decade, actually. We've been public on the NASDAQ since March 2007, traded under the ticker GLUU. And we have been through every really revolution and evolution in the gaming space on mobile devices throughout that period of time. So, when we started out, we were making Snake games on black and white, Nokia devices. Went through the color Java Brew era, and of course, in the last 3 or 4 years, the company's been focused on making games for smartphones. I've been at Glue for almost 10 quarters, and we focused the company entirely in that period on 3 things. Building games solely for iOS and Android operating systems, building our own original IP, so we stopped licensing other people's brands, for example. And we also made a massive bet on the winning business model, we believe, for not only gaming, but certainly for mobile gaming, which is the free-to-play freemium one. So Glue today has about a $300 million market cap. We have about 630 employees in offices around the world. We have offices in every BRIC country. We're increasingly localizing our games to tap into that international growth. And I think one of the things that differentiates us, of course, is sheer size. We are on a trajectory to reach a $100 million run rate of pure mobile revenues. We're a mobile-only business. We're actually the only listed company in North America that is a mobile-only gaming company. And we believe that this is, of course, the portion of the gaming market poised to grow most quickly. So we are unsurprised that many other gaming companies in the past, say, 6 months have decided that this is, in fact, a great place to position their company as well. We've been doing it for a decade, and I'm sure we'll be doing the same thing for the next decade, as we've got 600 to 700 million smartphones now in the world, and that will eventually grow to be 4 or 5 billion. Everybody will get one. It's not a question of if, it's when.
Of course, by the time everybody has a smartphone, there'll be a smarter phone. There'll be the next generation, and that's but your position at the handle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we view this market as all about reaching as many consumers as possible. And as we look at the trajectory of Moore's Law, it's pretty predictable what's going to happen with hardware power. You see doubling, quadrupling the processing power, more RAM, more pixels, bigger screen sizes, etc. We're kind of over, I think, the most difficult transition Glue's had, which was from Java to smartphone. And from here on out, Glue is, the DNA of Glue is 80-90% game company, no longer 80-90% mobile company.
So one of the things we want to talk about today is some of the unique challenges of being public. Most of your pure play competitors, if not all of them, are private companies. They get to decide what they tell the market and when they tell the market, and they get to be secretive or not, depending on their strategy. But it's different being a public company. So actually, before we get to that, just a quick question: is the quarter going well, and should I buy the stock?
Just came from an investor meeting. We're surprisingly asking quick. Now, look, as Mark well knows, Glue has this wonderful sort of dichotomy between choosing to and having to be incredibly transparent in our disclosures every quarter, but only doing so on that quarterly basis and making sure we're very tight between that. So you'll find out on the August earnings call for Q2. We are in an interesting position because, of course, we're the only sort of pure play mobile business that's public, and we bump into the fundamental sort of call it regulatory burden costs that mean that being much smaller would probably make us not very viable. Whether it's the Sarbanes-Oxley costs, SEC rules, NASDAQ rules, all that stuff leads to not only straight external costs for audit, legal, etc., but also more internal infrastructure to support that compliance. But Glue has, I think, taken a perspective in the past 10 quarters that we should use our transparency as kind of a rallying point for our employee base. And that's very much what we've done. We not only carry our investors through these transitions, but also carry ourselves through internally.
So let's talk a little bit about valuation, because you've got a public traded valuation in the 300 million range. It's been lower in the years, and it's actually a tremendous accomplishment to be where you are for your investors, because there's been a great growth path here. That makes you actually smaller than a lot of the private companies in terms of the valuations that are being established. How does that affect you, and why don't they get impacted when Greece has a problem? If Greece goes bankrupt, your stock price goes down and theirs doesn't? Is that the way it works?
It does feel at times to be an unfair world, right? I mean, look at all public companies, especially in this macroeconomic backdrop, are kind of, I think, quick to drop. Share prices are quick to go down. They're very slow to get ready to recover. Right? That's kind of been the backdrop for years, certainly since 2008, maybe arguably since 2001 or 2002, right? And it's probably going to carry on for the next, half a decade or so. We're catering for different investors. It is not a negotiation between Glue, the company, and the potential investor as to what Glue's worth. Whereas if you're a private company, it is a negotiation with that counterparty, as well as, of course, some bidding tension maybe with anybody else. Our share price, just like Zynga's and Facebook's now, and Pandora's, is entirely established by third-party counterparties bidding against each other to buy pieces of Glue. What I like to say always is that I control, and our management team controls, driving the fundamental performance of Glue. That's what we control. What the market is willing to pay to own a piece of that is something we absolutely do not control. We are, of course, focused on delivering quality earnings growth and revenue growth every quarter, making that predictable and transparent and sustainable. But the valuation multiples people will pay for that are as much impacted absolutely by whether or not we think that Italy and Greece will be ejected next week and there will be a big panic in the public markets, as it is from sort of fundamental performance. So I think it's an interesting comment on probably the likely direction of private company valuations. When you see that the Zyngas are probably out at a third or a quarter in the public market values at what they were at their last private company pre-IPO valuation. Glue, is a $100 million, say, smartphone revenue business that probably would be worth, I don't know, 5 to 10 times revenue in the private space, but right now is worth 3 times in the public space, kind of thing. And who has the real valuation kind of comes down to exits. But of course, if the public companies are seeing compression in our multiples, we're effectively going to be turning off the escalator of valuation for private companies because you're shutting off a lot of the exit potential.
And you think that's actually happening? Is there a little schadenfreude watching Zynga go from its lofty...
Sure. I mean, Blue had a $30 million market cap when I started 10 quarters ago, and the public markets are all about, I don't believe you, show me. And then once you show me, it's like, well, I'm still not totally convinced, so show me for another 10 quarters. And that's what we've been doing. I think it's fair to say that there's only 2 ways to establish a real valuation. It's what public markets will pay, of course what someone will pay to buy your business. But the exits are very few and far between. And there is certainly an overall trend here for watching private company valuations get haircut pretty aggressively in the last year or 2 once they get out. That's been true for everyone actually, except probably LinkedIn is the only one that's maybe hanging flat. Everyone else is down, and the question is, are you down 30% or 70% of what it was before? And so probably what I expect to happen is, companies like Blue and even Zynga are not going to be able to pay the multiples we could have, in a former life for private companies. Even leaving aside whether we think the earnings quality is there. And that's going to push down, of course, venture capital interest in investing in this stuff, and slowly but surely you'll have probably a lot of convergence in where the valuations are in the next year or so.
So let's turn around a little bit. I want to have a history story. So when you came in what I think would be fairly characterized as a turnaround opportunity.
When you're running out of cash in 9 months, I think that's fair.
Right. And you had to do that and fundamentally reshape the company in the public eye.
Yep.
And manage quarter to quarter and make predictions and figure out how to keep your team. What is that like? What kind of unique challenges did you...
It's as difficult as it sounds, right? The 2 things that I think are most difficult to do in the public company environment, in that situation, are figuring out how you use your requirements of transparency as a strength as opposed to a weakness. And it's a weakness, obviously, from a competitive intelligence perspective, potentially. It's a weakness in terms of your ability to raise capital, because when you have a cratering of confidence in the public markets, you then have capital markets that get shut off very quickly, because you don't have an ability to negotiate evaluation based on how you've done or how you do, or you're a good guy, kind of thing. Ultimately, the regulatory burdens, of course, are exacerbated that position as well, and that was particularly trying for Blue. To say, we're going to run out of money if we don't do something, the right things in the right order very quickly, and then say, I've also got to spend an extra $5 million a year just paying for the privilege of getting beaten every quarter. Like, it does stick in your throat if you can't turn things around fast enough. Ultimately, though, this is my second public company, second games company, third mobile company, and I have turned 1,000-ish percentile returns before in the mobile music space, and Blue, I think, can achieve that from where I started in the game space. It's all about making sure that you are beating your expectations, not just beating absolutely without question from the first quarter you get there to whenever it is that you're ultimately are looking to drive the appreciation over. So you have to be ruthless in your first earnings call, your first quarter, at setting out a time frame which you're going to be able to beat and have to be able to build credibility most public companies that get bombed out are bombed out fundamentally because of the loss of credibility, trust, etc. Much more so than fundamental performance often. And that's totally what happened to Glue on the way down. We used that transparency as a strength internally because of the fact that if we're going to tell investors how we're doing, we want to be very candid with our own team about what has to happen. And no, we're not kidding. We're not really saying where our money really are. And there's some things we can't get rid of. I can't cut back the G&A department as much as I would love to and reinvest that money elsewhere, or I lose my listing and you lose kind of the entire point of what you're trying to achieve there for your investors in the first place. So, one of the disciplines, of course, you have as a public company is that you are forced to be transparent and be on the calendar. And you're forced to project very accurately if you want to build credibility. And I actually have used that, I guess now, this is my second company to do that, as a strength. I drive our management team on that quarterly calendar and actually on a halfway point between that. And having to be accountable, so and so transparent, means that, the rubber hits the road immediately. You don't live the lie. There's no point, I always say there's no point in living the lie. The rubber hits the road for me, in less than a quarter. You can't even sort of say, what often happens, I think, when you compare Glue against private companies is we spend very little of our time, and our management team's time, sort of hyping the story, because what matters is fundamental performance for me. Do I deliver the next quarter and beat guidance or not? There's no point in me hyping and missing the quarter. That does me 10 quarters of damage.
That's a very non-Silicon Valley perspective.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. It really is. So, you don't see us putting out press releases going, we made $1 million last weekend on this game or something like that. Because it just gives investors a false belief in what the run rate of the company is and so on.
Also, if you try to do it, it ends up being, we made $1 million, and then here's all the reasons why you shouldn't take this seriously.
Right.
It's the context setting.
It's self-defeating, exactly. So it's a different, ultimately it's a different discipline and different skill set, right? We don't get to sell the promise. We don't get to sell the hype. Glue had its IPO 5 years ago. So I am selling fundamental performance, and that's it. And that's true for for all of our entire management team. What makes Glue, I think, unique, uniquely able to tap into those strengths are that we're all professional managers. So Glue, has had multiple kind of, say, recapitalizations and IPO. So our 630 people, like myself, are all incented exactly with our current shareholders. We all have options in the current class of shares. We only have one class of shares, not 3 or 4 or something like that, where we all own different things. And of course, our shareholder base now is massively diversified. So Glue is accountable to thousands of people, not to 1 or 2, call it significant minority or even majority, owners in the private equity or venture capital space. So that comes with the regulatory scrutiny, of course. At the same time, of course, probably 80% of our shareholders maybe only own our stock for a year. So, or maybe 70, 80%. And that, of course, means that, the long-term thinking at Glue in a lot of ways is coming from, the management team, even more so often than its investor base.
And the board is a much different kind of board than you have in a private company. Your board members are your owners.
Exactly. So we have owners on our board, but the sum total of our ownership represented on the board is under 20%, even including friends of board members, so on. So 80% of it is not represented, and it's represented, of course, by independent, non-executive directors who are effectively representing those minority interests. And yes, a big portion of course, board meetings and overall management time goes into compliance issues for those minorities that aren't represented, but they see the table.
I want to come back to something you mentioned earlier in terms of the nature of the goal setting that you do.
Yep.
In a private company, it's not unusual to have your annual plan has a lot of stretch goals in it. That in achieving, in a high growth situation, achieving 85% or 90% of the top line and not losing quite as much on the bottom line is a victory. That wouldn't work for you, right? If you set your numbers and expectations and you almost made it, what would happen?
You lose that once, and like I said, you're 10 quarters to earn it back, basically, right? So the most important thing for Glue and for me is credibility, trust, and beating that guidance. So, look, when we were in the toughest part of our turnaround, I cut off the full year guidance because I went, we're going to guide quarter to quarter. A number of companies did this, including Coca-Cola a few years ago. It's silly for people to try and project out a year and have to be so conservative and sure to beat it that you can't talk about the business properly. So we guided quarter to quarter for the first 8 quarters here. We've gone back to full year guidance this year because we have gotten extremely confident in the 20 plus products a year we put out, how they'll likely perform as a portfolio, how well we're able to harvest additional revenue cross-platform, cross-language, cross-country, etc. And ultimately, whilst compensation goals for myself and our management team are that stretch internal plan, and that is not disclosed. So we disclose the shape of bonus plans and so on, but not the exact targets. For guidance setting, you're always forced to be far, far more conservative than you would in any other setting. Particularly, I think, in this macroeconomic climate, where the tendency to punish and miss is, 5x probably what it was during the dot-com boom, for example.
In 99, you got the buy.
Very similar, probably private and public market behaviors, right? When we imagine was thinking about the business today, it's shown me the revenue growth, then it's shown me the earnings growth, and almost no matter what the earnings growth is, it's not going to be good enough. Going to want more next quarter, kind of thing.
So I'm going to borrow a sports analogy. I'm not sure what this would be in, I don't know about soccer to know what this translates into, but in baseball, are you incented to shoot for home runs or singles and doubles? Because the venture community, the Silicon Valley community is all about, in the words of one VC, it's not only a home run, it's a grand slam, it's the grand slam that goes out of the stadium and rolls down the street for a while. Is that what you're, how does that translate into a public market?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, I've run 2 public companies, 1 private company, and I think I experienced that firsthand, which is in a lot of ways, well, there's 2 classes of venture companies, venture capitalists, but most venture capitalists are exactly that. Most of them are, I make 200 to 300% of my returns from my stake in Facebook, and I write down 95% of everything else. Right? There's some guys trying to play for doubles and triples now, but most are that. Public companies have had their chance to have, that option value once they reach that IPO in a lot of ways. So we have to be the real businesses that have the downside protection covered, because particularly in today's macroeconomic climate, no one, yes, blue is riskier than General Electric, sure, but you suffer an increasing discount the riskier you get with that sort of beta volatility every quarter. If you're also then saying, just to be clear, we're playing double or nothing here. No one wants to hear that, right? No one wants to play for double or nothing in this environment, right? And hearing that you're going to play, try and play 10x or nothing sounds, even more crazy in a lot of ways. But this is really about stage of company in a lot of ways as well. So, Blue has 600 people and probably heading towards, 700 a year. We're not in a phase of company growth that can see 10x year to year because we are so exposed. To get to that size and get to a $100 million run rate revenue, you have to be exposed to everything in our ecosystem. We have our games on every device we can, every store we can, every language we can. So my goal at Blue is to remove, in a lot of ways, this will sound a little funny, but I'm trying to remove individual beta risk of a title. I want our investors to invest in a company that's exposed to 600 million smartphones going to 5 billion and getting that factor of 8 growth without having to worry about, the company's all, the whole farm's bet on 2 things this year. Which to me seems like a generally silly bet if you don't have to do that.
But you live in a hits-based business. I mean, you live in an environment where the difference between a successful title and a almost successful title is 20 to 1.
Yeah, that's fair. Although I think given scale advantages and abilities to find ways to go cross-platform and sort of extract additional money from the sunk development costs, Blue has historically always been very good at taking some of the 20x out of the title's potential performance and 7 for 10x. I'll take 20 10x's right now with predictability over 1 20x and a lot of zeros. And that's certainly something that our investor base would want to see. No one wants to see Glue have 4 quarters a year like Take-Two does. Where it's like 3 quarters, you're losing $50 million or whatever. The last quarter, you're going to make 200, and the whole business is worth 0 if that last quarter doesn't happen. That's not the kind of company we're trying to run or create or need to create given the stage of the evolution of our space.
Do do you think the mobile business is going to get there? Is that a maturity question in terms of the industry? Because once upon a time, the console business wasn't, you know, ship Grand Theft Auto and you're good, and don't ship it and you're dead. You know, is that where we're going with mobile?
Well, you know, we tend to view the overall dynamics of building a big company in the mobile space as kind of an exact hybrid between console and online, in the sense that, you know, there is going to be, of course, some limitations on discovery, there always is. But it's not as limited as it was when you're talking about just physical shelf space. So your ability to have a portfolio for much longer, I think exists. And also your ability in a free-to-play world, where 99% of consumers aren't going to pay for something, are largely trying out your game. People are very flighty. And if they're very flighty, it means that the volume intensity will be important. I've always believed that in mobile gaming. Will be a very important part of them to deliver sustainable kind of earnings growth and, frankly, revenue for that matter.
Right. The scary part of the Grand Theft Auto launch is that not only is it in 1 quarter, but it's probably within 2 weeks.
Yep.
And it better be
nailed by 2 weeks for my colleagues there, yeah.
So let's focus on one of the biggest challenges I think that exists in the Valley is getting good people. Because you have a fundamentally different conversation with your executives that you're recruiting and retaining than a private company does.
That's a good point. Yeah, so Blue is all 100% professional managers. We are, in a lot of ways, a very late-stage startup. We're a lot smaller than an EA or an Activision in terms of, you know, size, by revenue, by market, by people.
Well, they're trying to come down to you.
Not trying, but probably it's occurring anyway, right? And what that means is we have a lot less bureaucracy than a massive 10,000 person company, a lot more stability than a 20, 30 man business. So, you know, the class of, we have very little turnover of people at Blue because the people that self-select and that we select are ones that want exactly that fit. You want to have the entrepreneurialism and ability to create of a startup, but you want to be sure you're going to get your salary paid next quarter. And ultimately, you know, everyone at Blue is incented to make the most of this opportunity together. And as I say at every one of our quarterly all hands, you know, we only have ourselves to blame if we don't deliver here because we don't have a board or owner or founder. I'm not the founder going, you know, I own 80% of this and it's a master-slave relationship. I mean, it's not at all. It's actually substantially more democratic than you think, given the way that the incentives work out like that. We offer liquid options. So what you're taking, you know, in a discount in potential, you know, if you're the next Facebook, you're not going to make as much money at Blue, there's no doubt about that. But unlike, I guess, 99% of startups probably, you know, your chance over the next few years of getting liquid in your option to sell them is already baked in. You know, you can sell 25% of your option grants every year. And a lot of people have done well at Blue in the past, 10 quarters. I mean, the share price is up 300%, 4x or so on. That's meaningful. I call it, pay off your mortgage money, even if it's not sit on the beach money for a lot of people.
If you were sitting at Blue right now and you were private, would you go public?
Well, depends if you're asking that question as Nicola, the professional manager, or Nicola, the founder of Blue and vast owner of huge amounts.
Let's assume you don't own 80%. Let's say that you've gone through the funding cycles and so on that you have.
Okay, so assuming my ownership of the company is the same, I actually think that in the long term, as in 10-year long term, not 10-month long term, the winning players are going to be almost exclusively public. I think that right now in the game space overall, you have some big public console companies, you have some bombed out console companies that are still public on various exchanges. You have a number of online game companies, largely in Asia, that are multi-billion-dollar in market caps already. And what's going to happen, I think, over time is that the people that get mobile, it's a race to see who gets mobile the most, but it's also going to always be a race to scale. Scale is different for us right now than it is for an MMO company. We're putting out 20 games a year, not one. Our fortune's not tied to one. And ultimately, though, I think that these benefits of size and your ability to use a liquid currency for all the acquisitions, the capital raising, and retention of professional managers is, of course, 10x what it is in the private space. If you're looking at a business that's got as diversified a shareholder base as Blue does now, you regulatorily have to be public, but even if there were an option, I think you'd want to be public because, to me, you don't get to sustainable value in the company until you have the changeover from founders and entrepreneurs onto the people who really carry it for the next 10 years. And once you remove that pressure, you find out where the chess pieces and the cards have really kind of fallen, frankly. What have you really got there? And that's something that has been largely often missed out. Many of the acquisitions that you see of private company competitors, people are left with nothing a year or two later wondering how that happened to them. And it happens exclusively because of that changeover from founder class to professional manager class. And in the long run, you have to have the super majority of employees rowing with the same incentives, I believe, to get sustained performance. So, it's going to be a rocky macroeconomic climate for a few years to go. But I think by the late bit of this decade, certainly by 2020, you're going to see a landscape of 5 to 10, maybe more billion-dollar market cap companies. And I don't think anyone's going to be sitting there going, there's the Mars of this space. There's this massive, massive private company. I think it's going to happen. I think you're going to see 90% of the equity value gaming space, as it always has been. We'll still be sitting amongst public competitors. The debate that we're all, ultimately talking about, those interested in mobile gaming, is about who transitions at what destruction of value, who accretes value, and who makes that change. And that's an interesting battle that's playing out right now, and it will for years.
And will it be a pure play or a Zynga or an EA, or will it be somebody we don't even know yet?
I'm not sure about the I don't know. It's hard to call it the I don't know yet. I do tend to believe that companies that get to billion-dollar market cap and above scale, as long as they have sound management and they have that professional management class that's playing for a double, not a 10x or nothing, they have tremendous advantages at being able to use the diversified shareholder base to advantage. Glue could make a really large acquisition if it were accretive, because there's no emotions any longer about, ooh, I own 40% of the company, now I own 30%.
Right.
We don't have that issue. So once you become diversified, you actually have an advantage in making this a permanent organization. And that's, I think, what ultimately wins this battle on a 10-year view.
All right. On that note, why don't we wrap up the fireside and go to our panel.
Sounds good.
So if the panelists are waiting to come on, they should probably do so. And if they're not waiting to come on, they should be. Okay. So let's do some quick introductions. The panel will be talking about the growth in the mobile gaming market. And we've got several CEOs here who will tell you why their company is going to grow and not anybody else's. But why don't we start from the end and just do a quick introduction of yourself and your company and keep the commercial short.
You bet. I'm Matthew Davey. I'm CEO of a company in San Francisco called Break Time Studios. We're a mobile social games developer. Started in early 2011, about 35 people, and we do free-to-play casual games on iOS and Android.
Hey everybody, I'm Daniel Wiggins. I'm the General Manager of Game Insight San Francisco. We are a scaled mobile developer and publisher. We're about 300 employees. We have games on iOS, Android, Kindle, as well as a social business. We have 14 studios around the world. We have 60 people and in our publishing organization.
Greg Richardson, I'm the founder and chief executive officer of OnMobile Entertainment. We're a developer of our own games and a publisher of third-party games, all free to play, focused not just on mobile, but the browser as well. And I think what makes us a little unique in the way we're going to market is we're trying to combine the quality and emotional import of a console game with the reach and accessibility of a free-play digital experience.
And Nicola. And we didn't do the introduction at the beginning. I'm Mark Stevens from Foundry. I'll keep this really short, but I've worked in the games industry since the very early 80s. So I think I've seen the various consoles as well as in the day the Atari ST and the Amiga and other game machines come and go. And some of what I'm seeing in the mobile space is a little bit reminiscent of the early days in the Commodore 64. Although of course those games were so much more simple than what you can now play on your handset. But it still work a lot of companies in the space and follow it with interest.
So wisely selling the picks and spades and the gold rush 30 years.
I don't have the stomach to do what you guys do. So I tried it and it didn't work. So we can make this a really short panel. It's all about the iPad, right? I mean, if you're talking about growth, isn't that where it's all going to be found?
I would actually have to disagree with you on that. So we're actually huge fans of Android. I think that Google has made a fantastic platform, both with tablets as well as phones. I believe that they're activating close to 800,000 handsets a day, which is some pretty powerful tailwinds in terms of new devices with that can offer players in compelling places to play games. I think that on a sort of a relative monetization for games, it's still higher on iOS and specifically iPad. But I think that we've seen that gap narrow in the past 6 months.
Why would you play on a screen that's that big when you can play on the larger screen? Its production values have always won out in the end in the game space, and won't the content just move to the iPad and people be using it there and take away the market share of the smaller devices?
Look, I mean, certainly from our perspective, the kind of games we're trying to create, the graphic fidelity and the use case. Someone having 20 or 30 minutes in their living room plus to sit with a tablet in front of them is a lot more compelling than 5 minutes when you're in line at Starbucks. That said, look, we've all got smartphones on us all day long, and if you fall in love with one of our games, we don't want you to be disconnected from them. So maybe the experience is slightly different and tailored for the smaller screen and the fact that you have less time, but it still gives you another opportunity to access and play with our products.
So in all seriousness, let's take a look back and a look at where the growth is coming from, because it is a growing market. We're living in mobile gaming in an explosively growing market. Is it that a one-time spurt because you used to have just phones and now you've got the tablet devices? Is it that increased Android penetration? Is it going to be new handsets that are going to drive this? Is it going to be more consumer behavior so that a consumer who now consumes 3 games is going to be 10 games? Which vector is it that's going to drive the principal growth in the market over the course of next year or 2 years?
I think just a lot of growth of everything shifting to mobile, whether it's a smartphone or a tablet, that the time that was spent in front of a desktop or in front of a laptop is just entirely shifting to a mobile device. I'm kind of somewhere between you two. I think that the smartphone is incredibly compelling because it's always on you. We're seeing, and the market is seeing, a huge shift towards tablets and a huge shift in minutes into tablets, whether it's an iPad or a Kindle Fire or a Samsung. But I think the growth is really driven primarily right now by the shift of people's attention from another device to a mobile device.
Your question is growth of the mobile device gaming ecosystem?
Yes.
Right, overall.
That's right.
Right. So, Glue thinks about this in terms of tiers, right? So, the biggest overall driver is the upgrade cycle from feature phones to smartphones, right? So that is sort of 8x to be had there, no matter what else. If all of the trends stay the same, there's sort of 8x to be had from where we are right now, an average, call it average bat title. Assuming that you can tap into, and your games can tap into where that growth is coming from in penetration, right? So, right now you've seen developed nations get past 50% smartphone penetration, right? Arguably Christmas, the US, for example. So it's going to slow down in penetration growth, and a lot of the next few years is coming from call it developed nations, and mostly non-English nations as well. The US is going to, of course, keep chugging along, not only in the smartphone upgrade cycle, but you also have tablets basically cannibalizing laptops. They don't cannibalize phones. People don't buy a tablet and say, I don't need a phone. They buy a phone, they buy a tablet. So good news for everyone up here is those tablets are incremental distribution without a lot of extra work in the overall gaming, call it mind share of the week kind of thing, right? And then underneath those big trends, you have the trends of, are we cannibalizing other form factors, whether it's the living room, desktop, laptop, I think, and are people willing to engage in multiple apps? Are they spending more time on gaming on these devices? And the answer is categorically yes and all that. People, I think it's well documented that any iOS user is going to spend more money and more time on games than an old Java phone user. And that's because, in my estimation, what's happened that's made our business possible is that gaming has gone from being interesting only in relative terms for for mobile devices to being compelling in absolute terms. And that's all of what Gray's business is about. Is, you can now have the same experience on a tablet as you probably could with last generation console.
Think about it from the consumer's perspective. The fundamental experience of playing a game on a mobile device or a tablet is a superior one in a lot of different ways. So, we focus on the console consumer, but think about it. You've got your tablet in front of you. It's connected. You can play with your friends. You can play not just within the iOS ecosystem, but you can also play with people on Android. You can try games for free. They're beautiful on a big screen that you can carry around with you wherever you are. You use your finger to do most of the interaction. It's a whole lot easier to figure out how to play than a 24-button controller. Apple's already got your credit card. It's a one-click button if you want to buy something. It's very hard to look at that experience if you're an end user and not feel like it's an incredibly good one. And that's what's going to drive the numbers that I think people will just walk through.
And I think there's the second part, which is just more just pure revenue lift. I think that one of the things we haven't touched on is sort of revenue models. I think that people are becoming increasingly comfortable purchasing digital content, small amounts of digital content, often referred to as kind of a freemium business model. Very popular in Asia, and I think that is becoming more widely.
But if you haven't met the person that you're sitting next to, why don't we take an opportunity for everybody to kind of say hi? We don't do enough social networking around here. Don't be a stranger. So again, our audiences, as you probably know, are a combination of big company executives that are prospecting for the next cool companies, both to make strategic investments or to partner. We have the service firms. They're focused on the private companies. We have the investors that are focused on the private companies. So we call this the global Silicon Valley ecosystem, but there's never enough time to meet each other and make things happen. Like we always say, if you can't go home with 50 business cards in your pocket and get a return on investment, then you're shy. I think that, as I mentioned, we work with a lot of larger companies. Probably one of our biggest supporters is SAP. In fact, I know they are one of our biggest supporters. And I think that SAP has been a tremendous case study. I was talking a little bit earlier this morning about how Bob Iger at Disney really committed himself to the internet when he took office, gosh, about 10 years ago. And Disney has outdistanced all of their peers in the entertainment business. And, it's been very tough for the Time Warners and others who thought they had internet strategies but didn't really, turn out to be the right thing. I think similarly, we've watched the big tech companies also radically disrupted. I think that obviously Apple turned out to be a company that, thank God that they got Steve Jobs back at the helm for as long as he was with them, and was able to position themselves properly on the internet. And I remember interviewing Steve Jobs when he was still at Next, and was very impressed by him and his software at the time, which was squarely sitting on top of the internet. And so he really got it very early in that process and translated that vision and knowledge over to build Apple into an amazing company. On the downside, we've seen Sony, and we like Sony, but if you can believe it, Sony's market cap is about 12 to 13 billion dollars. And you compare that, even Facebook on a low is about 70 billion. So who would have thought that Facebook would be worth, 5 or 6 times as much as Sony? In fact, for you M&A people, it seems like somebody should go buy Sony because for $12 billion, it could be a good pickup. We've also seen our own mother company, HP, which had seemed to be kind of hanging in there. As I mentioned this morning, my good friend Sajeev Chahil was the Chief Marketing Officer for their personal computer systems group, and from 2005 to 2010, they were successful in regaining the #1 position in personal computers, but after stumbling through a couple of CEOs and then blurting out that they weren't really interested in being in the PC business again, you know, they just completely lost their dominance in that sector. And obviously we now have Meg Whitman in there, you know, who's saying it's not going to be that hard to turn around the company. So we'll see how Meg does, but they've certainly suffered. SAP, interestingly, you know, one would have thought that they would have been, you know, one of the more extremely challenged larger companies, because obviously they've made a lot of money in the enterprise software business, which was a great run. And so the big question was, gee, how do, you know, how did they make the transition without getting, you know, too hurt? And they've actually done a pretty remarkable job, maintaining, even increasing their market share, and then making some transitions over to the new era. And I think one of their greatest moves, which is yet to be fully determined, was buying Sybase, which had turned into a significant mobile software company. And they had one of their longtime executives, Sanjay Poonen, who's been a longtime president and corporate officer, but at the beginning of the year, he took over the mobile division, so he's now head of the mobile division, and I know he's very interested in working with the always-on world, and so I am super honored, as usual, to have our very good friend Sanjay Poonen, President and Corporate Officer, Head of Mobile Division for SAP. So please welcome Sanjay.
Thanks. Thank you.
How you doing?
Oh, yeah. Pleasure.
Let's see.
Sit here?
Yeah, go for it. All right, so...
this is a cool little theater. I didn't know it existed, tucked away in Redwood City.
Well, I'll tell you, I used to stand in line to go to Mary Poppins and Wizard of Oz, so...
We could still play that if you want.
Yeah. It was a great theater, and then it mothballed for a while. Talk about disruption. You had all those Century, which they have one right next door, disrupted, and then they have reinvented themselves.
I heard like Obama spoke here like a couple of weeks ago or something at some event.
I know.
I mean, the Fox Theater, who would have thought?
And I think it was Lady Gaga who was the one that...
introduced him?
You know, was the, kind of the undercover sponsor to that event.
Okay.
So we haven't had, you know, as handsome and a powerful guy on this stage since Obama. So welcome, Sanjay. I stole that.
Lady Gaga's coming next.
So, you know, we've been friends for a while, but there was a big transition this year, and at the beginning of the year, you took over the mobile group. So what was the rationale behind that?
Most of my time at SAP had been, I'm responsible for 3 parts of our portfolio. One was what I spent most of my time in the first 5 years or so of my time at SAP building the analytics business. We're now the leader in that area. We've also advanced into in-memory databases. We're doing a lot with HANA, and many of you have heard about that. As we integrated Sybase, Bill asked me to run that division. There's lots of parallels between what we're doing in analytics and mobility. We divide the business of SAP into sort of roughly 2 parts: our systems of record, which are applications that, you know, our financials, HR, and so on, and systems of engagement, where analytical tools and mobility are one of them, and it just felt like there was a good opportunity. We're an early leader in the enterprise mobility market. We've got a lot of aspirations in a business that is flourishing. So I'm excited about the opportunity, and we've got a good team. Done some acquisitions that were forming the basis of it, a good bunch of organic development since then. We announced another acquisition in April, 2 months ago, and we're excited about the future.
So what was that last acquisition?
We did an acquisition of a company that was based in Chicago called Cyclo, and they build, they're ranked by Gartner as one of the #1 companies in mobile applications around mobile enterprise asset management and field service. So if you are a utilities company or a company that's heavy assets, and you imagine that's a lot of our customer base. Tracking a lot of those assets, making sure that a person who's working on an oil rig or servicing the telephone poles has a way on their rugged device, or now it may be an iPhone or whatever, to be able to track the work orders, do the work orders effectively. That's one place where mobility is a very, very nice solution that changes the productivity of their lives, as opposed to having to write them all down on pieces of paper, right? And you lose track of them, or you have to drive a certain distance to punch the data in. So much of the field service force has now got a mobile solution. They were the leader in doing this, had 600 customers. We think this is one of those applications that could easily go from 600 to 6,000 customers inside our customer base. They also had a good partnership with IBM that builds some of the base transaction systems, Maximo, and we're sustaining and growing that partnership. So it's a good asset, and we felt that, as a leader in that technology and a leader in our own space, leader meets leader, you expand your opportunity in the space.
So I have an editorial view that I always put out there, which you can either affirm or not, and that is that kind of around the time that Comdex, the old B2B gigantic trade show, was taken kind of a second seat to CES, which of course is the Consumer Electronics Show, that it was right about that time in history that really the consumer market started to drive technology innovation.
Yeah.
Okay? So, and I think part of that is that consumer technology, technology just got a lot more powerful and a lot more cheaper.
Yes.
And so people could do a lot more, and they could go buy an iPhone before they could get it authorized by their company, and then they started playing with that. I mean, when we look at, mobile in the enterprise, where are we? I mean, has the consumer market kind of pushed, consumer behavior to a certain point, and now young people are joining the enterprise, big companies, and looking to be able to do the same kind of things they're doing as consumers in the enterprise? Or where are we in the evolution, I guess, of the mobile enterprise?
I think it's early, but I think there are certainly some stakes being laid out. If you heard sort of Tim Cook at the Worldwide Developer Conference this week, or at D10 last week, he talked about the iOS device, whether it's the iPad, being one of the first devices that could, and it just had this huge amount of tsunami of enthusiasm from a consumer to a student to a enterprise person to someone in the public sector and the government. The first time you have something that's so I think the whole notion of what people call consumerization of IT and people bringing their own devices in meant that people said, listen, if I could use this device to connect to Facebook or Google or Twitter in my home life, why can't I just use the same device at work to connect to my enterprise applications? I ought to have access to hopefully a simpler, easier to use version of any of my enterprise applications. And we saw that as an opportunity. There's probably tens of thousands, maybe as many as 100,000 screens of SAP. And you could argue that maybe thousands of those get reduced, and I'll show you some examples of them when I show a demo, to very gesture-driven mobile experiences that are, mobile first, the way in which people want to interact with business information. And that's really what we saw as an opportunity. So I think we're early in that cycle. The other part that we saw as an opportunity is for these hundreds of thousands, we think potentially of our 200,000 customers, there may be of the order of 500 million devices that are going to start getting used in the entire enterprise. Wow. And there's already, more devices than there are people in the world. That, so that's
right.
So as you think about the 7 billion potential devices and maybe 500 million to 1 billion devices that come in to the enterprise, those need to be secure. They need to be managed if someone's trying to jailbreak into them, if you lose them in an airport, the documents that you put on them, all of that content and device and security management is something that we have good roots and chops at being able to do, as well as deploy applications on them. So we saw that opportunity in 2010, especially as the iOS market and iPhones and iPads.
And you all were buying a lot of iPads for your own
We're today, I think, one of the largest, maybe the largest enterprise company that's pushed out iPads to our sales force. We have 15,000 of them, and we run our business. I can't show you the pipeline of our, because that's confidential, but we'll tell you how we do that. We, in essence, have Every sales rep, account executive, whether it's in US, Germany, Brazil, India, China, has a real-time pulse. We have CRM data that's fed into our fast database, HANA. And on their iPad now, we could have a conversation with them, and I have the data at the same time I'm talking to the person, so they're not going to be able to kid me or fool me on the way in which the business is going. And it's changed our dynamic of how we think about our pipeline and our forecast significantly, and it's also become a way in which we're able to sell that solution. So we've adopted it in a massive way, and it's not just iPads. We have embraced the Android operating system. We'll be on stage with Microsoft as they launch Windows 8. So we accept that there's diversity in the device market. Certainly iPads sort of probably become one of the more popular tablets, but a lot of our customers use Android phones. We'll be eagerly watching what Windows does. And on that platform comes the opportunity to manage those devices and deploy applications on them. Right. And we want to be the first to be able to do that, ahead of many of our potential competitors.
So there was a statistic thrown out today that pretty much 15% of the time that a person is consuming content over the internet, they're now doing it from a mobile device. And that number has doubled since 2010. And if you look at it, it's just clearly that, and I think Tim Cook also mentioned this, that he sees that the time spent on mobile devices and the internet are just going to keep being a higher and higher percentage of time. And where are we in the enterprise area? I mean, is it 5% of the time, or I
think that if you look also by country, the other stat that Mary Meeker had during her interview with just a really comprehensive study was in certain countries like India, there's more people now accessing the internet through mobile devices than through desktop. So that shift has already happened. You combine that with more smartphones and tablets being sold and PCs, more people now having devices than there are people in the world. In the enterprise, for the mobile type of workforce, I gave an example of our sales force. Mm-hmm. For the mobile field force, I gave an example of how Cyclo, the acquisition we did, could transform the life of a person on an oil rig or in a mining or a person servicing equipment. And for certainly a lot of executives who today would prefer to read their board documents or their documents, it's pretty clear that many of our field, for example, prefer to walk around with an iPad than a heavy laptop. And you look at your audience here, practically everybody here
My first laptop was 39 pounds.
There you go, right?
Compact thing.
And even with the lighter and lighter sort of laptops, I mean, look around the audience here, everyone here has a tablet. Yeah. So if mobile is the new desktop and the sort of gap between a laptop and a tablet starts shrinking, we think it's certainly going to be an enormous enabler to the workforce. And if you're kind of in denial about it, you're probably going to have a whole tsunami of people bringing those and expecting you to adopt those. So it's happening avidly in our customer base. In our customer base, we have 200,000 customers. We're very dominant in manufacturing, but we also have a number of customers in banking. If I look at the top 5 verticals in my pipeline of mobility, we certainly have our customer base that was strong, CPG and oil and gas. That's a very SAP-centric customer base. But we have banking, retail, and some of the very telco, some of the very either companies that are information intensive, or in the case of telco, they're actually the providers of potentially this infrastructure to customers. Right. So we're working with everyone from AT&T to Vodafone to China Telecom. We think there's a huge opportunity to partner with the telcos as part of a managed mobility play to allow them to offer services and managed mobility back to their customers. Right. So many of these potential customers also become partners for us. Mm-hmm. So while we're early in this stage, there's not a single conversation I have with our customer that does not have mobility at the forefront of the topic of discussion.
So what would you say right today in terms of your world? What are some of the biggest use cases?
Typically, in the world of enterprise, there are a lot of very annoying workflow type of processes that you just wish you didn't have to go to your laptop, enter an email, but just could approve with a phone-based approval. So it could be some kind of access to a system. Governance, risk, and compliance typically requires a manager to approve access to a particular system or to a document. Why log into your laptop or wait to log into your laptop? You should be able to approve that. Expense reporting. I don't know if anybody here looks forward to filing your expenses. But on this device, you have a camera, you have GPS, you have voice recognition with Siri. If you could take advantage of that, it's really kind of a supercomputer. You could take a picture of your expense, file it automatically, get it approved. Tony, you're my boss. You approve it the same day. I'm reimbursed the same day. Two more, I described pipeline analytics and CRM and watching your forecast. To even more sophisticated ones I'm going to show you in a second. We're seeing a whole plethora of these. And the way we tend to think about these, certainly we know the ones for our own internal use, but we go by industry. We have 24 different industries that we work in. And when I bring up my iPad, you'll see that I've organized 24 different folders for all the 24 industries. And by banking, we know exactly what's the use case there. By retail, consumer packaged goods, utilities. And that tends to be the way in which because we work with a couple of early customers, we get their use case, and then we go and sell that use case or that packaged app to everyone in that vertical.
So in our next session, which you've been so kind to be a part of, we have 3 top OnMobile 100 companies that are creating apps that are angled towards the enterprise. We have a VC that's spending a lot of his time funding companies in the enterprise mobile area. I think it's safe to say that that part of the VC investment as a sector is really kicking in. In terms of SAP, you're able, well, let's talk about the easy question. You know, you are, as I understand it, you are motivated to create an ecosystem of partners
Absolutely.
That are creating apps. So, you know, let's talk about that relationship. How do private CEOs like many here, and that'll be on the next panel, how do they, you know, what can they do with SAP to become part of your ecosystem?
So we have sort of 4 pillars to our mobility portfolio. One I talked about is device management and securing that. There's certainly places where we want to be working with anybody who has aspects of secure content management, you know, Dropbox, Box. There are a number of companies who are trying to do that, where the provisioning of secure content management is something that we work with. So that's one. We build a mobile app platform, and think about a mobile app platform as sort of like the WebLogic or the WebSphere for the mobile world. And we want many of you to build your apps on that platform. We are the leader. Gartner just came out with their Magic Quadrant on ranking and ranked us #1 in enterprise mobility on the mobile platform. So our job is to convince
Is Accelerator working with you on that?
Yeah, they're an example of a company that's working with us in that context, a few others in that place. And we also are looking for apps. They're more of a framework type of company that works with us, our platform. But we have many companies that build apps that are building these for, you know, we're not going to be able to solve every use case in those 24 industries. There may be 100 or 200 that we build, but we think they're going to be 800 and the 1,000-odd apps that are the first wave that are built by our partners. So I spend a significant amount of my time training people for free. We're going to have a developer license that's available for free so people could download it and build apps on that platform. And as you build on that platform, we want to be able to bring it to our app store. We have an app store that will give you an opportunity to sell to our 200,000 customers your app. And if it overlaps with our apps, we'll tell you that it does, and you may choose to do something different. Or even if it does, we may sell both apps, and we think it's going to be a pretty free economy where we want to give you guys access to our customer base. And there's nobody else in the enterprise space who's got as large a vision and as broad a platform.
Does anybody else have an enterprise app store?
There are people who are building it, and you know, the enterprise app stores will certainly formulate in a way that customers will choose their own app store for a particular company, like a Chevron or a Shell or Eli Lilly or Kraft or whoever have you. But from the standpoint of an enterprise company looking at that, I think we've taken a leadership position in that area. So my invitation to any of you is, if you're thinking about building mobile apps, I'd love to talk to you about how we could get you working more. We've set up a way, we're even funding some of those companies. We've got SAP Ventures that's looking at this. We looked at ways, we announced in April a fund to invest in both big data and mobile-related companies that are doing innovative. So we've even sort of put aside a 200 million euro fund to fund some of those companies. And we're serious about making this an ecosystem where SAP may only do 20% of the grand vision, and 80% may build on our platform to further that vision forward.
Did we go over all 4 pillars?
So I covered the security aspect of it, the platform, apps. And the fourth one, thank you for reminding me, is a messaging infrastructure that we acquired from Sybase called Mobile 365, which runs, ironically, 80% of the world's SMS messages. So if you are running sort of Verizon to AT&T, or I think the Facebook messaging infrastructure runs on our stuff, and it turns out to be a very valuable tool in B2C context, especially in many parts of the developing world. If you go to Bangladesh, one of our customers was at our big customer conference, the biggest bank in Bangladesh. They have about 500,000 people who do mobile banking. And the sponsor of that project believes that half of the population of Bangladesh, the population is 160 million, so half of that is 80 million, will never, probably a good part of that population will never know what a bank looks like, won't have a plastic ATM card, but all of them have phones. And to the extent that you could provide through a secure SMS a way by which they get a microfinanced payment to buy their agricultural things that they need to do for the day, you have furthered microfinance and mobile banking. And we're doing that through secure SMS and so on. So we think banking for the unbanked, as an example, is a huge opportunity in some of the fastest growing populations of the world. If you look at the world's fastest growing populations, it's countries like Philippines, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nigeria. And those countries are likely more going to have mobile phones and mobile commerce and mobile banking than anything to do with the desktop.
So you bought Sybase, which kind of created a foundation, and then you bought this Chicago company, and you bought one before that. I mean, how much is acquisition of, say, private companies or even smaller public companies part of something that you guys are actively? I mean, we look at it from sort of a business standpoint now. We think there's a great opportunity to create €1 billion business in $1 billion, whatever. We're European roots, so we tend to measure in euros. License and subscription business in this, and you work backwards from saying to get to that goal, and we're well on our way to get to that goal. We're a leader now already. What are the assets we need to further an explosive growth in that business? So as we did that, we run through a portfolio process, and we are very much open to buy versus build. In some cases, we don't buy or build, we partner. You gave some examples of companies that we partner. So the world does not have to be all acquired by SAP, but as we advance, if we think that there's something that's core that we need to own, we are aggressive about acquisitions. We've done that. We do it in a careful fashion so that we're not, acquiring a zoo of technologies that then customers of ours expect us to stitch together. Mm-hmm. So we do it in a careful fashion, and we think, as we've done it so far, the analysts in the market has responded very well. I think part of the reason Gartner recognized us as a leader is we've had probably the most visionary point of view and shown the most early execution that's well ahead of everybody else. Yeah, which I think is very impressive. So when you zoom up and look down on SAP, and again, I think you can, you guys have been, I'm sure, like all big tech companies, running very paranoid about keeping up with all the disruption in the market. It looks like your mobile group is both a strategy to, preserve your existing customer base by extending out your apps to mobile devices, but also create a potentially large new revenue contributor to the overall company. So if you were to look at like 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, how does your group impact SAP, the mothership, and what are your goals? For one, we build all our applications to be neutral of source. While it does connect to SAP, where there's an SAP source, many of our applications will connect to Salesforce.com or other apps where we're, I explained how Cyclo connects to IBM, and we're very neutral in our systems of engagement, analytics and mobile. We run that sort of, independent while optimized for SAP. We think that we are in the first phase of many of those tens of millions of devices coming into the enterprise. I think if you add up today, there's well below 100 million, that are being inside the enterprise. It's probably a few million, or maybe 10 million altogether. And we are today the leader of all companies doing mobile device management to manage large numbers of those. So as that goes from 10 million to 500 million, we think there's a huge opportunity to manage those securely, manage the apps that get provisioned out of them, and manage secure content management. Then as the apps get built out, we think there's going to be a whole plethora of apps. There's time, I'd like to show you a few of those that we've never thought of, okay? And that will create for us and our partners a huge opportunity. Okay, guys, we want to roll.
All right, let me just do a few minutes to give you a sense of some of the things that we see. The first one's going to look pretty obvious because it's a simple way in which you think about human resources. But if you think about HR, being able to navigate your hierarchy of organization and look at maybe attrition rate, where people are leaving. So I might want to look at all the particular metrics I might be measuring, diversity, all the things that are captured in my systems of record, so to speak. And let's just look at the attrition rate as driven by an employee. In other words, involuntary attrition rate and employee satisfaction. And I want to find out why people are leaving my company. I could look at this by org chart or list. Let's go and look at this by org chart, and if I want, I can drill into this. It's amazing how a gesture-driven motion is so much more intuitive than point and click. So I see this little guy here who's not smiling, William Allen, who's got the highest attrition rate and the lowest employee satisfaction. So we could drill into him. We could delete him from the organization chart if we want to, but you get the idea, right? And here are all the metrics. Yeah, that could also be built in. It's an instant message that goes, SMS message that goes to his phone. Also powered by SAP that says, time to look for a new job. But the point is we want to make this, we call it a system of engagement. Make this something that's simple, easy to use, and make the actual, even the learning of the application self-navigated. So how you use this app is a little video that's embedded inside the app. You don't have to train people with volumes of documents. Just give them a video that's embedded inside the app. So that's one example. Let me give you one or two other examples very quickly that give you a sense. Let me show you something in healthcare. So one of the things that every doctor has to wrestle with is, going around from ward to ward, from room to room, with all of the aspects of their medical records that are carried on pieces of paper and x-rays and so on and so forth. So imagine a simple electric medical record, unwired, so to speak, application where you looked at your patients, here are the patients you're treating, and you want to basically look at aspects of their key statistics that are collected from some systems of record, again, the charts that calculate their vital statistics, blood pressure, temperature, pulse. Documents that may have come from some other place could also be sourced into this. Images, so let's look, for example, at their x-ray. You can zoom in, the x-ray is also there, if you would. Lab results that may have come in, demographic studies, a variety of other things. And again, make this something that replaces the risk that all of these sheets of paper that they're carrying around or the unintelligible handwriting is now in a place where you can potentially even connect this to the pharmacy. Okay? So that's another example. I'm not going to go through all of the screens, but you get the sense that this becomes a much, much simpler, easier productivity tool to someone in a hospital. Let me give you one final example in retail. Okay? By the way, this is kind of how we think about the world. All of these folders are my applications in the various different industries, and I've only got a few of them fully populated. We think there's a huge opportunity. So let's take retail. And here is an example of kind of the way we think about potentially a storefront. So this is actually a pretty interactive application where you can scroll around a storefront. In fact, just to make this sort of cool, we use the accelerometer of the iPad. So if I was connected to Apple TV and didn't have a dongle here, you could see me actually sort of, I'm going to destroy your stage here, Tony. But
it's okay.
The point is you can make this something that's completely interactive. This could be in the hands of a clerk in the store or maybe even a consumer-facing site. Okay, so let's go inside the storeroom. Tony, you look like a guy with pink trousers. Okay?
Yes, there you go.
And,
I have those pants.
And we'll give you a slightly bigger outfit. I could, outfit you out. All right, and this is, again, when I talked about sort of a game almost, a gamification of enterprise software where now all of a sudden you're producing a system of engagement in the hand of clerks. This application just took a couple of days to be able to build. It connects to our platform, built with a framework on top of our application platform. And we're seeing this now starting to replicate itself in a variety of different industries. And SAP's strength is we think by industry. We think what the retailers want, what do the banks want, what do the consumer package companies go. And we go to our companies in those industries and build out these applications either in a packaged or in a custom fashion. So hopefully that gives you a sense of kind of some of the use cases of how we're looking to, both make our customers more productive, but more importantly also, change the world a little bit.
Well, great. Well, let's give it up for Sanjay.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Tony.
Have a seat.
All right.
And now we're going to bring out one of our best friends, Kelly Porter, who is a managing director at Woodside Capital and one of our roadshow hosts, and his team of top 100 CEOs and one VC, all focused on how making the tablet and phone apps will revolutionize the enterprise. So with that, let's bring out Kelly and his team of CEOs.
Hi, Warren, how are you? Good to see you.
That's a long panel. Hi, Sanjay. We're going to ask you the trick questions. So it's my great, well, hello. It's my great pleasure to be with you this afternoon, along with 5 extraordinary executives, some new friends and some old friends. And as Tony mentioned, I'm Kelly Porter. I'm an investment banker at Woodside Capital Partners. I was a venture capitalist before this and a CEO before that, and came up in various companies. And I'm a native here of Silicon Valley, and have had some experience in the mobile enterprise, and it's an amazing and fast-growing area. We're going to start by going down the line and introducing ourselves. If each of you could give us your name, where you work, what your company does, and what you do at your company.
So I'm Tim Danford. I'm a partner at Storm Ventures. We invest in very early stage startups, typically pre-Series A or Series A. What do I do at the company? As little as I can for as much return as I can. How's that? So, the big part of the practice is focused on mobility. So anything from semiconductors all the way out to mobile gaming companies.
Hi, I'm Joe Gustafson. I'm with BrainShark, CEO and founder. A little bit about the company, based out of Boston, 230 employees. About 2,000 enterprise customers in about 26 different verticals, from very large to very small. This year we'll do about 50 million in sales and growing at about a 30% clip. Where it comes from is 2 primary areas. Our first business is a cloud platform for online and mobile video presentation, so you can our customers use it to communicate better to their important audiences inside and outside the company for things like selling, marketing, training, and things like that. And it's a great business, and we think that's it growing at least a 30% clip. The new business is around the mobile professional, and we believe that we have the opportunity with new devices and also with cloud services to reimagine many different business processes. So we're starting with a first product called SlideShark, which is helps salespeople and people on the road using PowerPoint on iPads to present that content better. And we've got a whole vision of how we're going to make that happen. It's off to a terrific start, over 600,000 downloads and a multi-user version. So 2 big clouds, very exciting, all around mobile.
And Joe is an entrepreneur's entrepreneur. He's been at it for 13 years. He founded the company. It's just now eclipsing 50 million sales, and it's going from here. But he's got great stories about how to build a business and get through a lot of different stuff. So thanks for being here, Martin.
Yes, my name is Martin Fried Nielsen. I'm the founder and CEO of Sonar, which is headquartered here in Silicon Valley. I actually grew up in Europe, but I've been spending the last 20 or so years with various startups here, such as Borland and NetObjects. At Sonar, what we're doing is that we're developing what we call mobile content management. And what that means is that we are enabling business people through a cloud service to have access to all their important information, such as documents and presentations and whatnot. And not only have access to it, but actually also be able to do meaningful things with the content, such as editing, printing, faxing, securely sharing it, and so forth. We are one of the early players in this area, this cloud service. We started that in 2005. So we're in a pretty good position now where we have granted IP in the area of sync and other things. And we have just reached 120,000 paying businesses that are using our service. Most of them are in the US, but we also have people all over the world.
Hey, Martin, your business sounds a lot like Box.net. How is it different?
You know, I've heard that before. You know, there's some similarities. I would say that we are, you know, we are not trying to kill SharePoint. We think SharePoint is fine the way it is. We are very focused just on the mobile space. We think it's very important to provide an integrated mobile platform, you know, where you have editing and sharing and annotation and all those things, you know, under one umbrella in one app, so that users, you know, don't have to install different apps on their phone. And for IT people, they don't need to provision all these apps across, you know, devices and connect them and so forth.
Great, thank you. I think we know you, sir.
My name is Shuki Lahavi. I'm the founder and CEO of Gumio. Gumio is a cloud-hosted platform for developing and publishing mobile applications and sites. We work with very large companies from Tribune to Shell and all the way down to small and mid-sized businesses on top of our cloud-based platform.
Great. So we've got a big user base of mobile users, potential mobile users in the enterprise. More than 1.19 billion workers, just over a third of the global workforce, are expected to be using mobile technology by next year. Thank you. That was off of your website, Sanjay. Multiple devices, multiple platforms, and an explosion of data. Now, Sanjay, you mentioned that a little earlier that you thought there were maybe about 10 million devices in the enterprise today. I'm getting that right. That's a big universe of users. Is the rate of growth what you expected? Is there more or less friction out there today? Where are we in that, you know, in that trajectory of sort of getting to full penetration?
Yeah, I mean, my numbers were probably empirical. I certainly think that 1.9 billion and what I sense is the potential of 500 million somewhere in between there and where it potentially is. And the growth is explosive. Every CIO I talk to is watching a tsunami of these devices being brought in and is forming or already has a bring your own device policy or is handing out. In our own company, our own CIO we were aggressive about this because we saw mobility not just as an opportunity to enable our sales force, but also it was self-serving because we wanted to sell mobility solutions. So we handed out 15,000 iPads to our sales force. We have probably 30,000, 40,000 other phones. We have a 60,000 person company. And that's similar. The larger the company, I think there's a substantial number of them that are either on a smartphone or a tablet with a very active. So if you add that up, especially in the developing countries, there's a lot of use of tablets. But, in the mature countries and the developing countries, there's a lot of use of smartphones.
Is it going as fast as you would have expected?
In my own opinion, faster than I expected.
Right.
Now, there are certain, kind of constraints on people's worry about security and so on. But if you look at the universe of possible customers, if you ask me personally, I'm not, can't talk for every single customer. I would never have thought a year ago that we would have rolled out as many devices to our own workforce. And as I talk to our customers, I find similar types of experiences. The hurdles to people worrying about security, content management, a variety of other things that many of the people here on the are either trying to solve or have investments they're making to be able to solve this are ones that are very actively being solved. So I think those barriers are falling.
So enterprise purchase decisions are made by different levels of the organization. Sometimes you've got the CIO involved. Sometimes you've got Salesforce marketing folks involved. As you look across the landscape of business, who's doing it right? What companies are doing it? What are the best practices that you're seeing out there? And I can imagine that CIOs in particular are experiencing a deluge of data. They're getting it from all sides. They've got sales reps coming in and giving them a pitch about what they should be buying. And I would imagine they have an issue of just controlling what is coming into them. Is that an accurate assessment? And what do you see out there? And I think this is a particularly interesting one because each of you are selling to different areas of the enterprise. So whoever wants to pick up on that, go ahead.
I'll go first since I'm not selling anything to the enterprise. So across the portfolio companies that we have that are selling into the enterprise, what we see is, I would amplify Sanjay's observation, an explosive, if not super exponential growth. And the iPhone was huge, iPad was an accelerator. You know, KLA 10 core end of 2011 rolled out 7,000 iPads in 2 weeks. I mean, just, you know, KLA 10 core, right? And we all know who they are. So it is amazing to watch through the lens of the portfolio companies that we have how fast this is starting to absorb. And I would say the proxy number is how many devices has RIM shipped into the enterprise. I mean, that's the proxy number at this point. And the creative destruction here is the only thing that's happening right now is the CIOs want to be able to say yes to BYOD or an issued device. And that device, the proxy right now, is iPad or iPhone. That's what's happening in the enterprise right now.
We're, from our perspective, so we sell to the lines of business, marketing, sales operations, and what we've seen a slight nuance on that, right? And that's that about 18 months ago, and this is particular with the iPad, CEOs would go out and get these things, and they would come back all enamored and starry-eyed and say, oh, we're going to go, you know, buy these for every sales guy, and we're going to buy thousands of them, and in some cases they did. And largely, they didn't seem to know really what they were doing with them at the time, but they were buying them, and when you'd ask the customer, why are you buying it? Well, 2 reasons. 1, the CEO said to, and 2, we had money left over in the budget. But what we've seen anecdotally when it's really coming down to the how are they deploying these, it's almost like Gartner has a hype cycle curve, and it shoots straight up when everybody's talking about it and it's hyped. And then it starts to kind of drop precipitously about the same way, and then it kind of curves back up as people start to implement it. So 18 months ago, we saw this huge, everyone's going to go buy thousands of these. And then in the last 12 months or so, 6 months, we've seen real, honest-to-God pilots where they're trying to figure out what to do with it. And now they're planning to deploy more and more of these in scale. So it's, from our perspective, it's kind of the hype is starting to wear off and buy the ones and not know what to do with them. Now they're starting to figure out what to do, building real pilots, and starting to deploy them out before they buy the big purchases.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much in line with what we're seeing, that enterprises are clearly buying these mobile devices. I think from our perspective, we're coming at this a little bit more from the cloud side. So in addition to the consideration of buying the mobile devices, there's also the consideration of how do I combine mobile devices with the cloud. So the IT guys, they have to sort of get confident with the cloud, and what they're seeing today is they're seeing a lot of sort of consumer grade offerings coming into the enterprise. It's a little bit like back in the day when Wi-Fi was new, when people would show up at work with their own Linksys router and saying, hey, I want to have Wi-Fi at the office, right? And the IT guys are like, no, we are in charge of the private network here. And that's what they're seeing, I think, with mobility and cloud as well. They want to have control. They want to balance the productivity that the business units want in the field with their own needs for control. So as I mentioned, we have quite a few customers here at Sooner, and historically they've been sort of smaller companies. But about a year ago, we saw sort of larger companies coming to us saying, hey, we just bought iPads for the entire sales force and marketing force. Can you help us? We want to have 1,000 seats. Can you help us provision that? And we're like, sure. And we've spent the last year working with these large companies, understanding their true needs, right? And their needs are things like, they want to integrate with LDAP, Active Directory. They want to see what people are doing in the field, right? I mean, it's one thing to give people an iPad and give them access to all their content. It's another thing for these guys to know which content are they using, which content helps us close business. Because ultimately, it's about productivity. That's really what everybody cares about. That's why they buy these devices. And I think that's the common thing here. So I think that what we see with the CIOs and IT departments is that they are becoming increasingly more sophisticated in the understanding of these things in the cloud. Like, we go through a lot of audits with security officers at the enterprise companies that want to know a lot about our data centers, right? When you talk about the cloud, not two clouds are the same. They want to hear about your policies for geo redundancy, HIPAA compliance, and all that. So I would say these guys have come a very long way, and I think it's a great time right now. And as I said, we just launched our Enterprise Edition, and you know, we're seeing a lot of interest and uptake around that.
Let's shift for a second and talk about killer apps. So, Sanjay, you're running an app store. You have some visibility into what people are using. Each of you have a very popular app, and you've got a few across your companies. What are the things that users are using, are downloading, and perhaps even some that are a little bit unexpected? Sanjay, why don't we start with you, because you've got this store, it's one of your pillars.
Yeah, I mean,
what are you seeing?
When again, we're early in terms of how, when I ask our top customers, we have our customer councils, what are the things? Typically it starts with, even before it gets to the field, executive boardroom, board books, sharing of documents, anything that, where email becomes now a document, where you want to be able to take a document and that'll make sure it's secure. So those are usually fairly simple, easy apps, and there's a variety of companies trying to do that. We have solutions also that help our customers there. And then very quickly it gets to analytics and the measurement of things that you would love to have a real-time pulse of. I gave an example of how we run our CRM, our sales analytics completely on that, and that's typically a very, very common use case. And then depending on how the sales force or the field sales, you get more and more productivity-oriented applications for people inside the firewalls to people who are out in remote settings. The more that you can enable the frontline revenue-producing people with mobility-based stuff, because they are the ones who are bringing in the bacon, so to speak, we think the better off you are at being able to get your business growing. Those are just a few examples.
Shuggy, you have a lot of scale in your business as well. Maybe you could talk to this.
Yeah, I think one of, and maybe just to also drop one more thing on your previous question about what changed. I think the most dramatic change that we've seen over the last 5 years is the length of the sales cycle. The first contract where we provided mobile to a large organization took 9 months, and I actually emailed the CEO a list of memos, and how long does it take them to produce a baby? And I said, this is where you guys, in terms of making the contract. Right now we're seeing it at about 30 to 60 days. There's a need, let's go mobile, find the right platform and move. As far as what are we seeing that are killer applications, we're seeing a lot of interest in the side of communicating back and forth with the customers, both from exposing enterprise systems and processes to the consumer. And when you do that, you have to go cross-device. You have to go across multiple mobile devices and so on. And the other ones are extending the products and the sales material from your website to sign-up processes and so on into mobile. There's a lot of movement in that space of trying to get the enterprise, getting it to a list of control devices that are used by the internal team is one thing, but when you're talking about communicating back and forth with the customer, even if it's just taking your support application and opening it as a chat that now your customers can talk to, then you're talking cross-device and it gets a little bit hairy.
Kelly,
yeah.
Just one little short data pointer. We just did a survey last week to our customer base, and we got 1,200 responses, and one of the questions was about, how are you deploying mobile for what applications? And out of the 1,200 responses, 2/3 of them listed sales and field service as number one. The second application was for executives, and the third was for marketing type applications. And then there was a laundry list of a whole another 10 or so that weren't quite as big. But clearly, anything to do with field sales, field productivity is right on the top of everyone's mind.
If I look out across the landscape, informed through the portfolio investments that we've done and where we're looking to deploy capital, I was telling these guys backstage, I see 4 waves, and it's maybe not the perfect analogy because waves implies that it's serial, but it's really not. The first one is hygiene, and I think we're pretty much through that now. The hygiene wave would be, how does the CIO say yes to this new device that's not a RIM BlackBerry platform? It implies some security, although I don't think that's completely been solved yet. The next one is productivity. So the productivity wave is just building. We see, Genentech, pick on those guys for a little while, right? They built 30 apps internally with an internal team that has subsequently spun out to run a startup. Their most popular app was attached to LDAP and SAP for approvals, and it turns out nobody logs in anymore. Everybody does approvals on their mobile device. Scheduling transportation, scheduling rooms. So there's a lot of chaos right now in the underpinnings of this productivity wave. I think Jeff Haney's here. He's going to speak later about Accelerator. This is just coming out of the woodwork. All these little apps that are connected to something are coming out of the woodwork. And I was having a conversation with a CIO of a global 1,000 company here the other day, and he said, Tim, what's interesting about mobile is it's finally rationalized all this money I've put into SOA. And that's the way they think about it. And I thought it was a brilliant quote. Hopefully I can quote him and name him at some point, but I just thought it was brilliant. The third wave is content. And not content in the traditional sense that goes on the website, but content like what Joe is doing, where you're arming the sales force with something that's not quite an app, but it's richer than just a PDF or a PowerPoint. It's interactive, it's active, it's alive, it's traceable, it's trackable. We were talking about the pharma sales process. Highly regulated, what you say, what the answers are, and so you need live content that stays alive through that engagement process. And the fourth wave is identity. You hear this morning we heard a lot of people talking about transactions and mobile payments. I still don't think identity has been solved. And in the future, as we think about the enterprise as investors, what we think about is that the enterprise is really going to be defined by two things, data and identity. And if you think about it, in the macro at a very long timeline, that's truly what's happening. I dropped my car off this morning at a garage to get it repaired today while I'm here. And the analogy I would carry forward would be the mechanic's 9/16 boxed end wrench that he's going to use to repair my car is not owned by the dealership, it's owned by him. Those big red toolboxes with the sliding drawers, those are all his tools that he brought to work in order to do the job that he's been paid for that day. And mobility is finally the time where we see the mobile workers being armed with things that they're either bringing themselves to work or being given to them that are tools like the 9/16 boxed end wrench that they're going to own. And the enterprise is going to enable them with data, enable them with identity, and maybe some specialty apps, right? The apps guys aren't going to go away. The back-end systems and back-end data is where the definition of the enterprise is going to be. And these smaller, kind of workflow, workforce enablement, sales enablement, marketing enablement, customer engagement are where the apps are going to be in the productivity wave, and then content comes right in behind that drives revenue, because that's really the driver here. So.
Great. One more question, and that is, you look out, pick a time period, 10 years, 20 years, one thing that you see that that's going to be different, not just different, but what do you see that might surprise us today or what have you? Go ahead and pick it up. Anybody who wants to jump on this one. What does it look like?
Well, I think, maybe I'll make an initial stab at it. I think we have a very long way to go. I think today when we talk about mobility, I think if I just look around here, I think mobility means that you're carrying around all your devices. Right? The amount of people I've spoken to at this event that are carrying a smartphone and a tablet and a laptop and a portable hard drive, is quite a few. So I think the very first step here is just to sort of move towards a time where we don't log around all our devices and all our data and all our apps. That would be the first thing. I think the next sort of mega trend that I believe in is that there's this whole new way of working. Where today, when you go to places like many places in Asia, right? People just now, can sort of show up whenever they want, right? But working at home is new to them. I think the future is a time where work can be done really anywhere. You have what you need. I think when you look at the tablets today, they're mainly sort of reading devices. I think that the future is going to turn these into what we call, true mobile workstations. Powered by the cloud. And so I think the future is going to be a time where we can fully work from these devices, have what we need. make the work that we need to do, whatever we need to do it.
Shuki.
I think if I were to bet, I would say two things. First of all is openness. Many of the APIs and the wealth of the enterprise is still today even hidden behind the walled gardens, behind protocols, and CIOs are very worried about how to expose it down to every device. And I think those CIOs that are more graduates of the Web 2.0, openness and mashups will help a lot of these devices connect to the richness of the backend that still does exist. There's a wealth of API that still exists on the enterprise level that hasn't been even discovered yet. And the second thing, and I'm with Martin, I think that today most of the views of the industry is a very narrow implementation. So, there's the mobile device and how do I get into the mobile device? And in 10 years from now, we'll think more widely about every connected device, from the dashboard in the car to the TV at home, and there'll be a much more logic there. If someone's already late in traffic, there's no reason the enterprise application won't reschedule and reshuffle the meetings of the day, and I think that the enterprise applications will start talking to more and more connected devices.
I think that if one of the things that's the bane of my existence is travel. I work for a sort of a European-based company, and I'd prefer to wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning and do a conference call or a video conference than travel to Europe. No offense to the Europeans, but if we had an iPad that in essence became a well-connected communicator for every single customer meeting that I've got to do, that substituted the need to actually travel. And FaceTime is the first part of it, telepresence is there, but if this became mainstream, where every single customer conversation now, you think about how much your lives would be better. We'd spend more time with our families, we'd spend more time with our kids. That's what we're supposed to be doing in life, and I think we've gotten so caught up in the world would probably be a better place with less travel, and we'll go travel when we need to. So I think that now becomes one thing where the gap between the telepresence and this device really shrinks. I'd love to see that happen before 10 years. Maybe the next 2, 3, 5 years rather than 10, right?
Great.
And I think a second part would be the way in which companies can more tailor, one-to-one marketing and precision retailing has always been a dream. But now with the context of GPS, much more, analytics that could be crunched in real time with fast databases, you have an opportunity to really build a personal relationship and then walk that person as they get past a store to tell them, in this particular store that you just passed by is the exact yogurt you're looking for, and I'll walk you right to the aisle to go get it.
Great.
That's the type of thing that I think you have an opportunity to do with the advent of where mobility meets big data.
Great. So, Joe and Tim, we're getting the hook from off stage, so real quick.
Everything's going to be clearly working for mobile. I think content will be stored and synchronized really well. I think we'll have less devices than we have today. I have 5 devices. I think it'll be going down to a couple, and you'll have peripherals in different places where you can connect your device to that and use specialized things for it, so you don't have to have laptops and all that kind of stuff. It'll be 1 or 2 devices.
Great.
I would just say, I think in 10 years, we'll have a conversation where mobility and device aren't in the same conversation. I think it's just going to be mobility.
Excellent. Thanks for your time. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I've got my cards backstage.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, the growth opportunity here, enterprise and mobile. Okay, so I chatted earlier about the importance of the social trend. Our next session is about mobile social, what is working. If I think, just 3 or 4 years ago or whenever, there was only social networking. I think it was 2 years ago we started hearing social commerce. So it's just a rapidly spreading phenomenon in terms of updating all new web services to more social environments. To host this panel, we have a really good new member to the Always On World Tour. His name is Rick Tu, and he is the market manager and team leader for the Western region for Silicon Valley Bank, one of our big partners. And while the other guys are getting mic, I wanted to just have Rick come out and join me. Welcome, Rick. He's a little bit nervous here, so we got to make him feel good. So, as you know, we talked last night. I was employee number 11 at Silicon Valley Bank, and basically was the co-founder of the tech group. And so, as I mentioned last night, Rick, I'm pretty much responsible for your job.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah,
I
so,
really appreciate it.
so I wanted to make sure that you thanked everybody, thank me in front of everybody. So, while these guys are getting mad, I mean, you guys are, how big are you guys now, Silicon Valley Bank?
If you count on and off balance sheets, about 40 billion.
40 billion.
Yeah.
I was telling Rick last night how I brought in a deposit, which was an investment into a company that became Cadence Design Systems, and it was a $2 million VC investment from Don Lucas, and that deposit pushed the bank's assets up 10% to over 20 million, and that was in 1984. So you guys have come a long way. I'm real proud of the job you guys are doing, and I'm glad that Always On and Silicon Valley Bank has always worked together. Of course, you have one of the great names, so just people call you, you just sit at your desk, and people call you and say they want to come in and bring in money?
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it works, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
answer phones all day. We're like client service. It's easy.
I figure with a shy and unassuming guy
Love my job.
A shy and unassuming guy like you as head of business development, you know, it must be an easy job. So I'm just teasing this guy. So with that, let's bring out the rest of Rick's panel if they're ready to go. And Rick, knock 'em dead.
Great,
Thank
thanks,
you
Tony.
for supporting.
So great. Thanks for joining us, everyone. So we've seen tremendous growth in adoption, and also what's been working, what's new, and what's being disrupted in the market. So why don't we go have a quick intro with each of the companies. Just tell us a little bit about yourself, your company, and what's unique about your app. And I'll start with Etienne.
Hi, my name is Eitan Cohen. I'm the founder and CEO of Deal Square. We started last December with a mission to try and ease some of the information overload that all of you experience, especially in the savings industry, where if you look at your inbox, it's full with stuff that you are offered, but most of it is not relevant to you. So what we did, we built a recommendation platform that is mobile-based and in real-time maps between the inventory of promotional content out there, like daily deals and coupons, to your interest, your interest as a consumer. And we have launched iPhone and Android apps, which we give consumers one-stop shop to manage all their savings, and so they be able to find all the savings around them, but with relevancy to them. This is what's special about it, and that's about it.
Hi, I'm Kevin with SkyGrid. We have two apps. One is called SkyGrid, which is a news app that you can read about anything you want. The other is Touch TV, which lets you watch the best in broadcast TV highlights. And those are the two products we focus on.
I'm Greg Wilkham with Pinger, and Pinger gives out free phone numbers so that you can call and text people for free, regardless of whether or not they have the app on the other side. It's pretty popular. According to ComScore's last U.S. app install report, it's the 5th most installed, 4th most used app in the U.S. Sends billions and billions of messages every month, advertising-based.
Great, and I'm Henry Vogel, and I'm with company called Raved, which is actually just about to launch, so it's not even in the store yet. But we are building essentially a social recommendation platform for friends to be able to share, find, and save great places with each other. So think of it as Yelp with a social layer. So it's recommendations just from your friends and helps people both curate their own content and find great places in wherever they are based upon the recommendations from their friends.
Great. So let's just jump right in. So I think everyone really wants to hear about what's new. Yesterday, Rob Coneybear, I think, talked about a new app called Cherry, which is the car wash app where someone actually comes out and washes your car right there. So what are some of the new apps that you guys are seeing, or what's really working out in the market? And what are some of the maybe some key legacy businesses that have been really disrupted in the last 6 months? Yeah, I'll let anybody take that. Go ahead, and whoever wants to jump in.
I'm using, I'll tell you the ones I'm using. So things that disrupt the traditional cab business, like Uber. I don't call cabs anymore. I've been using Hotel Tonight, Airbnb. We were in Barcelona. In fact, we used Airbnb to book rooms for my entire company, or some subset of my company that was in Barcelona. Those are the ones that I'm using that I think are disrupting legacy business. And ours, you know, when I go to Europe, I don't use AT&T at $1.50 a minute to call home. I use Pinger.
I use Spotify, which is pretty popular. A lot of people know about it. I think it's interesting looking at the Apple announcements this week around Facebook and how they're integrating social into iTunes. So I think it's exciting to see how experiences we've had a long time, like listening to music, are now becoming much more social by being able to listen to what your friends are listening to. And I think that kind of integration is changing a lot of apps.
Yeah. I travel a lot, so I use apps like Hotel Tonight, which unfortunately today we can't have our colleague here, and using looking forward for travel, which destructive companies like SkyGrid and others that are going to help find better flight options out there.
Last but not least, but I use a number of the apps mentioned here. I would say the two things I find myself using through the Facebook platform, Vidi and SocialCam now, just consuming content, but finding that that's actually kind of generating lots of additional activity, that when I use them, I'm actually getting more content from my friends that I see. And it's very, I mean, the usage pattern is to use it there and then it basically to download it on mobile and get that same signal that then drives you wherever you are.
Yeah, I think to Henry's point, for anyone who hasn't taken a look at the new Facebook timeline apps, apps like Vidi and SocialCam, and there's one other one. Does anyone know the other one that's in that group?
No.
So there are these new video apps that are integrated with Facebook timeline. So with Vidi, for example, you can take a 15-second video, and that will share out to all of your friends, and your friends will watch that video, and that will share to their friends. So one of the, they grew from 1 million to 25 million users in less than a month, and then there's been different changes in the users since then. But I think that's a really fascinating trend to look at how the timeline integration is spreading apps very virally in a way that it hasn't before.
Yeah. And just to, I mean, Pinterest, which is obviously now well known and people are familiar with it, really had an inflection point, kink in the curve, when they integrated into the timeline with that same exact kind of behavior, which is it's just the social platform is built and it's being able to tap into it in the right way that balances that sort of, you're not spamming your timeline or your news feed, but you're actually getting kind of awareness and breaking through the clutter much faster than people have been able to do in the past.
So what about the key, I guess, businesses that are being heavily disrupted today? We were just talking about 411. Who uses 411 anymore? You? So that's a good example, but anybody want to offer up anything that you see kind of tanking or going down based on some of the new apps? Obviously hotels and things like that we've already talked about, but anything maybe that is not so apparent?
I think communication, using just voice circuit, using the traditional carrier and paying a lot of money just to talk with your friends and family is going to go away. There's all these freemium models where you can use the data, always connected mobile devices that we have today, just you don't have any reason to buy a plan anymore. You can just call and chat for free.
No, it's a good segue to what the next question I think I'll direct toward Greg's way is the quality and nature of communications these days versus the web, and how these apps are enabling a more streamlined and efficient way of communicating.
Well, I think that mobile is a little different than the web in that if I use my Facebook analogy, I've got hundreds of friends that I wasn't really friends with in high school, and I'm not really friends with them now. And it's a weird smattering of people that I don't really have anything in common with, but somehow they're my Facebook friends. And they're not they're not a proxy for what I think or who I am or what I'm willing to buy. But if you look at if you look at my phone log, or you look at my, if you look inside a Pinger and you go, who am I calling and texting? If those people suggested a restaurant, would I take that suggestion? Yeah. If you look at the communication graph, the people that you communicate with most frequently, I think that graph is a very important and highly relevant graph, which is very different than the web graph, which tends to be bigger and potentially a lot less relevant. So there are people that are trying to exploit that graph today through a variety of ways, but most of the attempts so far on social have been, hey, invite your friends, and then all 2,800 of my contacts show up. That's not gonna, nobody does that. Or they'll look inside my phone book and they'll look inside another user's phone book and use social proof either on, creepily, if they have my phone number, I'll see something, or more commonly, if I have their phone number, I'll see that they joined. But the concentric rings of targeting, I think we're at the outside of the rings. Just like I think we're at the very, very beginning. If you look at smartphone installed worldwide, it's in the 20 percentage points. But that includes Nokia. And I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that there's a lot of people downloading massive amounts of apps on their Nokia devices in Eastern Europe. It's just not true. I think it really, you have to, when you look at where we are on the ultimate goal of having 6 billion mobile subscribers with an open application layer and a persistent data connection, we're in a couple 100 million. It's really only Apple and Android, so far in any meaningful way.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point you make. I think we've been talking about that for the last couple of days. It's really, this two-horse, race, and really it's Apple. Yeah, I mean, I'll pose the question anyway. I mean, what about some of the other platforms that are coming up? I mean, are they, it changes so fast. We all know that, but what kind of relevance do you think it's going to have here in the next coming year, like Pinterest and what's happening with Google Plus? Anybody want to offer up a comment on some of the other platforms?
I think mobile. What I learned in the phone business is people buy phones that look good. And so I think that the phone business is wide open to somebody who can nail a form factor. And if somebody nails a form factor and happens to have, Windows on it, I think that they're going to do okay. And if Microsoft can create an environment where it's easy to, develop an application, and it's easy to discover an application, it's easy to download an application, and they basically copy what, Apple and Google have done, and take the things that they do poorly and make them better, then anybody's got a shot. I mean, it's early days. I don't think we're at Facebook. I think we're at Friendster, or before then. I mean, there are multiple billions of people that will get on this mobile data-connected platform over the next 36 months. And there's only hundreds of millions right now.
Yeah, just build on that. I totally agree. I think early innings, obviously, of mobile adoption, and I'm sure most people have seen the Mary Meeker charts in terms of the accelerating kind of S-curves of different devices. I'd add to that, though, that I think this kind of underlying social platform that's been kind of created, clearly with Facebook, but even if you include now Google and Google Plus, which maybe only engineers and TechCrunch writers are working on Google Plus, those platforms enable rapid adoption of new consumer applications, in addition to just the form factors and the devices coming. And I believe that what you're seeing, I mean, Pinterest got to 1 million users, 1 million uniques, faster than any other website. And if you look at Google, when it kind of had its adoption curve, it got kind of very quickly. And just the pace of change that's happening in terms of the consumer world is, I believe, just increasing. So 5 years ago, nobody would be saying that Facebook is the kind of, behemoth that they are today. It was all about Google. And 5 years before that, Google was nothing. It was Yahoo. It was eBay. It was AOL, frankly. So I think those cycles in terms of being able to adopt, given the social kind of platform and the ability to connect with friends and friends of friends to be able to make people aware of new services and devices, I think are going to be increasing the pace of change, not decreasing it.
I think mobile brings into the picture the personalization aspect of taking your local being where you are, the physical world around you, and trying to use those operating systems that we already have, which is social operating system like Facebook, or interest operating system like Twitter, where this is the place where I think the next platform would be built to bring interest together with your social graph, so you can put context from the online world to the offline world. And this is the next battleground, really. Who's going to rule over the mobile operating system, the virtual operating system over the mobile medium?
Yeah, I think another interesting thing is when you look at the go-to-market strategy for the app stores, you have obviously the iOS app store, which is very big, and then the Android market, which we've all talked about, is very big. I think something that's new is when you look at something like Facebook App Center, where you can actually now launch an app store within an application. So before, where someone needed an operating system and needed some kind of device to put that operating system in, now you can actually have an application like Facebook that can sit on top of these other devices and launch, just like Facebook did, launch its own app store within the devices. So I think that's an interesting new trend that is just new as of this week.
Sounds like there's still tons of room for innovation despite the ongoing innovation and some of the innovation, recent innovation from some of the big players that we've seen just in the last few days. Anyone want to offer up any comments about that as far as where they see the innovation coming from? I mean, got maps, got voice, Siri. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Wow, what else is there?
For us, with one of our products, Touch TV, we're very focused on reimagining television in a way that's more and more personal and more social. So we think there's tons of great TV content out there, and now with mobile devices, you can watch television in places you never could before. So we think that's an area where there's going to be a lot of innovation, where people are choosing to watch TV in a different way than they have before, and choosing to interact with their friends around it in a way that they haven't before. And video is obviously a huge space. I think that's something that there's 1.7 billion households with television, so there's going to continue to be a lot of innovation in that area.
Yeah, I mean, generally Discovery. I don't think anybody you talk to says, hey, Discovery is working perfectly. I mean, television is a great example. How many people have a remote that they go up and down through a grid of channels, and that's how you watch TV? It's ridiculous. Like, imagine searching the web that way. Well, I'm just going to go serially, and I'm going to search the web like that. It's just, and that's how 99% of people watch TV. I was in Germany last week, and there was a company that was capturing every word from every TV show that was that was spoken, and they were going to create the ability to now start searching on what was happening in real time conversationally. And so I think Discovery is wide open, certainly on mobile. Like you said, Facebook is now saying, well, I don't have to have an app store, I just have to have a Discovery place because I have a platform.
Yeah. I think social TV is a big next step where you can find the enablement platforms that would let you just have a chat with your conversation and with the general public about what you're watching right now. Everybody can tap into a discussion about reality. So the reality shows now becomes, real-time reality show where you create content which really interesting. So there are a lot of apps which called Share the Match. It's for football fan lovers, and then you have now Share the Game. So the sharing is big, but it has to be in context of really people interest, not just share for the heck of it. Like a lot of people would share with you on Facebook everything they have, and what you end up is really hard to find a stream of something in context where you can follow through, because you have a lot of feed into that, a lot of news feed that it's a lot to digest in one time.
Absolutely. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about numbers and metrics. I'm always curious about what is, what's the customer acquisition strategy, and how do what are some of the key cost items to focus on? What does achieving scale in your business mean? What does critical mass equate to in the app world? you know, I think in the web world, it's, and I've heard it was, you know, at one point 20, 30 million. This is Joe Kennedy talking about Pandora's sort of inflection point years ago. But, you know, would love to hear each of your opinions and for your own business and, you know, kind of thoughts overall on where that's headed.
For our own business, we are a mobile commerce company, and for us, it's about going through acquiring through CPI, CPC networks, and it's really a field which is in just starting. I mean, today to do geo-targeting customer acquisition is a cutting edge. It's really hard to tell the location of people because people want to keep their privacy. They don't want to keep their phone up, and yet you want to deliver content to people based where they are, and people would like to see this content if it's relevant to them. And so there are many ways how you can acquire users. There is the word of mouth, there is the PR, but it really depends on the application type that you have. In our case, we have to go down the road of publishing, and we use, of course, the mobile ad networks, which are getting better in being able to target to your specific audience, the audience for your app. And the critical mass in this case is millions today. You can't just, like in the enterprise world, go with 5,000, 10,000 customers and have a viable business. Because if your transaction is $1 worth to make money, you need a lot of millions of people. Which means for a company that starting in a mobile commerce, you need to have a lot of investment upfront to be able to return it later.
For us, focusing on making products that lots of people use, we focus a lot on design. We do that because we believe that if you design great products that are very simple and very clean experiences, those are the products that people will end up using every day. And in terms of the user growth, what ends up happening, at least what we've seen, is that if you can design a product that people find compelling, you can be fortunate enough to be featured on the App Store or featured in the Android market, which we found are incredibly powerful ways for lots of people to discover your products and start to use them. And if you're the mobile operating system, you're obviously trying to make sure that you're giving your customers the best possible applications on their devices. So I think there's a really nice natural alignment there. So we always go back to focusing on design.
So in terms of how we acquire customers, I think we acquire customers like a lot of people acquire customers. The strongest way to acquire customers is you make a great product that people like to use and their friends tell their friends to use it. In communication, one of the sort of tried and true methods is using the contact list to either invite or to notify when other friends are signing up for the service, and I think that's pretty well trod ground. And also, if you're lucky enough to have an application that has the ability to drive itself in the store, you know, the number of organic users that you get because again, it's not like you're in a soft drink market and you have a new soft drink and you're trying to compete with Coke. Everybody's already had a soft drink in the world. Now imagine that only 10% of the people or 5% of the people in the world had ever had Coke. Well, it's a different, so we're at the beginning of this market, and it's easy to get new users by being visible in the store because new users are buying these devices for the first time every day. Now it's harder in the US when smartphone penetration's at 68%, but in other countries where it's, in low or high single digits, low double digits, that's a pretty effective way to go get customers too. But in the end, getting enough customers that you think you're at scale for us in mobile, I guess when we did $1 billion of something for the first time, you're asking, when did you think you got to scale? The first time we hit $1 billion of anything, I felt like, wow, that's pretty good. And then we crossed $2 billion and $3 billion, and so that started feeling pretty good. But we've got a long, long, long way to go. The mobile, communications sector is a $1 trillion industry. I'd love to make it a $100 billion industry and be a part of it because I'm not a part of the trillion yet.
Sounds like the bar is continuing to go up, or you're getting hungrier.
We're just getting started.
Yeah. Great. Why don't I pose a question to the audience? There's sounds like a lot of apps and deals and information is coming through viral, cases and communications. So, how open are you to sharing your personal information and usage, making it, broadcasted essentially in exchange for better deals and offers and services? Just, I guess, just a show of hands of how open the audience might be to being more open to sharing. It looks like very few then. So how does this work then, right? If that doesn't happen.
I think one of the points Greg mentioned earlier and that Eitan and Henry have also touched on is that when you look at the social graph of all the people you've connected to, there's a lot of different new connections that are forming. So some group of your friends are maybe your friends you like to talk about football with. And some of your friends are friends you like to talk about movies with, and some of them are ones you like to talk about restaurants with. So I think figuring out these new connections and interests you share with your groups of friends, I think that's a very powerful and organic way that people will start to share products with each other. Because if you imagine a new incredible restaurant app, you would want to share that with your friends who are really into restaurants, but maybe not with your friends who are only interested in talking about the 49ers. So I think the more that products can show people why they're going to help connect their friends around a common interest, I think the more people will be excited to share those.
But in terms of sharing, how much am I willing to share with somebody in exchange for a service, which I think is where you're driving? I'll give you anything about me as long as you keep it private. But don't post to Facebook that I'm listening to Barbra Streisand, because that's nobody's business. That's my guilty secret. But you can look at my data as much as you want to give me a more relevant ad to target, to find music based on my listening habits that I'm going to be more than willing to listen to, but don't be posting Bieber if that's what I'm listening to, because nobody needs to know that.
Or I'd just add, I think if you give people choice and transparency, you're going to find a segment of the population that may actually be very willing. There are people who are voyeurs and there are people who are exhibitionists. And the key is giving them choice and, well, I think you're probably not an exhibitionist, but the point is, what I think is the critical bar to be set is transparency and choice, which is making it clear and obvious what is going to be shared and what's not going to be shared and what the kind of exchange of value is, and then giving people a choice to opt in or opt out. And so from that standpoint, a lot of people are signing up for Spotify knowing full well that they're going to actually be kind of broadcasting everything they listen to, or they sign up for the various social readers that are out there. That's not me, but that very well could be, and it is, a big segment of the population that I think if they know that that's what's going to happen and they can sign up for it, I think that's how you address that privacy
expectations
issue. Yeah, the fact is it's actually happening today. I mean, whether you realize that or not, but a lot of information about you is being broadcasted and shared. But
even Google and Facebook, I think they know everything about us, right? What we search, what we like, who are the friends, what we eat for dinner, and if you add to that the credit card, then you have all your life mapped out. So the key here is keeping the anonymity of you. So as Greg said, I don't care that you share my information as long as you don't share it under my name. That's one thing. I mean, there are a lot of people that find the social network a stage for self-expression, which is great, but I'm sure they wouldn't want it to be used out of context. With mobile, which is a personal device, I think the most important thing is people would like to get relevant content on their mobile, but it should be targeted to them, not out. So it should be inbound and not outbound. And applications and services that will be able to do it effectively, I think will win the mind share of people.
Great. So what other key issues do you see going on out there? Is there information overload? There's only so much time we all have. I mean, we too busy capturing the moment, or versus being in the moment. Anybody want to take that?
Well, on this point of privacy, I would say just the relevance or lack thereof of the type of communications and advertising and messages you're getting, I think is really an issue, and especially as it's starting to pervade personal communication. So we were talking earlier before we came out here about our inboxes for some of our emails are essentially spam filters for the daily deal sites, and getting, you know, continuous prompts for the same kind of deals that I think are not relevant. And that information overload. It's a great service when you find something serendipitously that's a good value and is something that I'm interested in trying. But to have to weed through all of the kind of the junk that's there to get to the gems is, I think, a downside of the kind of always on, 24/7, easy access to information. And so I think you asked the question earlier about kind of where the innovation points are. I think helping really people navigate and get to the gems in the rough, especially on their mobile device, which is a smaller form factor that's highly personal, that you use for a lot of utility and communication, I think is a key area of potential innovation.
Better personalization, filtering.
Yeah, give me something relevant and put it in a place that's not going to get in the way of kind of emailing somebody from work or, you know, calling my family. I think is a huge opportunity.
I can speak out of our experience with DealSquare. We found out that pushing through our application relevant content to our customers, and specifically we're doing it with coupons and daily deals when it's relevant to you and based on your interest, there is 3 times more click-through, and purchase rate is twice as much as in the industry currently, and people like it. People go back more into the app because they found relevancy to them. They are not spammed.
Yeah, no, I tried it. I've downloaded your app. I think it's, compared to reading through emails on daily deals, I'd much rather just look at a map, see where the deals are, you know, pop it, you know, do a couple of clicks and pay for it. It's much easier. So I think that's a good example. I think your news feature, what's trending, you know, what's hot, what are other people looking at, even though you're not part of that social network. If you're not, you know, in general, this is what the world's looking at. I think that's very useful.
You were shut down.
Hello? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I think that might be the sign that we're out of time.
All right.
I think that concludes our segment for today.
Well, I'm almost done, so maybe the last thing we'll end up with is, before we go to questions, is what other apps are seeing explosive growth out there that, you know, that are not the household names that everyone's already talked about? And maybe some predictions, and you know, what do you think people want next, I guess, for the next generation of social apps? Anyone?
I think people like the social experiences they have today. I mean, obviously, people go to Facebook and Twitter as much as they do, and LinkedIn for the reasons they do. But I think, as we've all been saying, things like Pinterest and new ways to connect with different people, I think that's where innovation is going to continue to come, is around the interests within your social graph.
Exactly.
Yeah, if anybody's specific, I think, you know, mobile transactions is yet to even begin to surface. Giant.
Yeah. A lot of people have plumbed, and there's still lots of opportunity around entertainment and around communication, that intersection between social and mobile. I think that interaction between social, mobile, and local, and getting to where the rubber meets the road in commerce, whether it's going to be facilitated by payments and transactions, or actually even the discovery kind of tools, I think is the next wave of where it really becomes, it goes beyond being a entertainment kind of time-killing device or a utility to something that's actually kind of indispensable.
And I agree with all of that, and I would add also social discovery, which I think it's just in its beginning. I mean, we've seen in the last 12 months companies like Glancy and Sonar coming out with ability to find people, new friends or new places based on your social graph, together with location data and some more structured data. When you marry that, there will be a lot of creative around that with a set of new apps that will just take into account that we have a reach of 1 billion people just through Facebook alone, and add to that the others, so you can really pretty quickly map every physical place in the world with content, with relevant content to the right person.
Great. So I guess I'll turn it over now to the audience if anyone has any questions. Go ahead and we have a gentleman here in the front, in the microphone. Go ahead.
I think like all the information that that all those guys are taking is because we ignore that no one wants to give its own information. Obviously, it's a natural thing. But I think, based on your last question, I think the main thing for the future is gaming. That gaming is really the only way to engage people in any mobile social platform. I think don't you think? It's a question.
I don't know.
There was a gaming panel before. I'm sure they would agree with you.
No, I think the social has some limits, you know.
Yes.
And I see as a Facebook user the experience I have, and honestly, I'm amazed by how Beigeville, company like that, you know, are really. And I think the gaming is engaging you into any sort of purchasing initiative, a citizen initiative. You know, when you know, I think. No, you agree or just?
I think gamification is, if that's what you mean, is very important to be built into any kind of app, because this is what brings people together. So if you want to create the social aspect within your app or the engagement, adding a spice in the form of a game, it's always good. And it's challenging also to put the right game in the right context. So. But that's definitely one of, if you want to make your app viral, this is what I would do. I would add gamification to that. So design is great. Bringing value, it's fundamental. But in order for it to be also fun, it needs some entertainment factor into it.
I mean, it's certainly the conventional wisdom that gamifying your app is critical for all the reasons that Eitan was just saying, and the fact that that's driving virality. I am a little bit skeptical just from the standpoint that I think there's clearly a segment. Human behavior is such that gamifying things and unlocking badges and getting points is definitely, I think, an inbred human behavior that people want to have. But I think there's a segment of the population that for certain tasks and for certain activities, you know, actually get turned off by that. And it's you know, don't turn it into a game. I just want to get my task completed, you know, as quickly and seamlessly with great value. I mean, as an example, I think Google search, when it kind of innovated, you know, 10 years ago, was just fast. It was blazing fast with relevant information. It wasn't like I was getting any points or anything like that. And I think if you know, on mobile devices, I think search and discovery is still very much broken in a small form factor. I don't think gamifying kind of search is a solution there. I think actually coming up with better solutions to deliver really relevant, useful information when I need it is more important than unlocking a badge or giving me 10 credits, you know, for some unknown kind of prize at the end of the day. But I may be wrong on that, because it's certainly the conventional wisdom to sort of try and gamify everything.
One more.
Thank you. Just introduce yourself.
Hi, Kirk Sells with Zippings. I have a question. Do you feel like there's going to be a plateau? And you may have touched on this. I walked in a couple minutes late. But do you feel like there's going to be a plateau on how many social networks a user will have on their mobile device? Or are they open to basically expanding and creating and adding as many applications as possible? And then another part of that question is, you think of a company like FormSpring, which basically allows their users to ask questions to one another, and that's their main focus. But this is clearly something that you can do on a couple other social platforms. Why are they being successful, and what is causing users to say, even though I know I can do something similar to this on Facebook or on Twitter, I'm going to a different source to be able to do that?
I'll answer the second question. I think I can answer that better than the first question. I think for something like FormSpring or Quora, there are other question services built into other social networks. But I think it comes down to focus. I think to make that product experience really compelling, FormSpring or Cora, and I'm sure there's others, are very focused on that single user experience. And I think having that intense focus on it is what lets them create a great product that people come back to every day. So I think there will continue to be lots of things integrated into very large social networks, but I think the things that people really focus on are the ones that people are going to use.
Just as a question in response, I mean, do you think then within the next 5 to 10 years we'll see a company like Facebook essentially saying, okay, FormSpring has captured this market and we can't allow them to have that, so we'll acquire them and basically take that functionality? Granted, that will happen with several applications, I'm sure, but are they going to basically try and fulfill what I asked in my first question, which is make sure that there are only 2 or 3 major players in the social networking space?
I think the way Facebook has built their platform is they're going to continue to focus on the social graph, on the platform, on the stream, the things they talk about. I don't know, for example, for questions, if that's core to what they want to do, but things like Instagram, which everyone's well aware of, photos have always been a very big part of Facebook, and mobile is obviously a very big thing to them. So when they see something that's at their core, like photos, and that's in a key place like mobile, I think they'll continue to buy businesses that are going to be accumulative to them and make their core stronger.
Okay. Any other questions? Going once, twice? All right. Thanks, everyone. That's a wrap.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I have the pleasure again, as I did this morning, of hosting the CEO presentations. We have 4 this afternoon, starting with Cargo. And Harry, the CEO, has described himself to me as the grandfather of mobile. He's been doing mobile so long. But he did ask me to warn all of you that his final slide contains some content that might offend a few of you, so just be prepared to cover your eyes. But for those who don't, I think this is going to be a very entertaining presentation. Harry?
Hi, everyone. Glad to be here. I have 8 minutes, so I'm going to go as quickly as I possibly can and talk in such a way that you can still actually understand me. So I'm the president and CEO, founder of Cargo. As was mentioned, I've been in mobile actually since 1999. I don't look it, but maybe it's making me younger, not older. Although it's been a tough road, I would say, up until the last 2 years. Just so you know who we are, we call ourselves the premier mobile publisher network, as differentiated that from an ad network. And the differentiation is that we actually go out to great brands, traditional brands, publishers, both magazine publishers as well as television companies. And we go and we build out their iPhone, Android, and mobile websites, and we do that for free. We do not charge them $1 for that. And then what we do is we go back to them and we say, look, we're going to split up all that ad revenue 50-50. We'll sell it, you'll sell it, and we'll yield optimize it. Cargo will yield optimize it, plugging in all these third parties and all these ad tech companies to really get the maximum amount of revenue from that inventory that's created. So we started in 2003. We've just been basically grinding away since 2003. We have about 400 million page views across great brands like Rolling Stone and Us Weekly and Entertainment Tonight and Insider and Extra and Shape and Men's Fitness and Men's Journal and 20, actually it's like 50 others like that, all tier 1 publishers. And we go out to brands like the Procter & Gamble's, us, and Unilever's of the world, the Macy's of the world. We aggregate up all that inventory and we sell it. So some of the things that we do is we offer real breadth to brands as well as depth. We create rich social communities, and we create like these premium inventory verticals for advertising networks that are looking to plug into us to get access to our inventory. So in our model, we do three things. We mobilize, we distribute, then we monetize. So we mobilize these sites and these great brands that are not going to do it themselves or pay to do it. We distribute those brands, so we do deals with the Apples and Googles of the world where we can get them featured in store because we have so many great brands and they know us and we have regular calls with them. We can also go to carriers and we can get those carriers to actually feature it. And finally, we can go to handset manufacturers and we can get our content actually preloaded on the device. And we've done that time and time again across all of our brands. And finally, we go out and we monetize it by enabling major brand advertisers to reach across that. So I'm going to sort of whip through a bunch of case studies because I think that's probably the easiest way to see what we do. So things like Consumer Reports and Us Weekly, we built and we got, we won the DPAC award for one of them, we won the Mobi award for another of them, and we create sort of integrated experiences for our brands. So let me give you one example. We're going out with Rolling Stone, we're going to Amstel, and we're saying, hey, can we create great rotating and animated banners that integrate nicely with that brand experience on Rolling Stone? We'll take that to Amstel, we'll build out these banners and these rich media capabilities, we'll integrate it with the Rolling Stone brand as you see on the page, and we'll serve that up and we'll give Rolling Stone 50% of that money, and Amstel will be really excited about all this creative that we can do and put together with that. Here's another great example. Because we build and host the site, we can actually wrap the site in that Amstel branding. On the right-hand side, you'll see Rolling Stone brought to you by Amstel. Amstel pays a ton of money for that branded integration into the Rolling Stone site, and because we host and manage the sites, only we can do that. No ad network can do that because it's actually integrated into that. The beauty is that we can do that across a myriad of different sites. We can do it across all the music sites that are in our vertical. We also have in-banner rich media advertising. So for example, on the left-hand side, you'll see a mini video ad. We did this with one of our partners where you'll have a 5 to 15-second ad run actually in the banner video, and you'll be able to tap it and expand it down to have full video on the page itself as a rich media unit. We can, again, package that up and bring that to all of our brand advertisers. We also go beyond that. And this is one of the things that I think is really lost in mobile is the opportunity to actually integrate the content with the brand messaging. And that's something that nobody's really doing today well, and we think we can be real pioneers. So this is something we put together for Suave. Suave was interested in their body wash, and their tagline was, blissful or not. And so the key to them was that they wanted to create blissful experiences around content. In this case, it was Star Magazine. So what we did is we actually created a button underneath each photo, and you're seeing here Tom Cruise and Surrey running in Central Park, and a big button underneath it that says blissful or not blissful. Our consumers, socially speaking, come in and see this, and we can crowdsource the voting on the blissful or not. Once it gets over a certain amount of percentage, I think it was 60%, we had 15 votes saying it's over 16%, then you'll see on the right-hand side, we will then wrap it in the Suave branding. So only those stories are actually branded blissful or not. That means that if you're getting an abortion, if you're checking yourself into a drug clinic, if you're basically driving your car into a crowd of people, if you're getting a divorce, no Suave branding. If you're Tom and Cruise and Surrey running in Central Park, or you're Tom Brady and Giselle getting married, yes, blissful branding. And that's a great way to actually start to integrate branding messages into the content, especially in mobile. We've even gone beyond that. We've said, how do we actually create social branding experiences for our partners inside these apps that already have huge community? So this was something that we made part of the Star app. We came up with this Moments of Bliss. Again, it falls on that same theme, where our consumer base, because we have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of users going into this app on a regular basis, can then go and comment inside the app because we already have that excited user base that's connected because they have the content that they like. And we actually allow them to go and say, hey, my baby called me daddy for the first time, or mommy for the first time, or it's a gorgeous day, or I just got a new job. And they can actually post that in a stream that's geolocated, and then they can go in, if you see on the right-hand side in the map, you can actually go in and see if people posted those comments around you. That could be an app in itself, right? That could be something that I was presenting to you today as a commenting app that's geolocated. But the beauty of our model is that we already have huge community and huge numbers of people already visiting our apps because they are large branded apps. So we can build this functionality not just in one app, but we can put it in the 50 apps that we already have and have a huge community across all those apps, syndicated, and then bring a brand sponsor into it and actually get paid to build that kind of functionality. So it flips the sort of whole concept on its head of, well, you got to build an app, you got to put it out there, you're going to do it for free with no monetization, and then you're going to cross your fingers that sooner or later you can figure out the business model. We say, no, you can build great functionality, you can put it into an audience that already exists, and you can bring brand sponsors into that from day one and actually get paid for it. And we think that having those real business models behind what we're doing, including creating new social functionality, is really important. Another thing that we do, because it's really easy to do it, is you go to a brand and you say, hey, I would love you to advertise with us. And they say, well, we don't have any place to drive our users. And so what we do is, since we have the platform, is we can then create a little side user experience, a micro experience for the brand. So in this particular case, we did that for Procter & Gamble, for Avril Lavigne, Forbidden Rose, which is her fragrance that is actually sponsored by, or actually owned by Procter & Gamble. So we created this branded integration, X17, which is another celebrity news site. And then we went and we built out, here, I'm going backwards instead of forwards. And then we built out, oops, guess I have it twice or something. We built out their actually custom landing page. And so all of these branded integrations went to this one page that P&G actually, we put together for P&G, and then we were able to look at how that page performed against our audience. And what we found was that when we did that, the Avril Lavigne coming from our audience, which was branded, had the right sort of brand engagement metrics, had that sort of large banner integrated experience. When they actually went to that landing page, we found that from the audience that was coming in from our sets of sites, we were getting a conversion rate of 6.34%, whereas other vendor traffic came in at 2.54%. So we were actually getting huge brand lift based upon the fact that our audience, because they saw that branding multiple times and it was integrated in, was the right experience for them to bring. And then, so here's our last slide, which is me. Well, that's not me, but basically me on the left-hand side with our contact. We believe that we're sort of that inside power, that we're the box within the box. It's like that's our logo. And here are our two icons that hopefully sing our praises on a daily basis. So I want to thank you very much for hearing what we're doing, and I'm looking forward at some point to taking your questions offline. Thanks very much.
Hey, good job, Harry. All right, our next company is Gumio, which its platform is used to power messaging, advertising, and apps with localized data. And so I'd like to present Shuki.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the lucky one who got the 3 o'clock spot, but let's roll with it. No, just kidding. My name is Shuki Leavi. I'm the CEO of Gumio. We are a mobile platform. I'm here to tell you a little bit about what we do today and where we're evolving our business. Maybe a few points about ourselves. I started the company almost 6 years ago. Today we're commercially proven with key players in the technology vendor space and publisher space. We presented to them a platform that makes it very easy to extend API and data to any device. The platform is very scalable. It was one of the first commercial applications to be deployed on the Amazon cloud, and we've leveraged that and brought that back to our customers in terms of ease of use. We're growing nicely throughout the last few years. Mobile picked up very well for us. And the original funding from the company came from several individuals, including CEOs of AT&T, Motorola. Took early stage funding, turned the company profitable in 2010, and rolled since. since we were one of the first players in the mobile space, we got an opportunity to design solutions first and foremost for mobile devices. What you see here are several solutions that we have in key verticals, from newspapers and publishers to coupon programs to local events to car dealers' websites. And we have many, many such clients. Being mobile first allowed us then to merge into the next evolution of the devices, and that is to think about how we address more than the mobile device. And that's what we're busy with today. If you look for mobile first, you'll find that this is a practice that starts with the mobile device and asks how we expand, versus the traditional approach, which was, I have a website, now what do I chop off to go mobile? As such, today, our cloud platform provides cross-device solutions. You design it once with us, and we know how to scale it very nicely across all the devices. You see there several of our clients. I'll just mention a few. If you read the Chicago Tribune on your mobile device, it's powered by Gumio. If you take our own website and you scale it differently or load it on different devices, you'll see how it changes. And that's a great technology. It allows you to bring your brand or your content to every consumer on every device. And the more consumers we have and the more devices we have, that's a bigger and bigger problem. But what about taking this, which is today a very expensive technology, and bringing it down back to the small and mid-sized business market? That's a big challenge. And we've been busy with that and thinking about that over the last 6 months specifically, as we've seen that Joe the plumber or Jerry the piano teacher has less and less of an online presence, and it gets more and more complicated and costly for him to go online versus the publishers that we're dealing with them. So what we did is we thought about how can we bring these cross-device solutions in a scalable and cost-effective way to businesses. First, we thought, what do we need inside? Well, we needed to be very simple. We needed to be in less than 3 minutes. The second is we needed to be true cross-device. So you don't need to buy another solution from another vendor when the next device comes in, your TV or the in-dash display. We wanted it to be optimized in terms of the value that we can bring to the business. Schedule an appointment with me, go ahead and contact me now, and so on. We wanted it to be fully integrated with social. We wanted the whole world of SEO, with all of its complexity, to be completely gone. We'll do the SEO for you. We'll submit it to search engine and optimize your landing pages. We wanted to give the businesses all the tools that they need, from domain names to QR codes to SMS keywords to communicate with their customers. We want to allow the business to showcase their inventory and specials. And we want to take all of it and bring it at a very low-cost device. Given our experience with the cloud and with cross-device, we're able to build that. And I'm going to show you what we're providing today. So first, we've established a conversation with the SMB about their business. This is not a technical conversation. We don't ask them like other website vendors, do you want the 4.2 gigabyte hosting or the 2.4 gigabyte hosting? We don't ask them to go in and switch over from the mindset of I'm a plumber to I want to be a website designer, even on the simplest configuration tool. We just ask them key business questions. What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to schedule more appointments with your clients? Are you trying to get people to see your work samples? The next thing is, based on these questions, we went ahead with the next screen. And the next screen prompts the user to enter some information. If you said that you need customers to schedule an appointment with you, we want to make sure that we have your address. We let you upload your work samples. And what we do is we do that also from any device. So this entire process can be walked through via a mobile device or a tablet. And the third is you're done. Step 3 is you're completely done. You now have the ability, or we automatically create a website for you, put it on the cloud. It's optimized for any mobile device, tablet device, PC. You get your QR code, your domain name, and everything. And it simply just works on every device. You can obviously switch templates. So this is a complete non-technical approach in less than 5 minutes to get you to a solution in which now you're live online and you can address any consumer on any device. We've also taken the approach of optimizing it into key verticals. So we don't just create the common denominator that works for every business. We understand, and we've been operating for 5 years in key vertical. We know what works for real estate. We know what works for automotive. And we kept it very simple and crisp. We kept it where we have our own marketplace, and even greatly simplified the process of reporting and analytics to really bring it to the fingertips of every business out there. We hope to continue to provide these type of solutions into the market, making them more and more approachable and available through self-service tool. Today, we're seeing that our business is growing in two areas. One is on the back end, on the enterprise, offering the enterprise solution in our platform, the one that we've used to create cross-device solutions to very large enterprises. And on the back end, also offering and making the mobile sites and applications available to every business out there through simple self-service model. That's about it. If you have any more questions, I'll be outside at our demo spot, and I look forward to talking to you. Thank you very much.
All right. Our next company is Aloha. Sam actually left Google a couple of years ago. Sam is the individual who's responsible for creating the blue dot, on the Google Maps that shows you your location. So he's taken that location expertise and expanded beyond it with Aloha to incorporate other sensory and behavioral data to make your experience that much better. So, Sam.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Actually, I couldn't take all the credit. Of course, I mean, there's a big team that created that blue dot. But I did, from scratch, I created the Google Location Server system that enables that blue dot on Google Mobile Map. I also built the initial Google Latitude prototype. But here, for Aloha Mobile, we actually go beyond just the location. We focus on mobile behavior. So we create this mobile behavior analytics platform using a contextual mobile cookies. By behavior, we refer to where do people shop, where do people eat, when do people go to work. So using our system, we can detect all that automatically without without manually checking. So once you install our system, the user behavior can be automatically detected. So we build a very strong technical and business team. Myself, have more than 4 years of Google Location Server experience, and we also have a really good business and other people from Nokia, Loop, and Yahoo. What do we mean by a contextual mobile cookie? It is a mobile analog of web cookies. Basically, it can automatically capture feed clicks when you walk around. You don't have to manually check in. The system just runs persistently in the background. It looks at all the sensors on the phone, including location, Wi-Fi, and the motion sensor as well, so that it actually understands when you're walking, when you're driving. So it can do different things based on the sensor fusion. We can determine where the user shops, eats, and plays, recognize what the user likes. So this kind of a mobile pattern can be determined automatically. Let me do a quick demo. We built this system on both Android and iPhone. This shows my life on Black Friday last year. It was November 25th. So I visited Best Buy near midnight. Then, but I saw 1,000 people waiting there. I just decided to give up and go home. So you can see I stayed there for only 10 minutes. All of these places, Fry's, Office Max, Sushi 85, are captured automatically using our system. I didn't need to manually check in. This is another view of the result captured on the phone. It shows my mobile trail there. This is color-coded based on speed. Green shows I was driving, and when I was walking, it's red. Let me zoom in to one place. This is the Walmart in Mountain View. I park my car in the parking lot, then I walk to the shop. If I go to satellite view, you can see I enter the store on the right-hand side and I walk around inside the store and stay there for 80 minutes to check out a ping pong table. So one unique thing we did was a place ranking system that can automatically determine the name of that shop without requiring the user to manually select that. There was actually a McDonald's at this corner. We use signals like motion pattern or Wi-Fi signals to automatically rank all the places in that place to determine exactly what the user is doing. And on this, in this list, you can see visit a number of places, restaurants. The idea is, based on this information, we can easily understand what type of person the user is. By looking at this, you can see actually I'm probably a male who likes electronics. I like Asian food because I had lunch at the Sushi 85 and had dinner at Kirin Chinese restaurant. This is all automatically captured. Let me go back to the slides. Oh, I've been running this for a long time. This is a very one simple analytics result. Where do I drink coffee? I 5 hours infused coffee, 4 hours in Starbucks over a few months. All of this, is captured automatically. No manual check-in. There's not Foursquare, which is, I think, is tedious to do. Based on this, you can build really good user profiles. You can enhancing mobile ads and deals. And also, what's really interesting is actually we can enable persistent smarter apps. Most of the mobile apps today are actually pretty dumb. I see them as a straight port from PC apps and web applications. It doesn't really understand who the user is, what does the user like, what's the current time of the day. Is the user shopping or is the user sleeping? The app has no knowledge about that. So we want to provide that knowledge using this persistent system. It just runs in the background all the time. So we call it always on. This phone can become your smart personal assistant. It can remind you what to do at this moment. I know if you have a meeting in San Francisco in 2 hours, the phone actually can start doing ambient search automatically in the background. It can check traffic. If it detects a traffic accident on 101, it can remind you proactively. Either you have to leave half an hour earlier or you take a 280 instead of 101. So that kind of a service can be enabled by using this persistent sensing system. We call that smarter applications. Siri is considered as a personal assistant, but you have to ask a question first. We want to enable a system that can provide the assistant without the user asking the question. So imagine your mobile phone can do all of this, right? It knows when you get gas last time. Based on how you drive and how many miles you've driven, it knows when you're going to need gas next time. So when that happens, the phone can automatically search for a cheap gas station in the neighborhood. Can remind you, just 2 blocks away, make a right, you can get cheap gas there. So we released this platform mobile app developers can use to build smarter applications. Since April, we have signed up more than 700 developers who build all kinds of applications. At the bottom, that's the mobile behavior analytics platform we built. And on top of that, we open an API for developers to build all kinds of apps, mobile games, mobile shopping, mobile fitness. In the quantified self, people really like this kind of thing that runs in the background persistently. You don't have to manually log anything. The system just log it for you and do the analytics for you. So we see this is a huge market, and we created very unique technology, and we have a great team. We raised $2 million from angel investors last year, including Tim Draper, David Cheriton, And now we are raising our second round for $5 to $7 million. I'll hand around and just answer question. Thank you.
Before I introduce our next company, I want to mention that we've added a fifth to this group that we moved forward from one of the later presentations. Our next company is SkyGrid, and they've developed an algorithm which they've titled Information Velocity. And it powers Touch TV, which is an app that is available on the App Store now and was identified by Apple as one of the best free apps. So with that, I'd like to introduce Kevin.
Afternoon. We're just taking one more minute to get the slides up, so just give us a second. Well, let me start and share that first, I'm very excited to be here today. I'm not only excited to talk about Touch TV, but actually today, for the first time ever, we're going to share the process behind how we design Touch TV. So we took a step back and looked at actually 25 years of how people watch television. And we thought, if we designed the exact product we wanted, what would that look like? So we've never shared this information before publicly, and we're pretty excited to share it here today. So that's what should be up in just a minute. Sorry, I think it'll be ready in just one more minute. Great. So when we decided to design Touch TV, as I said, we took a look at the last 25 years and tried to understand how people were watching television. Sorry, I think this is a little out of order, so just give me a second to... So the first thing we looked at is in 1986, this is actually how people chose what they wanted to watch. It's kind of hard to imagine that while TV was in color, you had a black and white list. It was ordered for you, so if your favorite channel was ESPN on channel 37, you would click through 36 times to get there. And there was really no way to decide what you want. So we fast forward 10 years later, and it's basically the same. There's a little bit more color. The screen's obviously a little livelier, but you've still got this long fixed list that you can't change, and you really have no ability to personalize it or decide what you want. We fast forward even further to today, and now you've got a picture on the screen, so it's no longer as much text. You're able to see the different channels, but again, you can't order it and you can't really make it your own. So one of the biggest things that struck us was we wanted a television that you could make your own, So you could decide exactly what you wanted to watch. And we also wanted a television that would be much more social. So we took a step back and said, if we completely cleared everything away and we reimagined television from scratch, what would that look like? And we came up with 3 things we think are really exciting. The first thing is with Touch TV, you get exactly what you want. And we think this is a big reason that Touch TV has already become an Apple Great free app and already been featured on the homepage and things like that. With Touch TV, you choose only the exact channels you want. So if you're a sports fan, you can have ESPN, CBS Sports, NBA, and nothing else. If you love CNN, you can make that your first channel. If you want to watch Nat Geo all day long, you can do that as well. And once you use TV this way, it's hard to imagine going back. You can't imagine having a list of fixed channels where you have to go through and remember that your favorite channel is actually 103. Anything you want is right in your hands. The next thing we realized is that television is an experience where we share what we think with our friends. So if there's an exciting moment in sports, you talk about that with your friends. If there's breaking news, you rush to talk about that with someone else. If there's a really funny moment in entertainment, you might share that with your friends. So we decided TV today is kind of a lonely experience. And we thought if we could bring in Facebook to Touch TV, you could have a channel where you could share what you're watching with your friends, and they could also share what they're watching. So these are things that had never before been possible, and we think are really exciting and changing what people are able to do today. Finally, we wanted to make sure that it was a product that was stunning yet simple in design. So here, this is actually Touch TV. It's a single seamless sheet of glass. Each tile is the exact channel you choose. There's gorgeous photos to show you what the most recent segment is from that channel. And the channel guide is built right in. So when you pick it up, you've literally got a television in your hands. So talking about it's one thing, but I'd like to show it to you in action. Let's take a look at it over here. So this is Touch TV. So again, you have a single seamless sheet of glass. I have the exact channels I've chosen. The channel guide is built right in. So here, this is my channel guide. Any channels I want, I can simply touch. So if I'd like to turn off Jimmy Kimmel, I turn it off just like a light switch. I can turn it right back on. It's really that simple. Next, I can go to my screen here. I can go ahead and swipe through. I can decide if I want to watch the History Channel or Conan O'Brien. I can keep swiping, and now I'm here on Nat Geo. I can look through, and actually at the bottom here, I can choose all different segments. So I find something I'd like to watch, Joyce Maynard's Landscapes of the Mind. And with one touch, it instantly expands to a full screen. I don't have to do anything. It will, we'll let it go from here. There's normally sound here, but you could imagine what that would be like with sound. And then if I want to go to another channel, I can simply swipe over to here to ESPN. I can swipe again to another one of my channels. And finally, I can just return to my home screen with a single touch. So that's it. We've designed Touch TV to make television much more personal and much more social. And it's now available on iPad, the App Store, and on Facebook. Thank you.
All right, I apologize for the technical difficulties there. So our last presenter, Video Vivo, very fortunate they added to this group. This is a really cool iOS-based app as well as macOS-based app they've developed a marketplace for connecting you to any professional services that you may need. You can view the individual, their LinkedIn profile, and actually book them and pay for them through this app. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ofer.
Okay, perfect. Great, thanks. Okay. Thanks, Kevin. My name is Ofer Baharav. I'm CEO, founder of Video Vivo. It's a marketplace for buying and selling professional services online via live video. It's an app. We are also on as an HTML5 application on your Mac desktop. And we're kind of like a Zarly with video, and it's focused on last-minute services only. So professional services, we link our profiles to LinkedIn. I'm going to sign in, and we use Facebook login. And you can find us on the App Store as Video Vivo, or our website is videovivoapp.com. And in this example here, what we have is Mosaic. It shows the profiles that are on our network. So when you log in, you create your own profile and link it to LinkedIn, and you yourself can have a profile there. Everybody's an expert. That's our attitude. We believe that everybody literally is an expert for somebody else. So it's more of a timing issue, and everybody at a specific point in time is good for somebody else. And what we're trying to do, the vision here, is to allow anybody out there with an immediate need and an immediate professional need to connect with another person via live video and get that resolved. So in this example, I have a question on that requires JavaScript, and I'm going to put it in as a keyword and click go. And this is a profile of somebody that shows up on our network that is an expert in JavaScript. What we have here at the top is there's a button for booking, so I can schedule. The book is scheduled. I can call, that's once I've scheduled and provided my credit card information, I basically book somebody for, the maximum right now is $1 per minute for their time, and it's a 30-minute session. So in this example, Carl Jackson, who happens to be the CTO of Video Vivo, is available for $30 for 30 minutes. He's an expert in agile development, HTML5, and iOS. I can read reviews about him, I can chat him, I can bookmark him, I can see his LinkedIn profile, which is all searchable within. I can also read his tweets. And once I decide that I want to talk to him, I basically book an appointment with him. And the next step, after booking an appointment, I can leave a message in there too. It says that I've successfully booked an appointment. And the next step is I literally just call him. It'll tell me that it's going to charge me 30 minutes unless I'm friends with Carl. Obviously, you know, we're co-founders, so we are. And so therefore, this call is going to be free. I'm going to click OK, and then on comes the video. And I'm just going to go really quickly through this just so you get the idea. But basically, I can ask Carl any question on JavaScript right now. If I didn't get the idea where we're heading with this right now is the first 5 minutes are going to be free. And then after that, we charge you the money. Hi, Carl. Thank you. They can't hear you. For some reason, the audio is not turned on. So thank you very much. And we're going to turn this off. Sorry about that. The audio wasn't connected. So this is Video Vivo, and I think I'm done with the demo. So I just wanted to see if anybody has any questions that we can answer. If not, then I can tell you that we are actually going through our seed round right now. We're you know, in the process. So if anybody's interested, we are currently looking to close $750,000. And the size of the market is huge. It's about $3 billion in our estimation for 2012. It more than doubles for 2013. There isn't anything quite like this. There's different permutations of it. But live video is a very difficult market because it deals with synchronous. And synchronous is tough. There's one company right now doing it very well. They're called Airtime. This is for free and untargeted. So Airtime essentially allows you to meet on a chat roulette basis with other people, but it's untargeted, and that's what differentiates us. Also, they're more leaning towards personals. Well, they're everything, but from what I've seen, it kind of goes in that direction, whereas for us, it's strictly professional. So we're really aligned with the LinkedIn side of the world, of course, also with Facebook. But LinkedIn is the key focus for us. And again, our vision is to allow anybody out there to be able to connect with somebody that they would want to talk to. So we target peers. Peers is a great market for us, especially entrepreneurs. That's our initial market. Entrepreneurs tend to want or to need to ask other entrepreneurs about what works, what doesn't work. Most entrepreneurs on a daily basis have between 20 and 30 key questions that they're basically clueless about. And what better way, you can always read and try to get your to resolve your needs on Google and Quora and Stack Overflow. But there comes a time when you need something urgently, and that's where Video Vivo comes in. It's for that last-minute important tidbit that somebody can basically channel to you immediately, and within 30 minutes or less, you get your answer. That's what we hope for. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, we do have a couple more minutes. I would love to hear anything from you. Otherwise, I guess we're done. Okay. Oh, somebody in there? Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Can you speak a little bit to, I know that Craigslist is a very restrictive entity in terms of integrating a company like yours. Is there an initiative to eventually try and collaborate with the two? What do you envision that looking like? I think that this was the great choice, right, to move with LinkedIn because everybody has their qualifications and all that. But the average daily user, I think also, is looking at Craigslist for some of these things. So speak to that.
Sure. It's a great question. First of all, we're open to opportunities and to partnerships. So if anybody out there has ideas, please contact us at videovivoapp.com. It's not Video Vivo, but videovivoapp.com. That's our URL. The app's name is Video Vivo and is on the App Store. So yeah, we're open to doing partnerships. As far as how Craigslist works, it's very general and it's anonymous. I think that's one of the benefits on Craigslist. We're aligning on the, this is me, this is my name, this is my real profile. It's really difficult to try to pretend like you're somebody else on our platform. And if you are, we'll probably catch you and dismiss you. We really do intend for people to represent themselves. It's a professional, strictly professional platform. And we will not veer in any way, shape, or form, just like other platforms out there like Airtime, who's made it very clear that they don't want to go in that direction. As for, again, the targeting here, the reason this is important is because once you find somebody that you want to talk to, and you probably are going to do a lot of research on that person, you're not just literally going to throw out $30 and talk to anybody. And later on, we'll lift that cap. It's just an initial cap that we feel is better to be there. So, yeah, the idea here is that you shouldn't have to ask for favors or for, other people to hook you up with other professionals. You should be able to directly contact them and speak to them when you need to. And then they can see your profile and they can decide if they want to take that call or not. And we're not really going for those haughty, celebrities necessarily. We're just going for everyday experts. Everybody's an expert. So that's what the person that can provide you with the solution is the person you need to be talking to. And in real life, when we go and we try to hire an accountant or a lawyer, we have usually 30 minutes, 1 hour for free. And in our platform, it's a little bit short. It's 5 minutes. And we're very effective in that way. So, yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Thank you. All right.
Thanks, Ofer.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to take a break for about 15, 20 minutes. Again, you're welcome to check out the demos. And I'm available for $1 an hour plus tips. So, thank you.
that if I had your face, then I could make it safe and clean. Oh, if only I was sure that my head on the door was a dream. When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the one. Body and beats, I stain my sheets, I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end, she is starting to cry. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the one. When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. And I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Body and beats, I stain my sheets, I don't even know why.
Okay. Are we on? Okay, that's good. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Porter, and again, I'm an investment banker with Woodside Capital Partners. This is the best fireside chat and panel of the day. You're the lucky ones. The people outside, they're going to miss something great. I'm telling you. This is Jeff Haney. Jeff is the CEO of this year's Always On Company of the Year, OnMobile Company of the Year. He's the CEO of Appcelerator, which has raised $50 million, has deployed more than 40,000 applications across 50 million devices. This is a company that has achieved enormous scale and success, and is most deservedly this year's award winner. But it all started off in a very humble way about 6 years ago. And I'm wondering if you'd start by telling us about how this all began and bring us forward to the present.
Yeah, so you know, I'm fortunate to live here now. I moved the company out here about 4 years ago, and sort of you know, humble beginnings. We bootstrapped the company for the first 2 years in Atlanta, Georgia. Like a lot of companies, we started at very humble beginnings, and I think we still have fairly humble status in in our company. And I'm a serial entrepreneur, so this is my, I'm lucky. This is my third venture-backed startup, and I've been starting companies for quite a long time. But it all started really in Atlanta. I sold my last company in 2006, and my other co-founder and I worked together. He worked for me at my last company. And we, like a lot of great companies, it's all about the team, and sort of the idea is sort of secondary initially. Sometimes you have this great, one or two people that just want to work together, and they want to solve some problems, and then eventually, hopefully, it becomes a business. And that's what happened with us. We knew that in 2007, when we started, the iPhone was just coming out. It was way too early to even think about what we're doing today. But we were really fascinated. My last company was in the software telecom industry, and we were really fascinated about the disruption that was going to happen with the iPhone. And having worked in the telco market for a while, we saw this disruption happening pretty quickly. And we knew that this disruption would happen. So we started the company, but like a lot of companies, we bootstrapped it. We didn't know what that was going to be. We didn't really need to raise angel money early on, and so we started by doing some services and building some software to enable us to solve some real-world customer problems. And then quickly that turned into 2008. The iPhone SDK came out, and things really changed for I think all of us in mobile. And that's when we said, let's pack it up and move to the Valley. I had raised, in my last company, I had raised money from the Valley, and so I had a lot of connections out here and a lot of people out here. But in 2008, Peter Fenton, who's now over at Benchmark, who I'd known from a previous life, said, Jeff, if you want to be an actor, you go to Hollywood, and if you want to be a software entrepreneur, you come to the Valley. And so, we took that. We packed up our kids and dogs and everything else, and we moved to the Valley and raised our first round of money. And then that was sort of the catalyst to get the company going. And it was very early. I mean, 2008, as we all remember, it seems like yesterday, but it was, the iPhone SDK was just coming out, and the world was sort of changing in front of us. And we sort of set on this mission to build Titanium, and having no idea if it would really actually be a business, but we thought that there's so much disruption happening that there's got to be, we'll find sort of our path to something. Let's just get going and try to solve real customer problems.
And what is Titanium?
So Titanium, what we focus on, it's a platform. It's a number of things, but certainly it's probably best known for a set of tools and around a platform, a set of tools and SDKs for allowing companies to build next generation type applications and mobile web content on these emerging devices, and really targeting web developers. I mean, our focus was always how do we enable a massive amount, 8-10 million web developers around the world. How do we enable them to build these next generation of applications? And as the shift goes from really few numbers of applications to massive adoption, billions of applications and billions of devices, as it goes from having the most complicated technology companies building very few, very complicated apps to a kind of this massive adoption of applications and content, we felt that, and as those use cases got very complicated, there would be a need for a platform, much like that's everything else that's ever happened in IT that gravitates towards a platform, whether it's middleware, data integration, Hadoop now, things like that. So we felt like there would be a software platform need over time. And that's what we really focused on is providing that. Now, as we've grown, we've added cloud services, we've added a lot of other things to really focus on the application lifecycle. But it all really started, and probably what we're best known for is Titanium.
So how is the company ramped? I mean, where are you today in terms of the numbers? How many employees?
Yeah, so we have ramped like a lot of companies that are on hyper growth and hyper markets. I mean, we were less than 20 employees for the first 2 years. From 2008 to 2010, we closed our Series B in the fall of 2010. And that was sort of our big inflection point, one of the first kind of technology inflection points for us. And that was, we were still 20 employees when we raised our $9 million Series B. We're at over 150 employees today. So, and we'll easily cross 200 employees this year, probably 220, 230 employees this year. So we're in that sort of rapid growth mode. And then as far as metrics, I mean, we crossed, our boilerplates is always hard as a fast-growing company. The boilerplates always get out of date very quickly. That's always the thing that drives me nuts. But so in a static world, things that are fairly dynamic, I mean, we'll cross 100 million devices globally here, in the next couple of weeks probably. And so it's a very, very rapid growth. In terms of other metrics, I mean, we really only started selling, quote, monetizing our product only 5 quarters ago. This will be our 6th quarter, if you will, of selling. That's the other important point, as far as I think the timing of scaling a company is you see lots of companies die kind of prematurely scaling the product or the sales force. And then, of course, you see the other end of the spectrum, which is you sort of scale too late and you don't have any revenue, and you can't sort of eclipse to the next round and turn yourself from a kind of interesting idea and a product and a technology to an actual business. And so I think we timed it pretty well. It was never perfect timing, but we timed it pretty good.
How could you have done it better? That's
Well, there's always, you're always, as an entrepreneur, you're always harder on yourself, and the team's always harder on itself than maybe the public is. But, there's a lot of things that we don't get right every day, and there's a lot of things that we're trying to fix, both in terms of the technology and product, but certainly in terms of the business and scaling. And, how do you remove friction in the business, right? Most companies, what you really are dealing with is friction. What's the friction? What's the pain point? And how do you continue to remove that and achieve zero friction, which is virtually impossible. Maybe Google, outside of anybody else, is probably doing that pretty well. But how do you remove as much of the friction as you can in your revenue model?
So this is company number 3 for you. You were there at the inception with the sofa, and you and your co-founder and pizza boxes in a small office, and now you're about to eclipse a couple hundred employees and global metrics that are enormous. What can you say to other entrepreneurs about what that process is like and what the most important lessons that you've learned as you've gone through that are?
Yeah, I think one of the hardest things that an entrepreneur has to do at every stage of the company is that you have to both have, I sort of like to have bifocal vision. You have to sort of have very long view of the market and the ideas and where you're trying to take things and your vision and thinking about the big macro picture. And then you have to be very, very tunnel vision towards something, whether it's an MVP for a product or it's laser focused on one or two really good things. And you have to sort of balance both of those. You have to oscillate between both of those constantly. And it's hard really for the company to do that, right? It's, mostly companies, as living, breathing organisms, they sort of tend to go one direction or the other. But the founder and certainly the CEO has to constantly balance both of those at the same time. Because if you focus on one end of the spectrum, such as short term, you could die because you don't eclipse into a real business and something that's sustainable. If you're always focused on the long term and what we're going to be when we become a 200-person company, you'll never get there because you'll never actually get a product to market. You'll never innovate. You'll never actually do the things that are required in the very, very short term to get to the next goal. And so I think that's one of the things that, I like to say that one of my investors always tells me, his famous saying, and I'm sure this is somebody else's famous saying, but he claims it is, startups don't die of starvation, they die of indigestion. And I think that's very true. We don't generally die because we didn't have we had a lack of ideas or a lack of opportunities or a lack of business relationships that people approach us, especially as you start to achieve more and more success, more and more opportunities come. So the hardest part is choosing, because it's never clear. There's never a roadmap. There's never a playbook that an entrepreneur can give somebody else and say, here's exactly what you go do. It's the visceral reaction. It's the gut. It's the passion of that founder, and certainly hopefully the founder CEO that sort of has this long view of the market and then can sort of iterate through that in very short and hopefully fast iterations and course correct as they need to. We call it pivoting, and it's very important to pivot and to sort of sometimes take a complete tack to the left or to the right to do something totally different than maybe what you've done. And that's probably the hardest thing, I think, and probably especially for first-time entrepreneurs, that's the hardest thing to grasp, because you tend to sort of focus on one end of the spectrum or the other.
What are your biggest risks that you guys face right now? It seems like everything is going right for you. What are you concerned about?
I think our biggest concerns are, there's always, in big markets, there's in any business, you have competitive concerns, you have, balance sheet concerns, you have team concerns, you have lots of sort of product, market fit concerns. And sort of, I think these dynamic markets that we're in, like mobile, where the market is growing at such a rapid pace that probably we don't tend to worry so much about competitors and sort of the normal market dynamics you might have in a more traditional market making situation. So we concern ourselves with really more internal. I like to tell my company that our competition is Appcelerator. It's not somebody else, right? It's probably not. Certainly there's lots of competition in the market, and especially in a big market that's growing. But our biggest competition, the thing we worry about the most, is ourselves, and sort of how do we continue to reinvent ourselves? How do we not become a bigger company as we become a bigger company? How do we continue to keep that passion and that humility, which is one of our core values? and how do we do it in a way that continues to move and propel the company forward to take advantage of that opportunity set, right? Because it's exploding at such a rapid pace, it's hard to move fast enough and make good decisions. So that's the thing I think we worry the most about, is really how do we make those right decisions, and how do we pick those right opportunities? Because as you get more and more successful, those opportunities, they magnify greatly, you know.
Yeah. Where do you go? You look out 5, 10 years, what do you see?
You know, I think what we're seeing is, my biggest thing for all of us in mobile is that, we're sort of really, for us that live through the internet, to sort of use an analogy, I think we're very, very early. We're sort of 96, 97 of the internet days, really, really early. Really, lots of us in this room are seeing sort of the future, if you will, and this magnitude of opportunity. And it's so much probably larger than the internet, in my opinion, and so much bigger than we can probably imagine. And at the same time, the internet, while it went really, really fast in terms of sort of technology adoption, we're talking about mobile probably being half that time, if you will. So what was took in 10 years in sort of internet probably takes 4 or 5 here. And so that rate of innovation, that rate of adoption that's happening is really what we sort of think about and look out. And sort of if you think about, especially in bigger enterprises where the bulk of the sort of interesting, I think, dollars will be made in mobility, those IT buyers, those CIOs, they're thinking in 10-year traditional increments, right? They think out in technology terms. And with consumerization of IT, with mobile, with cloud, all these sort of major tectonic disruptions in IT, they can no longer think. I mean, the iPad didn't exist 5 years ago, and so that significant change in the market is what's creating huge opportunity for all of us, and how you sort of navigate our way through that. And so what we're thinking about is, what does that world look like? And it's really, I think, as a startup, it's really hard, even as a startup at our stage, to look really beyond a year. I mean, we have a vision that's certainly way beyond a year, but I think as an execution team, what we do is we spend every quarter, we spend a day off site as an executive leadership team. We do year planning now. We're sort of at that stage. You have to plan at least a year financially. You have to plan it out and have an operating model and sort of major metrics in the company. But so many things are happening every single quarter, every single day, every single week that you have to be constantly reevaluating and saying, do we need to sort of go one way or the other? Or what assumptions that we had aren't really lining up to what's happening? And so I think that's how we think about looking out, is, again, it's sort of balancing between this very long view, but also near term, what are we doing to sort of move the needle to the next level?
So you said something particularly interesting among a wide swath of interesting things, and that was that you think that the big monetization would happen in big enterprises. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but that's the idea. So how do you envision that? What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the mobile market and at the macro level is there's lots of, massive, wealth that will be created and dollars that will shift. I mean, I think that, I'll give you a sort of a story to sort of illustrate it. At your house, about a week or two ago, we were with the president of eBay, and just as a context and a disclaimer, eBay's an investor in the company and a customer, and eBay sold, that week we had that dinner, eBay sold 2,700 cars through their iPhone app. Think about that.
Buying a car on your phone.
Yeah, and this is through their iPhone app. This is not, buying it and listing it and bidding it. This is actually the purchase intent actually happens physically on the device. And they have, the other thing that Devin shared with us is, like somewhere around 25, 30% of their revenue now is coming through mobile for the marketplace. And they have 27, so think about it from a corporate IT standpoint and sort of innovation and product standpoint. They have 2,700 engineers that work in eBay Marketplace, and 200 of those engineers now work in mobile, somewhere roughly in that magnitude. But 30% of revenue in 2 years is probably likely greater than 50% of that revenue. And in 2 years of that, it's probably greater than 75, 80% of their entire revenue is being driven directly from mobility. So if you think about it in a very, very short, impossible to plan IT for that many people, that's a significant disruption. Now you contrast that with somebody like John Deere. Not exactly a phenomenally innovative company, but certainly not, what we would say is a Silicon Valley software-based company here in the Valley with all the great talent and certainly an edge in innovation. And And that's sort of, I think, what we think about is that is happening at such a rapid pace worldwide. You know, it's not localized to any one geography. It's a global phenomenon. It's also being hit hard up against the cloud and some of these other phenomenons that are happening in IT. And so I think sort of cloud and mobile are two halves of the same coin. And these phenomenons are rapidly disruptive. And so I think, you know, what happens is every business around the world is going to be impacted, whether they sell to consumers, whether they deal with other businesses as partners, or whether they work with their own employee workforces, right? We are less and less and less spending time on our normal desktop and laptop worlds, and we're moving increasingly very rapidly to our digital lives, right? And then very quickly, we're working with automotive. Very quickly, it's going to be in cars, on televisions. It's going to be sort of it's going to explode in the next 2 to 3 years, and many, many more devices than we can even envision today. And so those are all rapidly rushing into the enterprise. And so I think that's where this nexus of very interesting opportunity is, and where probably lots of money. And traditionally, if you look at IT, that's where a lot of the dollars are made.
If you're a CIO of one of these large enterprises, what are you thinking about? How do you manage it?
Yeah, the CIOs. I mean, we have the privilege of working with a lot of high-level CIOs at a lot of companies, and you know, I think what we keep hearing is that, you know, back to these macro trends, is that I have to turn IT from a cost center, always focused 100% on the crown jewels of the company, and sort of slow everything down. Not have any innovation, to I have to become a center of innovation for my business. I have to turn that into something that's going to be value add to my business. And I think consumerization IT and a lot of other trends are sort of driving and sort of driving that sort of idea and sort of that. And I think truly, as we talk to CIOs, they're seeing that we need to be an enabler to the business, not somebody that slows it down. And they really don't have a choice anyway, frankly. So what we're hearing is, you know, how do you help me? What are the companies that can help me turn this from, we're going to just slow everything down by standardization or governance or security or whatever the sort of the thing that they use is the hammer for IT, and turn us into how do we enable that business to produce revenue faster, you know, reach new customers, expand that revenue, or how do we enable the employees to be much more efficient, you know, in their jobs, which ultimately will impact revenue as well. And so that's what we're hearing, is sort of that's the thing that CIOs are faced with. Now, what's happening is this market is so disruptive. They don't know what to do. They have no idea. And it's no clear path, right? Mobile is so new. We don't have the benefit of 10 years of history to look back at, right? And we can't just sort of look back at what's happened in the web and say, we're just going to take everything we did there and sort of necessarily do it in the future, because those ecosystems are totally changed. There's Apple, there's Google, there's certainly Microsoft still in the picture. There's lots of new things that they don't know how to deal with these sort of. They don't know how to rationalize it. We have conversations with IT and we say, well, you have to actually get Apple to approve some of this. And it's like, what do you mean? I mean, why would I have to get Apple to approve this? It's my company, it's my app. Well, this is the new world order, right? And so I think those things are, you know, they're having a hard time grasping that in this new world. At the same time, of course, the CEO, the CMO, and all the sort of the executive team is walking in with their iPads and their iPhones and their Android devices saying, make this stuff work, and I want it to work as good as, you know, what it works in eBay.
Yeah, yeah. So, final question. A year out from now, 5 years out from now, what does Appcelerator look like?
You know, hopefully a much bigger company and hopefully a much more successful company than we are today. And you know, our goal is really to continue to help companies really build what they think are very innovative experiences on mobile, you know, and really transform their business. That's really our ultimate vision, our ultimate goal is what are all the tools and the platform and software. At the end of the day, it's all about how do we enable that experience? How do you build very rich, compelling experiences for those different constituents, whether it's their consumers that use their products or whether it's their employees and their business partners that get better productivity out of them. And do it in a way that's very rich and engaging, right, that drives really the needle. And certainly back to helps the IT, helps the CIO really create something that's compelling and value add. And that's really our mission. That's where we think we can continue to help.
How many devices do you think you'll be on in a year?
In a year, I mean, you know, we would hope to be in, you know, 400 or 500 million devices. You know, again, we're tied heavily to the overall market, but yeah, we think, and you know, probably hundreds of thousands of applications, and you know, we'll eclipse 1 million developers. just in mobile probably in the next less than 12 months. So.
Wow. Well, you're certainly deserving of the Company of the Year award. Congratulations! It's an enormous benchmark in your in your development. There's an awards ceremony coming up here in an hour or so, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I think we'll bring on the next contestants.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
If they're ready. Thanks.
Yep.
Afternoon. Is this working? So I get to follow Kelly. Now, who has better hair, him or me? Good afternoon. I know we are standing between you and drinks, so we will be very quick. First and foremost, I'm very pleased to have, my name is Ivan Niku. I'm with Simmer. We are an investment bank and a venture fund in Los Angeles, and we focus on early stage investing, equity private placement, and sell-side advisory for digital media, software, and internet companies, and we have offices around the world. And I am very pleased to have an outstanding panel with us today, where we're going to be discussing mobile video, and we're going to have several questions around it. And to make things go faster, I'm going to ask our panelists to introduce themselves and their companies, and then we will take it from there. To my left, with Justin, please.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you guys again. We have presented at a few of these conferences before. We are very honored, actually, to be now in the top 100. Already last year, we were ranked in the top 100 cloud computing companies because the first product we came out with were video editing in the cloud. And now this year, we are very happy to report that we will soon be coming out in a big way on mobile. Our Android applications, both for smartphone and tablets, they are now soon getting ready to launch, and we are discussing some huge partnership and distribution deals with more than around 50 million devices will be carrying our software soon. So you'll be seeing and hearing a lot more about us soon.
For those of you who have not seen WeVideo, I highly recommend it. It's one of the most amazing video editing platforms I've ever seen. It's phenomenal. To his left, Harry, and Harry is with Cargo. Please.
Hi. So I gave a presentation slightly earlier. Cargo is one of the largest mobile publisher networks. Specifically, what we do in video is we host the apps and sites for brands like Univision. So we control and host the Univision mobile video portal. We also do that for Entertainment Tonight, Insider, Extra. We're going to be launching Dr. Phil and the Doctor soon, Inside Edition, and a number of others. And so we actually host, manage, and maintain that video portal for those major media brands, and we're focused on the monetization with pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll, and really figuring out how to get us the best engagement and best user experience across over, we have 900 different devices that we support today in the mobile web, plus obviously Android and iPhone.
And to his left, Judith of ViewClip.
Hi, I'm Judith Coley from ViewClip. I'm the VP of Marketing there. ViewClip is a late-stage startup. We have 35 million monthly active users. We serve video on the fly to, I think it's about 5,400 different device units. So we optimize the video for the person's device, whether it's a smartphone, the latest 4G handset, or if it's an edge feature phone. If we can, we will absolutely get the person the video that they're looking for. The search part of it is that we have a search engine that is indexing over 400 video sites worldwide. And then we also have relationships with content partners for people to subscribe. So this year we're heading into double-digit million-dollar revenues, and that's really been based on freemium products, and now we're really getting into brand advertising.
Excellent. And to her left, Ofer?
Sure. My name is Ofer Baharav. I'm CEO of Video Vivo. It's a early stage company. It's an app, and we specialize. It's a marketplace where you can buy and sell professional services last minute. The idea here is if you have a last minute need, you can reach out. You can basically post what it is you want done, and you can post it to your Facebook wall or Twitter, and other people can reach you last minute via video, live, and sort of walk you through professionally your solution.
And to start off, perhaps, Judith, in your opinion, what would what kind of an environment will allow for a good ecosystem to develop for mobile companies to really prosper?
Well, I think this is something that I've been around far too long, and one of the things that you have to kind of do, particularly in Silicon Valley, is step back from our everyday experience. You know, people today have said, you know, how many devices they have. Imagine that you only have one device, and that you really want to watch mobile video. You know, everyone's seen the Cisco data, everyone's seen Mary Meeker's slides. Mobile video is huge and is going to become enormous, but it won't get there unless the players in the mobile video market make sure that the ecosystem is successful too. And that ecosystem is really made up of content providers, major brands like the people you work with, Harry, the content providers who are looking for additional ways to get their content out on mobile, and then the consumer who is at the heart of it all.
So perhaps I can pose a question to the panel. If you think about 65% of the time on mobile devices spent on apps, less than 5% currently spent on video, but that number is obviously going to increase. So the issues that come to surface are monetization and the leadership in those categories. Let me ask you, what are the challenges that you see that are ahead of us? What are the headwinds? What are the areas that make you stay up at night? Let's start with you.
So yeah, what's interesting actually is that video is now the fastest growing category. It's even growing faster than social networking. So what we are seeing is that it's many different ways of monetizing. You can monetize through advertising, you can monetize through subscription or pay-as-you-go, and you can monetize by partnering with the big brands. So it was interesting to hear about the big brands you are working with. But then it's about content created by the big brands. We did a very interesting project with Disney, where Disney paid us a very reasonable amount of money to help them to launch the movie Avengers. And what we did on our platform was that we made available a lot of clips from the movie Avengers, and then we let the end user themselves go in and remix their own trailers, and then share onto their social networks. So in a matter of days, we got generated about 2,000 trailers and got more than 1 million views on this. And that was very good, just as a pilot. So we are looking at doing a lot more projects like that going forward. And one thing we think is very important is that it's so much video being shot by people around the world and not being actually refined and then shared with friends. So it's all about user-generated content, and make that now a lot easier to make it easier to both refine it and then share it with your friends and your family and your colleagues.
Harry, what are the challenges that you see in the horizon?
Well, I think for us, our core focus is on the monetization of that video. I mean, it's great to be able to put a lot of video out into the world, but in the end of the day, the brands that we work with need to generate money from it, especially these premium major media companies. And so for today, at least in app, it sort of works well from a monetization perspective, but on the mobile web, it's much more complicated. And the reason it's much more complicated is the devices themselves, you have to use the native video player to play the video. And so you can't actually have a player in mobile web on iPhone today. Maybe after the WWDC wraps up, maybe they solve this problem. But as of today, it doesn't work. And so the ads themselves that you serve need to actually sit right next to the actual content. And it all has to be stitched on the server side, which is a really, really difficult problem. We've been able to solve it, but it took us a really long time, and it shouldn't be necessary, because it should be that the player itself is able to take the ad, is able to take the content and stitch it on the fly on the device, not do it up in the cloud on that side of it.
The problem, again, with the native video player is that from a metrics perspective, if you go and you talk to any of the agencies that are buying video, and you know, we were part of the mobile video up front with Procter & Gamble this past year, and hopefully they'll choose us again this year. But what they're looking for is they're looking for metrics. They want to know how many people actually completed the video view, how many people got to the first quartile, the second quartile, the third quartile, how many people engaged, how many people clicked from that video onto some of their hosted landing page. Unfortunately, today, in the browser, in the native video player, there's no way to actually track any of that. And without tracking, that means that there's not going to be dollars shifting from, let's say, television or even digital video to that of mobile. So that's probably the single greatest challenge, I would say, in the environment today from a monetization perspective, because the paywall stuff I think will get better over time, but video advertising is going to be one of the mainstays in terms of maintaining the video platform itself.
But to continue on that thought process, and perhaps you guys can chime in as well, if you compare mobile advertising CPCs, or however you want to measure it, to online, they're currently lower, in particular because the inventory is increasing so rapidly. So those prices are bound to go down, except for perhaps the high-end or the curated videos. Are you guys seeing that, or are you concerned about that at all?
It's actually just the opposite. Video today on mobile doesn't exist. There's a ton of mobile websites, and that's growing rapidly, and the traffic's growing rapidly, and the brands have not allocated dollars, specific dollars to mobile. And so what they do is they say it should be a very small fraction of digital meaning the mainstay, internet, computer, with mobile only getting a very small fraction of that. So as the number of sites proliferate on mobile, obviously the dollars on that side. Because mobile video is so complicated, it's not a single player that works everywhere like on the digital side. There is no mobile video today. I mean, big brands can't find enough inventory in the marketplace, at least for well-known brands today, to even buy on. So we're seeing actually like $30 to $35 CPMs on mobile, at least with pre-roll, and I think it's a lot less than that on traditional.
But that's for premium only, correct?
Well, that's where we play, but I even know YouTube, I mean, I don't think YouTube's considered premium. YouTube gets more money on pre-roll on mobile than they do on mainstay today, just because there's just a lot less inventory available because of the complexities surrounding it.
Judith, what's your experience there?
So a lot of our monetized business is in Asia, where you know, the fact that we're optimizing for such a range of handsets is a big benefit. We're finding that top brands like Nokia or Unilever are coming back to us for repeat campaigns because, you know, consumers retain video advertising more than any other kind of advert that they see.
Is it pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll?
A bit of everything and some skins. So, you know, we'll skin or sponsor an area of the site. We'll do pre-roll. We'll do banners. We're launching click-to-vid, which gives consumers the option to, you know, pause their experience and not view the ad. That might sound like anti-logical, thank you, but the point is that, you know, behind that, we're very concerned about not putting our consumers off. If you're a consumer in the Philippines, you're buying your data by the minute, not based on money or data, but on time. So, you know, what we expect to see is the brands want to do this. They know this is where the eyeballs are. They know that this is where the future is. And, you know, as long as they feel that there's an effective walled garden around where they're advertising, then they're happy.
Ofer, you monetize your site by charging a percentage of the transaction, correct? And where do you see your problems and challenges will rise? And explain again how you're going to on existing platforms so people understand how it works.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're completely different from all the other platforms that were discussed here, which were ad-based. We basically we're taking a different avenue here. Whereas on FaceTime or perhaps on the Airtime, which is a new product out there that allows video Perhaps the target there might be an airtime with advertising. We're taking the avenue of, it's a marketplace. We're empowering people to make money off of the platform, and we take a commission. Right now it's 13.5%. We might change that to, be competitive or to stay competitive. We are already competitive. The other option is subscriptions, and we're not offering any advertising at this time. And the idea here is just like eBay, basically. We're empowering individuals to essentially sell their professional skills. And in the cases where, so it is freemium, if you have...
By the way, to be clear, they sell it by providing a video explanation of what the other party needs. For example, I need someone to show me how to do something, and through one-on-one video, they will explain to me how it is, and for that, they get paid.
Exactly, exactly. If I have a question about PowerPoint, I should be able to post to the world via Twitter or Facebook or any other means that I'm looking for somebody to help me call and have them call me. I can say how much money I'm willing to offer, $50 for somebody to walk me through how to integrate a video into my PowerPoint and how to make it jump or do whatever I want. And I should be able to also select the person. If they're within 5 minutes not performing, I should be able to say, sorry, but this is not working, not have to pay the money. If it's going well, I should be able to proceed and then pay at the end. Another option that we're looking for slightly down the road is subscriptions. And the third option is free. If you know another person, if the other person is a friend of yours or a colleague or a contact, you bookmark them, they bookmark you, the call is free. We're really trying to give you the tools, you the consumer or you the user, the tools so that when it's appropriate, you can basically pay for the service.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we have also gone through a very interesting experience because consumers, they typically want things for free. So that's why we will be launching out, building out what we call a marketplace, where the consumers, when they are creating the video, actually the video creation might be moving towards free. We already have free version, but you pay money for high definition. But we are looking at a monetization model where you can buy clips. We are about to launch Get This Images with music, with images, with videos. So the way we can monetize then is that when you're buying themes, features, images, and music, is that we can make a cut on that. And through monetizing in different ways, maybe we can ultimately offer all of the video services for free to all consumers in the world and monetize differently. And again, Video Vivo, they are talking about selling professional services. On our platform, you can easily imagine in the future when you want to have a video edited, maybe you hire an editor in India to do the editing for you because it's all in the cloud. So it's going to be very interesting to see how our business model will evolve over the next 12 months. And we will be trying out all of the things we now are talking about.
I heard that Apple's version 6 iOS is going to allow FaceTime with 3G. And I wanted to see what you guys think about the potential bandwidth issues that are going to occur as more video is being consumed through mobile devices.
Well, I mean, first of all, I think it'll be great. I think FaceTime is an incredible product. And what would be great is if they could open up the API. At this time, it's not open as far as we know. It is a great...
What would you do when it's opened up?
Well, you're able to integrate it into your application. And right now, we are using it, but only temporarily. We are going to present a new platform that's proprietary to replace basically this use of a third party. And yeah, as far as going to 3G, it's absolutely necessary. Many people are talking about 4G becoming available. So, at the end for us, what's important is the quality cannot be compromised. There are many solutions out there for video. And we believe that when the video quality is compromised, it basically kills the experience. So we're sticking right now to, to applications that allow you to maintain that quality.
As we are looking at the valuation of some of the companies in the mobile video segment currently, there's some outrageous ones right now. What do you guys think about what is going on in that? Is it a little bit of a bubble? Is it reasonable for some of these companies to be so highly valued, the whole Instagram thing? I mean, is there a next video Instagram? I wanted to hear your thoughts about that, please.
We like it.
Well, I have been through a boom and bust cycle before. This is my 6th company, and I had 3 companies all going $100 million plus in 2000. And, the same kind of like uncomfortable feeling as I had in the beginning of 2000 is what I have now. And I think some of the evaluations that we have seen are ridiculous. I'm kind of like almost talking against myself now in a way, because ultimately we as a company would like to have a big exit. But the problem is what is happening right now when you are in a bubble, and this happened also in 2000, is that investors and the market, they don't see a difference between a good company and a bad company. So even the bad companies get ridiculous valuations. So then when the bubble bursts, everything goes down. So even the good companies have pulled down with them. And it just makes me uncomfortable, because it's some really great companies out there, and it's some not so great companies out there. And right now it's a bubble, and everybody are being valued ridiculous.
Well, other than your hot companies, of course, what are the companies out there that you think are really super hot mobile video companies?
Other than ourselves?
Yeah, you said other than yourselves.
Well, we use a transcoding platform that is relatively new called Unicorn. I think they do a great job in terms of being able to auto-detect. They're sort of the transcoding software, and we host their software, and we thought that was even better than some of the stuff that we've built. And that's all they do, and they do it really well. And they basically are able to detect the amount of bandwidth, the quality of the video that needs to be directed to the particular device. And I think they do a really good job. I mean, there's a couple of other companies that we've seen out there that do video really well in terms of specific services. But you know, I think video is really hard. I think especially synchronous video is much harder than asynchronous. So we host and manage all these clips. Sometimes they're close to real time, where we're ingesting them, and within 3 or 4 minutes we make them available. Even less than that, sometimes a minute or two, we make them available as to when you watch them on TV, then they're available directly on your device. But you know, the reality is that true asynchronous peer-to-peer is still one of those really difficult problems to resolve in a quality way. And even, you know, I was actually on Virgin America, I think it was last week, and I was using FaceTime. My wife was on her phone, and I was on my computer, and we were separated because our seats got all screwed up. And I was doing FaceTime with her through GoGo. It was terrible. And so it's like, it goes to show you that bandwidth and managing it is just one of those things that, you know, even with the best algorithms, it's a really challenging, difficult thing to do well.
Judith?
I think there are two very exciting trends coming up to accompany mobile video. One is seeing Pinterest and thinking, what's the video Pinterest going to look like and be like? I don't think, I don't think the sort of the companies that you're asking for exist yet. The really kind of knockout. Besides ourselves, of course. But then I think the even more exciting thing for us is the rise of the smartish phone. So, the world wants to have a smartphone. The world can't afford a $500 smartphone that's, in no way kind of reduced by their operator. But, people are looking forward to all the kinds of handsets that I know are in the works by the major handset manufacturers, and I think that's going to change, people into even, having even more mobile video.
Aren't Android devices pretty much free at this point, or close to free? Getting there?
Not in
outside the US.
No, but you would think that Android devices, you'd be able to produce devices that were produced 2 years ago relatively inexpensively, because there's no licensing costs with the OS. It's just a question of
the
hardware.
Cost,
yeah, but the problem you have in the US, you pay thousands of dollars in the end for the subscription. So it's far from free, and the rest of the world cannot afford.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a few more questions, unless the audience would like to ask a question. We only have a few minutes left. Any particular questions from the audience? By the way, I can't see anything, so. So one of the last thoughts that I have is around globalization, and obviously in North America and Europe, we're very used to the smartphones, by the way, so the rest of the world, they're just catching up. What impact do you think that is going to have on mobile video?
Well, first of all, I think that Asia is actually pretty advanced as well.
No, Asia is very advanced, far more than us. I was
so when
about
you just mentioned North America and Europe,
the more populous countries outside of Asia.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, the question was what?
What will be the impact of the significant increase in the number of smartphones in the coming years that will be consuming mobile
It's precisely
video?
the significant impact that a company such as ours is going after. The size of the market.
What is that impact? I'm trying to see.
In terms of size, we're estimating it to be approximately for services, approximately $3 billion for this year, and it's going to more than double in 2013. In terms of numbers of handhelds, I mean, there's more than 100 million.
The numbers are well understood.
Okay.
I'm trying to see what impact. And by that I mean impact can be positive or negative. The positive is the number of consumers will increase dramatically. The negative is the experience might be far less pleasurable because of bandwidth issues or service issues, whatever the case may be. As far as your businesses are concerned, what are the impacts that you foresee, positive or negative?
Well, I was going to say, in our case, I just came from a meeting in Asia with a manufacturer, and they asked us if we can be in 50 languages by July. so that is quite a bit of a challenge for us. And also, the other thing, you mentioned bandwidth. Of course, with a lot of video on the network, it's extremely important to be effective on utilizing the network. So one of the things we did for video editing, even if you are actually working with high definition content, we leave all the HD content sitting up in the cloud, and we're bringing down a low resolution proxy file to your phone or to your tablet. So that means 1 hour of HD video we can typically pull down to you in 5 to 10 seconds because we actually bring down 2% of the original size. So because of that, and you can even dream about actually sitting working on HD content the way you are working on our platform. So it's a lot of innovation needed when it comes to utilizing the network, using clever algorithms and compression methods and so on. So that's a part of our business. That's what we need to solve.
Harry?
One of the interesting stats that we have just in our particular business for North America, but I think may extend to other parts of the world, is that over 55% of our traffic now comes in from Wi-Fi. So if you think about it across all these brands, people tend to use Wi-Fi based upon the bandwidth issues available to them when they're going on, especially on some of the video apps that we have. We provide a better experience, a higher definition experience, it's a quicker experience, and so people opt into Wi-Fi when they have it available to them.
What is the geography of this demographic?
Well, we're primarily in North America, so Canada, US, a little bit of Mexico, but really US and Canada. And we find that to be sort of where the world, at least a lot of the world, is sort of shifted. So I would tend to think that you would see similar types of numbers coming out of Europe, probably coming out of Asia as well, at least developed Asia. And so given that Wi-Fi is becoming, when I'm in Europe, I pretty much always get a hotspot somewhere. I think that's proliferating, and it's potentially posing a challenge on some level to the carriers in terms of total traffic that they can monetize just because of the expense associated with that. On top of that, I think with the advent of LTE, which is launched here, it's funny, our carrier partners are pushing us to do more and more video because they want to show off the capabilities of their network. I think LTE has allowed a lot more video capabilities with a lot more bandwidth. I think as LTE proliferates around the world, again, because of the use of bandwidth there, it opens up more advantageous video things. I mean, I would love the day where every network is so crowded because there's so much usage that basically they all come to a stop. My feeling is that day is far away, and I think that simultaneous with the growth in video traffic also is the growth in hotspots, which I think isolate users from some of the larger network bandwidth constraints that wireless operators face on a daily basis.
We are now out of time. We thank you all again for your participation today, and thank you for joining us.
Time for the grand finale here. So hold on to your seats. We got about 15 minutes. Got a lot of great things. It's time for our OnMobile Top 100 Awards. And as you know, if you're a follower of the Academy Awards, every great competition needs one of the big four public accountants behind them to legitimize them. We've been honored over the years to have KPMG as our partner in backing us up on our awards. They not only keep us honest. I remember one year I tried to put 101 on the list because I couldn't decide between the last two companies, and they said, no, 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 we're KPMG. We can't do a top 100 list that has 101. So they definitely keep you honest. But also what's great about KPMG is they allow us to interview CEOs at their offices. And they participate, and they come in and they ask really good questions. So they're very ingrained with us at Always On. And so at all of our events, when it comes to making the OnMobile 100 Top Private Company overviews, we are always honored to have a member of their senior team to make that presentation, as only a great public accounting firm can. And this year, we're really pleased to have a new member of their team, at least a new member working with us, which is Debbie Hurd, who's a senior manager with KPMG, and she's going to come out and give you the big overview. So let's welcome Debbie.
He said he would. He's introducing her right now, and then she's going to go on, and then they're going to bring.
Well, at least you have a lovely screen to look at while we wait. Is this on now? Okay. We're on. So a little bit about the OnMobile 100 selection process. The companies are nominated globally to be selected as an OnMobile Top 100 company. After a screening process, the companies are interviewed by various members of the editorial panel. KPMG was honored to participate, as well as our esteemed colleagues on this slide. There were a selection criteria, 5 of which each company was judged on. So first was innovation. Was the company developing a new market or product or significantly improving an existing mobile offering? We also had market opportunity. Is this a billion-dollar market? Commercialization. Is the market willing to purchase the product? When I was looking at our top 100 list, I know Shazam jumped out at me as an example of commercialization. I'm one of those girls who can't live without Shazam. I'm always shushing everyone at the gym or the bar so I can figure out what the latest Call Me Maybe remix is that is playing on the speakers. That's me, so I love Shazam. Media buzz is our next one. And basically what we mean here is anyone talk about it besides the CEO's parents, right? Anyone outside the CEO's immediate family is talking about it. We're talking about media buzz. So for instance, looking at our top 100 list, you might have heard last week that Foursquare is changing their model. We're not sure if that's going to sink the company or take it to the next level, but it definitely is media buzz. Stakeholder value creation. Will the investors see the return? Were your 18-hour days worth it? Lots of tiny little writing about mobile landscape, but we'll just point out a few specific facts. And the fact that you're in the room means that you already know that mobile is an industry to be in. So here's some points to validate your last 36 hours in lovely Redwood City. First off, mobile revenues. Last year, mobile revenues were over $45 billion. In 2012, there's been a dramatic increase, and it's projected to close the year at $60 billion for mobile revenue. By 2016, the number will more than double, coming in at $144 billion. Definitely market opportunity. Next, let's talk about apps. So humor me for a second. How many people in the audience have over 25 apps on their phone? Yeah? How many of you have over 50 apps on your phone? Yeah? Anybody with over 100 apps on their phone? Okay, we got to get you guys outside more often. But
these are not normal people.
That's true. So our statistics show that Americans install 26 apps on their cell phone and spend approximately 81 minutes a day using them. In case you're wondering, I am fairly normal. I have about 30. So next, about that mobile payment. So consumers making purchases on their cell phones. I know we already had a great section on that this afternoon. And for me, once again, looking at our top 100 list, Square jumped out at me for a mobile payment example. I know they saved me, tons of cumulative hours in taxi cabs all over San Francisco. Most of the cab drivers are using Square now to save time. And apparently the public agrees, since this type of mobile use has increased 80% from 2010 to 2011. So this is a list of all of our sub-industries represented by the OnMobile Top 100. Over 40% of the recipients awarded come from the consumer and social networking and advertising space. So hopefully, one of you guys will let Facebook know that there is a way to monetize their mobile offering. See, accountants are funny. You guys didn't know.
Plus Facebook mobile, how many people feel their mobile app sucks because it freezes all the time or whatever? I mean, it's just terrible. Sorry, Mark, but it's terrible.
So here's our OnMobile 100 stats. From looking at these statistics above, clearly you've all been very busy. In just 1 year, the OnMobile Top 100 increased the median funding by 1/3. You've all managed to capture over $1 billion more venture capital dollars than in last year's competition, even though your head count stayed the same. And here's our favorite part, our top 100 winners. So if everyone could please give a round of applause for all of our award recipients.
Spectacular list.
So I know Tony will be going around the audience later to talk to some of the CEOs there, so we'll move forward. It's a secret. Here's our OnMobile companies to watch. These are up-and-coming companies, and don't be surprised if these are in the top 100 next year. Once again, a round of applause.
All right.
Congratulations. And we would like to announce our OnMobile Company of the Year, and that is Appcelerator.
You! Jeff Haney, CEO. We fortunately had him for our fireside chat, and we know you're throwing a wild party today at the Apple Developers Conference, and you're missing out on drinking and what else you do at your wild parties, but we appreciate you could come down and tell us about the story.
Yeah, so Tony asked me to say a few words, since probably most of you guys heard the fireside chat. I don't want to repeat too much, but very honored, Tony and team, and for this award. We were here last year, and excited to kind of be able to come back. We really started in humble beginnings, like I said earlier in my fireside chat. So really very humbled to actually be here. This is a fast-growing market. We're really excited about what opportunity exists for all of us in the space, and really excited to be able to work. And a lot of partners that were winners as well that we're working with. So, started the company a few years ago, quite a number of years ago. It seems like yesterday, about 2007, and have raised quite a bit of money over the years. And I'm really excited to actually be focusing on this market that I think is such a huge opportunity for all of us. And so it's such a tremendous opportunity for all the winners, and certainly all the people that will come behind us. So again, thanks very much for attending.
So let me just ask, in 2007, when was the iPhone introduced?
June of 2007.
Okay, so was your business plan the same as it is today when you're in 2007?
No, we call that a classic pivot. we pivot 2 times. I raised money in 2008 with this idea that desktop apps were going to be the future of the world. And boy, was I wrong. And we started building this desktop version of our product, which eventually now is called Titanium Mobile, and we've gotten rid of the desktop. And then about a month after we closed our Series A funding, our first board meeting, I told our lead investor, Ryan Floyd, I think we're going to not do what we just raised all that money for. We're actually going to go do something completely different. Like any great investor, he said, well, at the end of the day, it's about the team, and it's about your passion and for an idea. And how are we going to make money on that? And we said, we have no freaking clue, but we know it's going to be a big opportunity. And we've got a bunch of money. So the other advantage is, we had raised money in June of 2008. And of course, as we all remember, 2008 was a really tough year, especially at the end of the year. And we were very, very fortunate in timing, which in all great companies, I think, if we look back, it's timing. It's impossible to, you know, predict and to judge. But we were very good at the timing, and we've continued to be really good at timing. So.
Then you pivoted it again?
Yeah, we sort of pivoted, we started out with sort of working on this sort of RIA Ajax thing, and then we pivoted to sort of desktop, and then pretty quickly then pivoted to mobile. The first pivot was sort of before funding, the second pivot was right after funding. And you know, you always have lots of small pivots, I'd say, as a company, right? You know, sort of, we always remember the big pivots, but we've had a lot of small pivots as well. But yeah, it's been great. It's been a fun experience.
So I think, you know, that's a great testimony to what makes a great entrepreneur, the ability to pivot, and also the luck of timing. I mean,
Right.
you know, if you're honest, every startup, you know, experiences certain luck, and
That's right.
yours was raising money before the financial
Yeah,
crisis.
we would have clearly been dead if we wouldn't have raised the money, and we raised way more money than we originally intended. You know, if we wouldn't have raised the amount of money, it took us 2 years to weather the 2008 backlash, right, as an industry. So luckily we had enough capital, and you know, we were small enough that we could weather easily with no revenue. We could weather 2 years, and that's what it took to the next round.
Okay, well, you are joining great companies, Skype, YouTube, Twitter, you know, which we named Company of the Year 4 years ago. So, Jeff,
thank you.
No pressure.
We'll make you proud.
But, you know, you better do it. So
Thank you
with
very
that, give it up for our Company of the Year. And then Grant Gunderson and I are going to walk around, and, you know, this is, we appreciate the people that stay to the very end, and we just want to talk to representatives of the other top 100 or companies to watch. So if there's anybody that's representing one of those companies, we'd like to hear Grant over here. Just raise their hand and just quickly introduce yourself. And
live? Okay. Yes, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, I was just on stage. Maybe you remember me, CEO of WeVideo. And we already have the leading video creation platform in the cloud, and we are bringing it now to tablets and smartphones. You'll soon be seeing us on tens of millions of mobile devices out of the factory.
And I love our boy there because he's self-described as the Wayne Gretzky of Silicon Valley. So he always knows where the puck is going to go. Talk about a pivoter. Okay,
we got one more here. Here we go.
I'm Ben Sheshley. I'm a CEO of BeMobilize. I just want to use this opportunity to give huge props to the best CTO in the world, Marco Donazelli, who experienced a loss today. This company wouldn't be possible without him, and thank him very much. If you guys want to visit us, visit bemobilize.com. We do a lot of cool stuff, and we actually release new features on a daily basis. Thank you.
All right, give it up for our boy there. Got a company to watch here, so I'm watching you, Sam.
Yeah, I'm Sam. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Aloha Mobile. I gave a presentation earlier today. We're building a mobile behavior analytics platform that enables smarter applications and smarter advertisement. We're raising our second round here for $5 to $7 million. So I'd love to talk.
All right, give it up for Sam and Aloha. Okay, we're going over here.
Yep. Hello, here we got Henry Vogel.
I'm another pivoter, head of Aptera, but now Raved, which we're about to launch in the next couple of weeks. Raved is all about memorable places and helping friends find, save, and share great places with each other. So it's a social recommendation engine that helps people find great places.
Okay, I'm going to do a quick pivot. I see Sam Hayes here from SharesPost. I don't know if you know about these guys, but they trade private company stock, and I'm going to put you on our Global 250. I'm telling you that now because you're not a mobile guy. But what's happening to private company prices? I can't help the journalism in here.
Well, we're always on the lookout for great companies, and we appreciate Always On, trying to identify companies. SharesPost really focuses on late-stage companies, so companies that are $100 million plus, 5 to 10 years operating history. But we saw a lot of great companies around here today.
Okay, but you're not answering my question, Sam. Like, do you not want to? Because Facebook, I mean, the lesson is that their price, I mean, Second Market did a good job at helping that company raise money for a price that was probably overpaid. Do you care to comment?
No, I don't have a comment on values that people pay in the marketplace. It's willing buyer and willing seller. You know, obviously, one thing that we're very interested in is that great companies find liquidity. We actually do primary capital raising as well. So we're always looking for both great companies and folks that are looking for great investments.
Okay. Well, I failed, but maybe we'll put you on the to-watch list next time. No, anyway. I know we got Mr. Samato.
Hi, Tony. Yes, so I'm Ragnar Cruz, CEO and co-founder of Smarto. We connect apps with ads by connecting more than 80 ad networks and DSPs to more than 50,000 publishers and monetize through advertising in more than 200 countries.
All right, congratulations. We got other...
Got one back here, Tony. Tony, we got one.
Okay, good.
We got Lon here.
All right, Lon buddy.
Hi, Lon Otremba, the CEO of Tilted, and we're a top 10 mobile web casual gaming company. We actually, in March, we finished #2 behind Zynga on the mobile web, which was pretty big. And we launched a new game about 4.5 weeks ago, which we're about to roll into our 1 millionth active user of that game in about 5 weeks, which is a big record for us, so we're proud of that. But we're doing some exciting things and very, very proud to be named as one of the 100 and look forward to another great year coming up. Thanks, guys.
I'm Craig Basson, CEO of EasyAsk. We're actually Gartner's 2012 Cool Vendor of the Year for BI, and we've created a Siri for corporate data. So Siri for CRM, Siri for BI, so it's voice recognition, top of natural language and top of data. It works today. We've got 400 customers and an entire e-commerce business. And we're looking for our first round of investment, doing about $2.5 million in revenue. So love to chat with you. Thanks.
All right, congratulations.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Yep, we have another one here. We have Sanjay from Mobido.
Hi, my name is Sanjay Rohatgi. I'm a founder and CEO of Mobido. We are in the enterprise business. And what we do is we automate business processes and extend them to mobile devices without having people to write native apps, but we do deliver native apps through our software. And we just launched our product late last year, and we're working with some Fortune 100, top 100 companies.
Fantastic. Any other representatives here? Anybody?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
We go.
Hi, I'm Oren Tversky, Vice President of Business Development from Unity Technologies, and we're very proud to be on the top 100 list. For those of you who don't know, we make a game engine that is used by over 300,000 developers on a monthly basis on a variety of platforms, everything from mobile, iOS, and Android, all the way to the web and consoles. And we're really honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Give it up. Great. We have another one over here. Hi.
Hi, my name is Scott Kennedy. I'm the CEO of OpenLabel. OpenLabel allows for anyone to exchange product information with a scan. So we came out because we felt like everyone was scanning products for prices only, and I'd like to see a lot more about information about the company, about the products, environmental, political, health, anything else. So we're creating a universal scanning barcode system for people to exchange information. We are just starting out. We're right down the street here in Redwood City, and we're in the middle of a very, very tiny beginning seed round, but we've already been chosen as Entrepreneur 100 Brilliant Companies. So hopefully, if you're interested, you'll come talk to me. Thanks.
I love it. That company was on none of our lists, and there he is he's raising dough. I love that. You got to give it to the entrepreneurs. You. Do we got anybody else? Oh, we got one right here. Fantastic.
Thanks. David Stoss, CEO of Jywire. We're a location advertising company. We're a little bit different than most when you think of mobile. We not only utilize mobile devices, a location-based app on a mobile device, whether a smartphone or a tablet, but also we use public Wi-Fi as a location media channel. So if you're on an airport, a hotel, in a Starbucks, you're connecting on any device, any connected device. We understand the location of each consumer, and we can do really unique things on behalf of a brand with that information, whether it's driving to a store or using a location as a way to identify an audience, such as a shopper in a mall, a sports fan in a stadium, a student on a campus. And so we're really excited. We love being part of this environment, love being part of the top 100. It's a thrill for us. This is the second year in a row for Jywire, and we're looking forward to all the different ways that location is going to change mobile this year and in the future.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we got one over here.
Hi, I'm Paul Toohey. I'm the co-founder of Nest Computing. We make a personalized search engine. Right now, it's available for free in the App Store. You connect with your social network optionally, rate 10 places, and we can predict what you're going to like anywhere in the United States with over 85% accuracy. Try it, you'll love it. It's awesome.
Very good. Great. Did you have another one? Okay, anybody else? Okay, with that, I want to thank our friends from OnMobile Global Limited. Ron, okay, our co-host. Let's give it up for our partners. Give it up for Debbie Hurd. Did a great job for KPMG. We appreciate that. And with that, this is the official end of the show, but the good news is we got wine and treats for everybody out in the lobby for the closing reception. So, like I always say, the people that stay in the end are the dearest people in my heart. So on behalf of my team, which I'd like to give it up for the Always On team, they work tirelessly to make us look good. And thank you so much. Don't forget about our Innovation Summit, which is going to be on July 23rd and 24th at the Computer Museum, which is our Super Bowl event. And there'll be lots of mobile happening at that event as well. So thank you very much. I appreciate you all being here.